A monstrous roar tore out of the forest's shadows, and it hit like a thunderclap. Lafay, her red hair blazing, split the beast in two with a swift, savage cleave. Yet something gnawed at Lapis's mind, like it wouldn't let her breathe. She had a friend named Wrath, and the moment he saw her wounded, he couldn't look away. Rare Elixir pushed herself to get that treatment for her injury. Laffy ripped into him for squandering a priceless potion on a tiny scratch. Then, Wraith? Seeing her reaction, he realized he could just crank out another one. Wraith and Alchemist was exactly what had Lapis panicking. Elixirs that can stitch up any wound, no matter how brutal. These were brutally rare. Only a handful of alchemists could craft them after years of grind, and even then, success was never guaranteed. Even one single purchase was almost out of reach. One lifetime of non-stop work might not crank out enough gold. Once Lafay tried to buy an elixir with every last coin of her savings, only to find the one vial left had been snatched up for a noble. Desperate to get the elixir for her sister, Lafay begged the seller, swearing she'd do anything, but he shut her down cold, saying his business came first. She snapped around to leave, but a frail man stumbled into her, and he crumpled against her, so she rushed over, asking if he was okay. Then his stomach let out a thunderous rumble. When Luffy handed the food to that grumpy man, his face lit up, and he admitted he wasn't just anyone, he was an alchemist. To repay her kindness, he offered to conjure up anything she wanted with alchemy, so she blurted out for an elixir, even though she couldn't help worrying he was too weak and starving to pull it off. Wrath shocked her by nodding, then thrusting a real elixir straight into her hands. Stunned, he burst into a laugh and demanded where he even got it. Then Wrath shrugged and admitted he made it himself. She held the elixir up to the light, and with one look at its color and that matching magical aura, she knew it was the real deal, just like the sheet she'd seen in that shop. Lathi was so blown away that he offered to pay any price for it, because its value felt unreal. Wraither leaned in and reminded her this was his way of saying thank you for the bread she'd given him. Still fired up to help, she leaned in and asked if he needed a hand moving his potions. As they walked, he blurted that this was his first time in the capital, then admitted his wallet got stolen, and now he was totally broke. Luffy grabbed Wrath and marched them straight to the Adventurers Guild. As soon as they stepped inside, the guild practically crackled with buzz. Everyone's eyes were on Lafay, the legendary S-ranked adventurer. Wraith, unable to resist, leaned in and asked if she was famous. And she shot back that at her rank, fame isn't something you chase, it's something you can't escape. At the counter, Amelia the receptionist beamed at Laith with a warm, welcoming greeting. When Wraith stepped up and introduced himself, Amelia leaned in and teased, "So, are you Laith's boyfriend?" Flustered and still chuckling, she admitted she'd only helped Wrath after she found him in your collapse. His bruised pride got hit by her fierce denial, then Wrath laid out their real purpose. He slapped the elixir onto the counter, ready to sell it. Lafay nearly lost it. Alchemists spend their whole lives chasing a single elixir, and Wraith just spit out two like it was nothing. Wraith kept pulling her curiosity tighter and tighter. Amelia tested the elixir's authenticity and pressed him hard. Was he really ready to sell something this priceless? Ray casually fanned out 4 more elixirs, acting like he had more than enough. Amelia's sudden outburst blasted through the air so loud the whole guild snapped their heads toward her. Laith panicked, yanked Wraith toward the exit, and snapped, "Explain, right now!" Wraith looked totally baffled, waved off the whole fuss, and said, "Relax, these are just elixirs I cooked up." Laith couldn't stop bragging. He swore his alchemy skills were nothing short of extraordinary, and warned him that if dangerous people caught wind of his talent, they'd come hunting, so she begged him to stop selling his elixirs, but Wraith snapped back. He told them, "I've got nothing else to sell." With no other option in sight, Lackey clenched his resolve and decided to crash at her place that night. Wraith stood there like it didn't even faze him, even as he took the blame for snapping his sails to a stop. Was just relieved he finally had somewhere to sleep, even if it meant sharing a room with a girl. Outside Lafayette House, Wrath nearly choked on his shock at how massive the residents were. Laith burst in with a young girl in tow, introducing her right there, like the younger sister she was, Sylvia. He laughed as he offered to make tea. Then the moment that silly volunteers showed up, he snapped into action to help. Laffy wouldn't take no for an answer. She pushed herself to rest so her health wouldn't spiral any worse. Sylvia slipped into the seat opposite Wraith while Lafayette dashed off to brew the tea. The silence turned weird and heavy, and Rat's mind started scrambling. What was he supposed to say next? Sylvie poured out her thanks, then stared at him and demanded, "Why?" She said he'd handed her sister a priceless elixir, and he shot back that LaFay helped him first, so yeah, he owed her that debt of gratitude. Still, Sylvia wouldn't let it go. She demanded to thank him, and she made it clear. Lath had been working non-stop just to keep her life better. Confused out of his mind, Wrath learned from Sylvia that Lath was frantically hunting for a cure for her illness. Ray finally clocked why Laffy was so relentless, and he told Sylvia, "Your sister is seriously incredible." Sylvia beamed, saying Lath was the greatest sister in the whole world. Wraith let out a chuckle because Sylvia looked so mature at first. She dropped the bombshell. She was only 15. "Wraith Wish Taurus, get in here and cover up!" Sylvia beamed back like she just won the whole world. Laffy, crouched behind the door, overheard everything, and a sly smile spread on his face. The very next day, Wraith snapped into action and set out to brew powerful potions. When Lath pressed him, he spilled the reason. Since she told him not to sell elixirs, he pivoted and started making potions instead. Sylvie asked how long potion making usually took, and Laffy said,
"About an hour per vial, give or take, depending on the potion."
Wrath said a medium-quality potion hit him in just seconds. Lackey yanked Sylvia by the side, warning her not to fall for him because only someone as strange as Wraith could whip up a potion that fast. While they kept bickering, Sully burst into giggles and teased Wrath as some kind of oddball. Wrath tore open his bag, yanked out the ingredients, and let Lath get a good look. They watched him shut his eyes tight, focus like a storm, and recite the extract from memory. Purify everything, set the pieces in place, then sublimate like it's about to ignite. In the blink of an eye, the potion was done, right on the dot, exactly when he said it would be. The sisters stared in awe at their very first taste of alchemy, because what they saw was nothing short of perfect. For Ray To, this was just another day. Nothing could have prepared him for what came next. Totally unaware of just how deadly his skills were worth, he went for a medium-grade potion, fully expecting it to squeeze out a high-quality one, and when he saw it could work, he realized cranking out more of them would wipe out his money worries for good. Sylvia suddenly realized what her sister meant when she said those things earlier. Later, inside the Ventures Guild, Wrath burst in and shouted greetings to Amelia. He dashed in, apologized for yesterday, and promised he'd sell something brand new. He slid the top-tier potion into her hands and pushed. "So, will you buy it?" Amelia Green. But first, he wanted to talk about what happened the day before. LaFay told him to save that part for later. Amelia tossed over 3 gold coins and demanded a stack of 15 top-tier, high-quality potions. Monsters started showing up left and right, and she realized the potion supply couldn't keep up with demand. Rates were blowing past expectations. Wrath finally exhaled and leaned into the idea of sleeping at an inn. Then he turned to Lath and asked what she'd been doing, and she admitted she hadn't touched a guild request in ages. Requests could swing from hunting herbs and wiping out monsters to doing zero combat chores, like tracking down lost cats or brewing potions. After LaFay spilled everything, Wraith smirked, instantly doubting every choice she'd just made. She jumped at the chance to sign up as an adventurer, drawn in by the thrill and locked onto the rewards they promised. Lapti weighed every risk in her head, because if some ridiculous, impossible request ever came up, Wraith's cover would blow. So she kept a sharp eye on him and stepped in the second things went wrong. Amelia told Wrath he finally had a rank, and even without jumping into extermination work, he could still climb straight to rank D, Lath suggested. He took requests that had nothing to do with alchemy, but Wrath's #1 pick was an alchemy-related request. She pitched a cat-themed favor to throw him off, but he's still locked in on his decision. Amelia warned them that the alchemy request was a terrible idea, because their client was downright strange. And since nobody had ever managed to pull it off, it was a terrible gamble. But Ray shrugged off both her and LaFay, refusing to back down as he insisted on taking it anyway. Amelia asked if he understood her warning, and he nodded fast, then admitted the challenge had him genuinely hooked. Reether made a wild ride straight to the client's house. Lath's worry clung to him, and it lit a fire in his chest. He pushed himself to finish the request cleanly, just to quiet her fears. He slammed the door, knocked hard, and loudly declared, "I'm here about your request." A young girl met him at the door and snapped him into action. "Follow me, right now!" Wrath figured the girl was only helping, but she snapped, "No, Daisy here is the one who posted the request." And she was right around his age. He apologized for assuming she was younger, and she snapped at him to shut up and just follow her. They burst into a room where, for Daisy, he made it clear, he'd rip the herbs free, then purify them down to perfection. Daisy broke it down like this. Extracting meant distilling herbs into a liquid to pull out their power, and purifying meant stripping away the impurities until that liquid was clean. Pushed the process hard, forcing as many people into it as he could. That sly, menacing grin hit Wraith like a sudden wave, telling him the task was coming fast and dangerous. Wraith began, and his efficiency and precision were at least 50 times better than any average alchemist. After a while, doubt started clawing at him. Did he do enough? But he shoved it aside and kept going, exactly like Daisy told him, and finished his very first request with shocking ease, chasing that one goal: win Laptis's praise and prove he could handle this alone. And the ride just kept rolling. Later, Daisy glanced at the clock and wondered if he was slacking off. She swung the door open and tossed him a casual lifeline, like, "Need a breather?" Daisy's jaw dropped as she stared at the room packed to the brim with processed herbs. They were all made using the exact ingredients she gave. Then she snapped and demanded to know how he pulled off so much, so fast. Wrath just shrugged and calmly said, "Yeah, I only use standard alchemy." Infuriated Daisy snapped that normal couldn't explain that speed, and still yelling, she demanded he spill his method. Wraith made purifying herbs look absurdly easy, pulling out their essence like it was effortless. Daisy trembled as he handled it like routine alchemy. Then the shock hit her, and she fainted. When she jolted awake, she found herself sprawled on the Wrath, stunned by how close they were. Daisy snapped into action and slapped Wrath right in the face as she realized where they stood. Blushing, she snapped at him, saying that kind of closeness was only for someone you truly love. Wrath blurted an apology and snapped, "I can't just leave you passed out on the floor." Daisy bought his explanation, then spun around the room to make sure this incredible work wasn't just a dream. She praised Wreath's real talent to the skies and still couldn't figure out why he wasn't bigger news. "He told me he'd just rolled into the capital. He spent the past stretch before that locked away in the countryside, grinding over alchemy." Daisy, totally hooked by what she was hearing, leaned in and begged Wrath for a favor. She pulled him in for occasional visits to help her out, and she even demanded he teach her alchemy too. Wrath totally got blindsided by that request. He'd never taught a single soul before. That idea hooked him instantly, and he agreed without hesitation. Daisy slid a request form across to him, and he signed it without hesitation. He swore he'd deliver it straight to the guild, then he bolted out of there. So Wraith wrapped up his very first guild request, then, out of nowhere, he pledged to teach Daisy alchemy. At the guild, Amelia grabbed Wrath's attention and praised him for wiping out the task and finishing it. Stunned it was him who pulled it off, she shoved a reward right into his hands. 1 shiny gold coin. Wrath spun on LaFay, bragging that he handled the request all by himself, until LaFay shot back, unimpressed, "Say it again," and Wrath went completely still. 30 minutes ago. Wraith stormed into the guild with the finished request in hand. He finally admitted the job was brutal, because the request demanded he do as much as possible, so he kept asking himself where it would ever end. He knuckled down and worked without stopping, and somehow filled an entire room. When the client saw it, she didn't just react, she straight up fainted from shock. After the incident, Wraith didn't just move on. He agreed to personally teach the client alchemy. Looking back, he admitted he'd probably gone too far. LaFay stressed this wasn't some minor misunderstanding. He told them the client's fainting was his fault, and he suspected the client was using him. She watched the client lure him into helping with her wild alchemy plans, then teaching her the craft step by step, and for him, it looked like the perfect deal. That's when Ray finally clocked what was really behind her sly, slay smile. Laffy tells him, "Yeah, kindness matters, but you've got to be smarter about it too, and you need to see your own worth." Ray admitted that figuring out his own worth felt brutally hard. In the next chapter, two adventurers huddle over a wild rumor. An alchemist might be closer than anyone thinks. An adventure kicked off when a mysterious alchemist crashed into the guild brimming with tons of elixirs, wondering if it was actually true. They brushed it off like it was nothing more than a made-up lie. While they were talking, a weird sound suddenly snapped the moment in half. A few days before everything went down, right after Wraith became an adventurer, he stepped into Daisy's shop and took her request. He told her straight up that figuring out his own worth was a brutal fight. Daisy jolted at his sudden comment and shot back, "What made you say that?" Rat said a friend told him to finally own his worth, and he's been stuck ever since, trying to figure out how. Daisy had no idea he even had friends, and that revelation absolutely blew Wrath's mind. Daisy could not believe the moment she saw him, just a lonely outcast, and then she hammered home the need for moderation in every move. Wraith leaned in and demanded answers, asking for clarification right on the spot. She warned that dumping a huge stash of elixirs all at once would scream for trouble, so she told him to sell just one elixir per year, keep it quiet, keep it safe. Daisy knew that quietly selling them would keep the whole thing from drawing eyes, because those elixirs could save lives. But if she tried to stand out, danger would come crawling fast, and she'd rather not risk it. Only a fool would dump a huge stash of such precious elixirs on the market all at once. Curiosity lit her eyes as she asked Wrath if he made elixirs, and confessed she desperately wanted to learn how to brew them herself. Wrath nodded and told her to jump right in, show him the steps: extraction, purification, setting the components, and even the sublimation process. Daisy, overflowing with confidence, told him to watch right there and close. It was Ray's very first time teaching her alchemy, and Daisy practically couldn't wait for this moment. She locked in her focus and whipped up a top-tier potion in no time. Wrath's look screamed impressed, and Daisy practically exploded with excitement. But her jaw dropped when he told her knowledge was lacking. Daisy snapped, demanding he say it again, and Wraith told her the truth. Sure, she'd gotten the basics down, but he was talking about the deeper knowledge hiding in books. He even brought up chakra, a rare ingredient that only grows where the air is packed with mana. It's the secret ingredient behind elixirs and top-tier potions, yet hardly anyone ever writes it down in herb or plant books. She had no clue what it really was all about, until now, when she finally had to learn the truth. Rafe slapped a stack of books onto the table and ordered her to start studying right then. She couldn't believe it. He was dead serious about making her study. When she asked whether studying could sharpen her alchemy skills, her whole future suddenly felt like it was on the line. He shot back and demanded to know whether she knew anything about that herb. She said it was mostly for one thing: to slam bleeding shut. The cure worked best when it was crushed up and pressed right onto the wound, and Wraith nodded like, "Yep, you've got it exactly right." Alchemists use their craft to supercharge its healing powers, turning it into a potion that seals and restores every wound. He shoved a potion into her hands, one he'd brewed with Lamu, and another he'd personally crafted. Daisy squinted at them and immediately clocked it. His potion was top tier, while hers sat at a shaky, medium level. Raph demanded to know what changed in their plan, but she couldn't pinpoint a single difference. He calmly told him the real difference came down to how they pictured the herb refining process, and that mental picture decided whether the potions came out weak or powerful. And if you wanted to truly master any skill, you had to hit the books hard and learn it properly. In the next scene, Sylvia greeted Wrath with a bright smile. She'd already heard from her sister that he'd finally thrown himself into adventuring. He made it crystal clear, he only took alchemy jobs, so deep down, he wasn't really an adventurer at all. Sylvia teased that she really hoped Laith hadn't brought up the fainting incident. Then Laith showed up and asked, "So, how are you holding up?" With the Laith-Warren apron hiding her face, she winked and playfully scolded Wrath, reminding him she was still a girl. Then he quickly apologized. She slammed a pot onto the table and told everyone to dig in before it cooled. And while Rates swore he hadn't shown up to eat, Lackey shot back that since he was their guest, he'd sit down with them. Sylvia shot Laith an apology for dumping all the work on her, but Laith waved it off, saying she still wasn't fully recovered, yet this was her first time making the dish. And somehow, she felt it turned out great. While they ate, Laith leaned in and asked Wrath how he was doing. Wrath lit up and told him he'd started teaching Daisy alchemy, and Laith couldn't help wondering if he'd pass it on to Daisy the exact way he learned it. Rot shot back that it would probably take decades, maybe even a whole lifetime to reach that level. Sylvia leaned in and demanded to know if he taught himself alchemy. But the moment he brought up his mentor, the air turned cold and his whole mood sank. When she pressed him for answers about them, He didn't hold back. He called them utterly hopeless. He told me how as a kid, his mentor basically tossed him into deadly, beast-infested situations for training, then never lifted a finger to do chores, just a wasteful, stumbling drunk who was totally unreliable. He flat out said he didn't want to see them again, ever. After dinner, just as Wrath got ready to bolt out the door, Sylvia hurriedly vested him up. She lit up with real gratitude and blurted, saying, he used his elixir to save her sister's life. Wraith grinned, relieved he could finally lend a hand. Then he tore off straight to his inn. With Daisy's request finally handled, he set his sights on the guild, then spotted a crowd waiting like something big was about to go down. He rushed in, eyes locked on the chaos, desperate to find out what was going on. He spotted Amelia, and she practically begged him for help on the double. Right at the town entrance, the adventurers got slammed. One was critically injured. Wraith froze for a second because Emilio already knew the truth about his elixir. And if you use it in public, you're playing with fire. He remembered Laddie's warning. Dangerous people were hunting him because of his abilities. Wraith made his move and asked Amelia, aiming to lure him straight to the injured. He couldn't turn away from people he could still save, so she grabbed him and sprinted him straight to the town entrance, where he stumbled on a woman who was gravely wounded. After sizing her up, he clocked the truth. She'd been hit with blood loss, deadly rot, and even poison. He shoved a green potion into the guy holding her up and told him to use it to stop the blood loss, then handed over an elixir to seal her wound. But right then, he had no potion to counter the poison. While everyone grilled him about who he was, he snapped into action, cooked up a poison antidote, and shoved it into her fast. Once he gulped down the last drops from all 3 potions, the guy who finally clawed his way back to full health. The whole town practically erupted with joy. Someone's life was saved, and people kept pointing at Wraith, saying they'd seen him heal the girl's injuries with their own eyes. Wrath got slammed with non-stop requests for his services. He should have seen the chaos coming, and when he finally admitted it, he made it sound even worse than that time he was totally penniless. Wraith scanned the requests, and the bulk of them were people begging him to craft and sell elixirs. Most of them were loaded collectors or wealthy people who weren't even sick or hurt. The woman he saved showed up to thank him for curing her with that elixir, and swore she'd repay his kindness, no matter if it took her whole lifetime. Wrath admitted he used the elixir without her okay, so he never expected her to pay him. But she refused to sit still, insisting she'd do something for him, so he told her, if you ever need a hand, just ask. She nodded, then slipped out of the room. He was so lost in his own thoughts that he blanked on it, until she snapped him back, reminding him he'd used his powers to save someone. From that moment on, Rafe swore he'd only sell elixirs to people who truly needed them, and to stay safe, he'd hunt for other ways to fix their problems, without leaning on elixirs every time. He dove into hospital life to treat patients, but before long, the work started sucking the life right out of him. He was on the verge of wiping out almost every request that had been piling up, but his ingredients were starting to run out fast. It means he'll probably have to head back home for the first time in ages just to restock, or else he'd never be able to juggle any more requests. Rafe stormed into the Adventurers Guild to report that he'd finally finished the requests. Amelia told him a top-tier noble had made a direct request. Wrath studied the request, and Amelia snapped that it came from the Radium family, the same ones he'd already turned down. Rage surged as he weighed another refusal, but Amelia cut in that they were waiting outside to escort him. The Radium family is about to arrive, right here, any second. One of the kingdom's 4 great noble families traced its roots back to an ancient, respected bloodline linked to the country's founders, supporting the royal family while also running huge affairs like land control and foreign relations, with close ties to the Adventurers Guild. Amelia pumped him up with a wish of luck, and Wrath rewarded her with a warm, gentle smile. He just wanted to go home, crash into bed, and get some sleep, anything but stepping into their creepy mansion. Wraith leaned in and studied the mansion's exterior like it might strike back. A maid greeted him with a bright smile and hurried him inside. She rapped on the door and blurted out her rates, making sure her rivals heard every last word. Wraith couldn't stop wondering if the master would actually listen. Then his heart slammed in his chest the moment the master's voice hit, and by the time they stepped into that room, anxiety was choking him. A good-looking young man stepped up and introduced himself as Will's Requiem. Rafe threw in his name too, and the two of them just started shooting the breeze. Wrath would have rather been anywhere but there, chatting his life away, when Will straightened up like no formalities needed and asked him point blank whether he planned to sell him an elixir. Rate grinned and flat out refused. When Will held out 300 gold coins again, Ruth shook her head and refused it cold. Even when Will begged his family to back him up, the Rate still slammed the door in his face. Will clung to his firm stance, then flipped the moment and fired off a whole new question. Wraith shot back that he didn't just figure it out alone, he had a mentor, and he spilled who it was right after Will pressed for answers. Rafe warned that knowing it all wouldn't get them a single good thing, and then he leaned in and told me his teacher was an alchemist named Luria. Will's face twisted as he blurted out, "Wait, does Ruth mean the fallen hero?" Wraith's jaw dropped. Those rumors had even clawed their way to the capital, and Will couldn't help but smirk like, if Wraith really is Lurie's disciple, yeah, that makes everything click. He thanked Wrath and offered to set up a carriage to take him back. Wrath shut it down, saying he'd already planned another stop. Will smiled warmly, reached out his hand, and told everyone he was hoping for a brighter relationship ahead. They clapped hands in a deal-sealing handshake, and Rat tore out of the mansion in the middle of the city. With request after request crashing down on him, Wrath hadn't gotten a breath of peace, and the non-stop pressure had left him with just one lonely elixir, with his supplies all but gone, so he decided to hit the market that very day. While he was out, he suddenly ran into Sylvia and LaFay. Because of Wrath, Sylvia finally got the green light to step outside, and then she noticed something in her hand, so he grabbed her attention and asked what it was. She told him that Staff was forged to crank up her magic, and then she dropped the bomb that she's an adventurer too. Curiosity burned in him as he blurted, "So what's your adventure rank?" He nearly dropped his jaw when he heard Sylvia was an S-rank adventurer. Then he blurted out whether they were heading on a mission. LaFane just smiled and said they'd barely finished wiping out a water dragon. In this world, monsters weren't just monsters. They were ranked by brute strength. With SS as the peak and F as the basement, even the weakest dragon still had to be at least S-rank. When Ray realized one dragon could wipe out a whole nation in one strike, he couldn't help but think, yeah, Sylvia might have called him the abnormal one, but she was pulling off some wild, extraordinary feats too. Their conversation cut off and the girl sprinted to Daisy's place. As they kept moving, one burning question followed him. Where did his race even come from? And had he really been alone all his life? He reminded her he had a mentor, so she knew he wasn't truly alone. Then she asked why she was so curious, and she blurted that Wrath was incredible but never let anyone in, and LaFay chimed in that they hadn't exactly shared much about themselves with him either. They couldn't help but wonder what kind of shock would hit him when he found out, yeah, they weren't really sisters at all. Lath was sure she'd already hit the peak of shock until he heard just how different she used to be compared to who she was now. Sylvia was a girl goblins snatched away, yet she kept laughing through it like she knew he cared. All she could remember was her name, and nothing more. Lafayette had no family, so she took her in like a sister, and they moved in together and started building a life side by side. Sylvia realized she'd been leaning on Lath way too much, because when Lath told her to use magic to haul their things to the carriage, she had to prove she could do it on her own, like it was nothing. But then she jolted to a stop, then crumpled to the ground. Lave's mind spun in confusion, and worry clawed at him as everything started to go wrong. Sylvia swore the elixir should have healed her, but her body wouldn't move at all. Lave had to hold her, and even then, Sylvia was still fussing over the luggage. Lackey didn't care about the luggage at all. He just begged for Rate's help. Meanwhile, Wrath closed in on Daisy's shop, fast and sharp as a coming storm. He ditched the usual path, hauled himself through the streets, and somehow made it there safely. Now he was finally getting the hang of the capital. It was his first time walking into Daisy's shop as a real customer, and he couldn't even guess what the vibe would be like. Because the moment he pictured her face, he swore she'd light up like crazy, and right before he stepped in, the doors just wouldn't open. Daisy lit up her face with a bright, welcoming smile as soon as her customer stepped in. But the moment she spotted him, her fake facade shattered. She joked that him showing up without her asking was unheard of. Then he sighed, saying he was running low on ingredients and needed to restock. Dazing realized he wasn't just messing around. He was frantically saving lives, slinging his elixirs and everything else he could get his hands on. She demanded to know why he kept coming back to her, then pushed him to finally see his own worth. And trust me, this hit harder than it looked. Wraith grabbed every ingredient he'd need, and Daisy handed him 2 silver coins, grinning like he was a regular who'd come back for more. Wrath couldn't stop admiring her flawless customer service smile, and Daisy leaned in to ask what he planned to cook with those ingredients. And he admitted he was weighing whether to book an appointment. She warned that if someone brewed those kinds of medicines, the herbalists would get furious, and if a guy like him could make them better, their jobs would vanish overnight. Rot didn't mind at all. He'd even heard his mentor was hated by herbalists too. Daisy noticed he wasn't even fazed. Then she leaned in and told him the adventure he saved had been attacked in the most bizarre place imaginable. Wrath never saw it coming, even though he was the one who hauled them out in the first place. The attack hit in a spot where nobody had ever spotted monsters, right beside an empty house. The wound he bandaged was crawling with both poison and rot. Most monsters could poison, but only a rare few could rot your body from the inside. Maybe it was some undead monster or a special weapon doing the damage. Either way, that's what everyone was betting on. Nobody knew why the monster started crawling out, but people swore they popped up wherever the mana was thick and heavy. Odd things happen sometimes. Wraith grabbed his ingredients and stormed out of the shop, and the second he yanked the door open, a hand snatched him and lunged in, yanking him toward danger. It was Laith who blurted out an apology while dragging him forward, promising he'd spill the whole story later. She dragged him to her place, and there Wrath took one look at Sylvia because she'd fallen sick again. Laith's gut twisted with crushing guilt as an S-ranked adventurer, knowing he couldn't save them, and he was seconds from begging Wraith to help. Wraith snapped her words mid-sentence and swore Sylvia would be fine. Then he grinned and vowed he'd come for her and save her. Luffy gasped, bowed, and blurted thanks. Then Wrath told him the brutal truth. Sylvia couldn't move because of a condition called magic crystal disease. The magic crystal disease froze a person from the inside, turning their magical energy into stone and paralyzing them. And even the elixir rate only slowed the curse for Sylvia. It never cured it. This was the first time he'd ever faced that illness, but instead of panicking, he brewed a potion that could cure it. The problem was simple. He didn't have the right ingredients. Luffy stepped up and promised to grab them, but Wrath snapped that she didn't even know which herbs to look for. He asked her to come with him to his house. Monsters prowled there, but the ingredients they needed were growing just outside. Lave practically jumped at the chance, eager to help. The crystallization was creeping only in Sylvia's hands and feet, and in about 7 days it would slam straight into her heart, Wrath warned Lathe. They had roughly a week before the disease turned deadly, so they decided to leave the very next morning. Until then, Wrath had to cram in one last round of preparations, then he bolted home. Lathe grabbed his attention and stopped him cold to pour out her heartfelt gratitude. Rates flashed a grin and hurried off, leaving everyone behind in the dust. He locked himself in his home lab and got to work. Wrath mixed a poison antidote with a healing ointment, then blended a monster-repelling potion with one meant to mend wounds. Finally, he yanked his ring off his finger and slapped it down on the table. Next morning, Lathe showed up with the carriage ready to roll. They piled in and launched into the unknown, racing to snag the last herbs they still needed. Rafe leaned in and asked who was taking care of Sylvia, and Lathe shot back that Amelia had her covered. Wraith figured Amelia was helping out of love for LaFay, like he'd practically begged her to step in. And honestly, Wraith couldn't think of anyone better to look after Sylvia right now. After he examined Sylvia, Wrath couldn't shake one burning question. He'd noticed the magic crystal disease started in the northeast, and yeah, that's not the kind of thing Sylvie would have noticed in the capital. Wraith asked if she'd ever been to the northeast. Laffy shook her head. Never, not since the moment they met. Lafayette finally confessed that they weren't true biological sisters. After Sylvia wiped her memories and found herself with no family, she rushed in, saved her, and took her in. Wraith leaned in to listen. Lathe said it like it was nothing, but that kind of choice, when Lathe was still so young, was anything but small. With Sylvie's memory wiped clean, it's like she could have been from the northeast before everything went blank. Lafayette swore he'd never forget it, and leaned in, demanding to know where Rate's house was. Rafe grew up in a tiny wooden house farther down the road, tucked away in the forest where people rarely lived, and that's exactly where his mentor raised him, until she vanished without a trace one day. Rat still couldn't shake the mystery of his mentor's whereabouts. Then, out of nowhere, the forest threw an injured man right in their path. Wraith tended to him, and the man blurted out whether they were heading straight into the forest. Once they confirmed it, he snapped that it was a terrible idea. The man told Laith that a blood wolf monster had mauled him, and somehow he'd barely clawed his way out alive. Then Laith leaned in and demanded to know more about that monster. After thanking him, they laid out the real reasons they had to keep going. Before long, they burst into the forest where Wraith lived. They started walking, and the journey really kicked off. Monsters made the carriage route too dangerous to keep going, so Wraith and Laith crept forward in total stealth, and Wraith warned Laith to watch for monsters. As an S-ranked adventurer, Laith stayed razor-sharp, alert for a fight at any second, her eyes snapping across every inch of the battlefield. They were halfway to his house, no monsters in sight yet, so Wrath was convinced one was about to crash the party any second. A freezing jolt slammed into his head, and right before Lefane died, he managed to warn him. Right before the explosion ripped the world apart. Wrath just barely ducked out of the way when a C-ranked Bloodwolf's attack came crashing in. And it wasn't alone, surrounding them from every side. They were trapped in the middle of pure danger. Reet stayed icy calm like this was normal, but inside his chest he was terrified out of his mind and itching to bolt. Laith burned with a desperate need to break free. Then he lunged at the wolves with a furious strike. She kept them busy while Wraith bolted to find somewhere to run and hide. She admitted she couldn't take on that many attackers while still shielding him, and Wraith's worry over her vanished. She tore straight through the walls, and the ferocity in her sliced into everyone's memory. He bolted, feeling totally helpless as he hunted for a hiding spot, while Lathy fought off the Bloodwolves. Ray felt utterly pathetic as he dove into hiding. Then the horrifying Bloodwolves kept bursting into the scene, one after another. And you bolted away from them, adrenaline screaming in your ears. They came barreling in by the dozens. So he cracked open a potion built to drive back animal-type monsters. He was 100% sure it would work. Then he hurled it. But the walls just sniffed it, then hung there like they were waiting for more, and snapped back into the chase, racing straight after him. He sprinted at full speed, baffled. Why did that potion fail? Then it hit him. Their noses were dulled, like the scent was shut off. He yanked the potion and splashed it straight into their eyes. A homemade dye meant to temporarily blind them. Then he hurled something to scramble their hearing, wiping out their sight and sound so they'd be completely thrown off. Exhausted to his bones, he still had to rush. He couldn't stop until he found Lefay. He slammed down out of the tree, and, as he hit the ground, he nearly made the startled onlookers jump. Lefay had just wiped out the wolves, and now he was burning to hunt him down. That creepy sound hit his ears, and he sprinted toward it with a laugh, because the instant he felt something was off, he knew trouble was coming. Wraith cursed his rotten luck and bolted away from a skeleton that was blazing with fire. He broke down the fight. Skeletons had no senses, so potions and poison dyes were dead weight, then focused on the real threat, a towering, over 2-meter skeleton with a tree-felling sword that was terrifying, but still flinched under holy water. With just 3 vials left, Wraith knew it wouldn't slow the thing down much, so he snapped into action and cooked up another plan. He hurled something straight at the skeleton, and it landed with a deadly kind of effectiveness. He kept brewing, squeezing his compress hard and shaking the potions with all the agitation he could muster. That was Cauchina, cold and normal on its own, but the second you mixed it with water, it turned sticky and clung like glue. Lefay tore through the streets, hunting for Wraith. Spotting the smoke from earlier, he shot his eyes toward it. Wrath managed to pin the skeleton down for a moment, but he couldn't stop it. Then it broke free and came after him again. So he had no choice. He had to bolt out and track down Lefay. Wraith put distance between himself and the skeleton, stopped hearing it scraping, and then he decided to fire off a smoke signal. He crushed the fruit core, normally used for dye, tossed it into a bubbling alchemy pot, then shoved everything so hard it detonated into a choking cloud of gas. A botched alchemy attempt, something people don't even mean to try, because sure, he understood the theory, but this was his very first real shot. He decided to lie low and wait for Lefay, even weighing the idea of scrambling up a tree. Then that massive skeleton sword came crashing down with bone-rattling force. Cracking his resistance ring, he tore through his final defense. Wraith didn't just lose his ring, he got hit by a brutal attack, and it shook him to his core. He figured he could have squeezed out more time if he'd used it smarter, because now his tricks were gone, and his energy was slipping away fast. It looked like the universe just slammed the door on him for good. The skeleton bore down on him then. Just as it struck, he slipped out of reach. Laith burst in on the scene and blasted the creature with her crush ability. LeFay checked to Frith, and when she saw he was fine, he still couldn't help but blush, and that instant made Frith giggle at how he never let fear win. He asked where her sword went, and she snapped back that she'd already flung it earlier, right at the skeleton's arm. But when they finally looked, the skeleton was regenerating right before their eyes, spelling disaster for LeFay. She told Raph to stay back and let the skeleton have it, alone. He thought she'd finally won it, until the truth hit. She couldn't finish it, no matter how hard she tried, it just wouldn't go down. A skeleton was unleashing magic, and it didn't look like it was done. So she slammed through the spell with sheer force. With her fracture-fueled skills, she lunged in, and suddenly, Rafe found himself caught in her arms like a love-struck prince. After that girl scooped him up, he swore he'd never marry. Lafayette laid it out. They had to bolt, because the skeleton was unbeatable. And she shot back, "Do you even know the way to your house?" Ray snapped into focus. He had to grab the ingredients he needed while he steered her through the chaos as that skeleton hunted them down. Suddenly, the skeleton halted mid-advance, snarling like a beast. Wrath's stomach dropped as he wondered what it was up to, then watched blood pool up the walls. He told Laffy that the skeleton was calling up even more bloodwalds, and she swore she'd fight them off, while sprinting and dragging him along. A blood-soaked wolf lunged in and tore into him, but she cut through it mid-run, still hauling him in her arms. Wraith stared in awe again, and the second he asked, that laugh somehow sensed something was coming. She snapped that the blood walls weren't even alive. She got suspicious fast, thought the skeleton was puppeteering the dead, and she pointed at their moving shadows. They finally realized the magic was steering them. Necromancy, plain and brutal. Magic that puppeted corpses, why they never smelled. So this was the first time I'd ever seen a skeleton sling magic like that. Among monsters, magic was rare. Only a handful could pull it off, like dragons blasting their breath with arcane power, while raising and controlling corpses was a trick almost exclusively reserved for top-tier mages. If they ranked the skeleton, it'd be top tier. Rafe immediately asked what they'd do. Latte said they had to fight it, then told him to grab everything he'd need while she slammed herself against the enemies, because they were right near his house. They sprinted their hearts out and finally burst through the door. Lackey dropped him off, and he bolted inside as she tore into the wolves. The place sat stale and dusty from years of being left behind, but when he saw it was still standing, pure relief hit him like a wave. The rates material was locked away in the basement. Everything stayed perfectly intact, and he reached again, grabbing only what he needed, no more, no less. The stuff he risked his life to gather wasn't just luck, it was going to save him later. He spotted a sword and felt the sting of the memory. His mentor had sent him out to hunt ingredients just like this. He remembered getting jumped, crying that he was seconds from death, and screaming at his mentor for nearly getting him killed. She waved him in like it was nothing, totally brushing off how dusty he looked, then snapped that he'd better stash the ingredients the right way. He couldn't wrap his head around it. When he stumbled back bruised and battered, she'd dropped that bomb, and he still hadn't heard a word about undead showing up there. Since she never even brought it up, she leaned into the act and played dumb, like she truly had no clue about the undead either. She swore undead were a cakewalk, just throw holy water at them and it's done. But Wraith shot her a reminder. He couldn't use magic like she could, because if he tried, he'd get ripped apart before he even made it splash a single drop. She teased him that he'd end up more fillet than minced meat, and none of it would even matter once he was dead. Then she thrust a sword into his hands as a gift. Once upon a time, that long-forgotten blade was finally pulled out, and it tore through undead like it was built for it. But Wraith's sword skills are seriously lacking, so he rushes back to the present, grabs the sword, and prays his unreliable mentor might finally give him some real guidance. He wrestled with the idea of handing the sword to LaFay. The second he stepped outside, his house crumpled to the ground. Laith sprinted over in full panic, frantically checking if he was all right, but Wrath exploded, livid that she'd just cost him every last ingredient he'd bled to gather. He passed her the sword and told her it could take down the enemy, but you could hear the doubt in his voice. He didn't have much confidence, and he even admitted he hadn't made it himself. The sword felt ridiculously light in his hand, and when Lackey swung it and smashed a skeleton to pieces, the skeleton's regeneration just wouldn't kick in. Her slash struck true with that sword, and the skeleton bolted, fleeing in panic after the blow. LeFay, locked in, no hesitation, pounced on it the second it appeared, blasted through its escape, and finished it off before it could vanish. Wraith was blown away, and Laith shrugged it off, saying her S-rank standing wasn't luck at all. She just gave the credit to the blade forged from the skeleton's own body. Right after the fight, a massive magic gem burst into the world like it had been waiting to reveal itself. These gems are crystallized magical energy, prime fuel for magical devices, and they're usually ripped from the most dangerous monsters where they power everything. Wrath had never laid eyes on one, yet he'd always dreamed of crafting with it in his alchemy, and now he finally had his shot. These gems were insanely rare and didn't get traded easily, so getting this one was already a huge win, and landing the gem and the ingredients they were hunting felt like absolute victory. But Rot was crushed when those precious materials, now buried in the rubble of his destroyed house, were lost forever. That crushing loss nearly broke them, but it was already set in stone after they'd smashed the skeleton and grabbed the ingredients they came for. They had to bolt back home fast. 2 days after Sildia crumpled, LeFay and Wraith finally tore into the capital. With just 5 days left to save Sylvia, Laith bolted over to check on her sister Amelia and Sylvia, both already knocked out in sleep. Wraith started mixing the potion as Lackey rushed to care for her sister. Silly's magic crystal disease happens when raw magical energy crystallizes inside her body, so Wraith decided to brew a potion from monster ingredients to suck that power right out. The terror of Vito was raging, Monster Vito himself, an SS-ranked monster from the north, infamous for draining everyone's magical energy until they're left powerless. Touching it would drain your life force, and when handlers lost control after getting hit, they went down, sometimes dead. That's why stopping a Vito took magic gloves designed to seal off the effect and keep you conscious. Wraith's mentor had already wiped out those creatures for her experiments, then used the scraps she left behind. He soaked the Vito back to life, poured in water, and heated it up, purifying and turning it into vapor. Medicinal potions didn't follow the usual recipe. They ditched key ingredients, and the real make-or-break step was sublimation. To snuff out the Vito's energy-absorbing power for good, only top-tier alchemists could do it on purpose. Rafe locked in, trusting every ounce of his power, while Lafayette watched the whole room start to blaze. Lafayette watched Wrath at work, stunned by his skill, and he instantly got exactly how masterful he really was. Handed him Sylvia's treatment with complete trust. After the tense minutes finally grind to a stop, the potion is ready. Sylvia just has to take the first drink. Because she was already asleep, Rafe didn't dare shake her awake. He let her be, then crashed at the table for a quick rest until morning. He jolted awake in the morning, then gulped down the potion and headed straight for LeFay. The second he saw her, he demanded where Amelia was, and Laith told him Amelia had just rushed home after taking care of Sylvia. He leaned in and told Laffy he'd finally finished crafting the potion, which made her so happy she welled up with tears. Then she and he knocked on Sylvie's door and slipped right into her room. Sylvia's whole body was swallowed up in nothing but ones. Latvian Wraith sprinted to her side and raised the blade. When Wraith checked her over, she gasped. This disease was spreading faster than they'd hoped. Then he shoved the potion into Sylvia's hands and told her to drink it. She did, but the wounds didn't magically disappear. Laffy snapped, panicking and asking what happened, and Wraith just grinned and assured her the potion works. And just like that, he moved with patience. No need to panic if the results didn't show up right away. Wraith shot Sylvia a stern warning to hold her magic until he said so. Then he scanned her power and watched her magic flow steady out, proving the potion worked. He flashed them a broad grin and swore her life wasn't in danger anymore, then told them to rest up and take it easy for the rest of the day. When Laith finally heard Wraith's words, relief crashed over him like a wave. Then fear flickered right back, because they were still worried about Sylvia. And the second that tension snapped, his legs just gave out. The moment Rat slipped out, they all burst into celebration together. He ended the day feeling completely satisfied after using LeFay's place. But then it hit him. He desperately needed room to lay out his ingredients and mix his potions, because that in-Weraith state was way too cramped, and if he didn't get more space, he couldn't treat some patients the way they deserved. He craved a huge workspace where he wouldn't have to worry about bothering a single soul. As he stepped into Daisy's shop, you could tell his mind was miles away. So she leaned in and asked what was weighing on his mind, and he admitted how calm and peaceful her shop felt. Just days ago, he gambled his precious light-gathering stash in the forest, while a hulking skeleton and a pack of blood wolves chased him down. Daisy couldn't shake the fear. Was that skeleton the very monster that attacked? And did that wraith save someone during the chaos? He blinked in shock when the guild rovers reported 2 people had spotted a giant skeleton in a forest that was supposedly monster-free, and that detail felt seriously off. Daisy grilled the skeleton's fate, and Wraiths answered that they already beat it, crediting the adventurer for most of the work he put in. When Daisy asked, "Who is it?" she couldn't ignore one thing. The skeleton was at least a plus rank. Raph leaned in and admitted he was with LeFay, and Daisy's eyes widened, because LeFay was the youngest ever S-ranked adventurer. Daisy couldn't believe it. Wrath actually knew someone that famous, especially since he'd only been in the capital for under 6 months. The very next day, Soviet was completely back on his feet, stronger, sharper, and looking like he'd leveled up overnight. Her magic started flowing cleanly again, and she bounced back to full health. Sylvia burst into tears of joy and wrapped her arms around Wraith, thanking him over and over, while Wraith finally exhaled, relieved that it all worked out. Wrath brought up the guild talk about the skeleton they'd just fought. Sylvia told me that same morning someone came knocking, begging her to wipe out a monster in the very same forest near the capital we'd just visited. Wraith nearly choked when the request singled her out by name. Then the client hit her with the truth. He was the head of the Radium family, one of the 4 great noble houses. Ruth knew exactly who that man was. Sylvia caught herself grinning because, yeah, she'd already beaten the skeleton, and she couldn't stop laughing. A blood wall is still standing, and they're gearing up to report the skeleton incident to the guild. Ruth decided to join her because she needed that magic gem to seal the defeat, and Sylvia was refusing to stay behind. The 3 headed to the guild side by side, and Wraith couldn't stop staring at the city's wild mix of shops, so they promised him, next time, they'd take him straight to a weapon shop. They stopped at a jewelry store, and Sylvia lit up as she admired a necklace for LeFay. Raph tore into the pile of accessories, hunting for something that could replace his shattered ring. Sylvia, desperate to give him something that would actually help him heal, leaned in and asked if he wanted anything. Sylvia's radiant smile was impossible to ignore, so Ruth slipped her a ring and let the moment hit. Even though he was eyeing something else, she dug in and insisted on the ring, and when Sylvie said a necklace is for safety but a ring hits much more personally, she couldn't help blushing. After snagging the perfect gifts, the whole crew rushed into town, right as they pulled up at the guild where Amelia had just gone. Couldn't believe it. Sylvia was standing there, totally healthy, and it lit up their whole world. Amelia's kindness got his heartfelt thanks pouring out. Wrath felt warmth pour through him from their tight, unbreakable bond. Amelia asked Lappy straight up if she was the one coming for that monster request. LeFay backed it up, saying they'd crushed the threat. Then everyone trekked into the forest to gather ingredients and heal Sylvia. Amelia stared, amazed by their feat, and Wrath then pulled out a magic gem from the skeleton to show her. Only an S-ranked adventurer could have brought down a monster that brutal, and even though Amelia knew Lath's strength, she still warned him not to burn himself out. She tested the gem and confirmed it was real, because it was all just a setup to slip back to the Radium family, with the prize waiting for her in just 3 days. Despite Wrath's protests, Lappy pushed through and insisted on handing him the entire reward. She made it crystal clear. She wasn't doing this for profit, it was all for Sylvia, so she happily let Raph take the reward for beating that skeleton. Wraith relented, but the weight of those 200 gold coins nearly crushed him. He opened a shop and it still got suggested, while running a shop without ever getting overwhelmed by the hard stuff. Wrath talked it over with Daisy, then decided to skip the plan and build a workshop instead. For an alchemist, a workshop wasn't just a room. It was a holy ground where experiments raged non-stop without a single interruption. Wrath, just like every other alchemist, loved that kind of space, so he tucked his experiments into a quiet underground workshop in the forest. But life in the capital and the pull of money kept yanking his focus away. With that extra cash in hand, he finally had what he needed to build one. He rushed into Daisy's shop to hand over the plans from his workshop, and Daisy couldn't stop wondering why he'd made this sudden move. Roth told her that his brand new wealth finally gave him a shot at his dream, and he wanted her help since she was connected. Then he admitted he didn't know a single skilled craftsman, so he leaned on the clever Daisy for guidance. Daisy practically blushed. Wraith's master had gone and built her own workshop, a total rarity. Daisy jumped in, offered to hook him up with the right people, and made it clear she wanted to join the project too. Rat never saw her coming. He'd already picked someone else to help build the workshop. Daisy's mood turned razor sharp as she insisted she was doing it for his sake, and Wraith, put off by her reclusive vibe, couldn't push back any further. Even though they worried about leaving her shop empty, Daisy shoved him onward and said she'd be shutting it down that very afternoon anyway. While they walked, Daisy peppered Wrath of questions about who he had in mind, and he said it was Sylvia LaFay's sister. Daisy, staring at Wraith like he was out of his mind, wondered if he'd really be foolish enough to trust an S-rank adventurer. Then Wraith snapped back, "Not my idea." When he asked about the workshop builder, Daisy snapped that they were nothing short of a full-blown eccentric. Wrath didn't even blink at Daisy's odd behavior. He knew her, so the weirdness never rattled him. She pulled up to an ordinary house and arrived there together. They knocked, and the moment the door swung open, a joyful woman beamed at them. She clung to Daisy, hugging her hard after Daisy demanded to be freed, and that odd shift caught Wrath off guard, till Daisy snapped at her to stop, right now. The woman choked back tears, pouring her heart out for Daisy, only for Daisy to shut her down with a freezing, merciless rejection. Then she spotted Wrath, and he stepped up to introduce himself. She was Nicola, and somehow she already seemed to know all about him. Wrath blurted out he wanted to build a workshop, and Daisy had vouched for her to take the job. Nicola couldn't help smiling as Daisy backed Wraith's idea for a workshop. Then she leaned in and asked if it was his first, shuffling the papers in her hands. Wrath told him he'd already done it once and knew exactly what it took, but this time he wanted to set it up in the two-story building where he lived. He said he already had a prototype for the workshop and planned to build straight off it, then admitted he was working with a 200 gold coin budget, though he could stretch it a bit if things got tough. Nicola clocked that this budget opened a ton of doors and leaned in, asking Wraith what he planned to build in that workshop. Wraith said it was mainly meant for whipping up potions and building magical devices. Then he whipped out a magic gem in front of her, grilling her on whether it could power up their workshop. Nicola's eyes lit up as she told Wraith, "Show me the place you're thinking for the workshop," and she hinted they'd talk costs after her visit. They stood by while she grabbed a few things. Wrath finally leaned in and grilled Daisy about how she knew Nicola, and Daisy told him they met back when she was an adventurer, staying close ever since. Wrath's eyes widened when he found out Daisy used to be an adventurer. When Nicola came back, we sprinted to the Wraith's Plan Living Workshop site, big, open, and ready for anything. Inside, Nicola started scouring the area, then quickly put together a quote, right while she dealt with the magic gem, too. She asked if Wraith wanted to use it to store magical energy, and Wraith froze, because magic gems were usually for powering devices, not for the energy storage idea Nicola was pitching. She told him that Wrath already had a whole stash of magical gadgets packed into his workshop, and feeding them non-stop was exhausting, so she suggested a gem that could store magical energy, letting him fire up his tools instantly. Magical devices gulp energy non-stop, so having a big stored reserve would make everything way easier, and Wrath was all for it. Then Nicola leaned in and said they'd kick off the workshop build in just about a week. Out of nowhere, she snapped her tone and grilled Wrath about what's going on between him and Daisy. Ray felt a cold shiver crawl up his spine, and before the tension could crush him, he bolted to get out. Nicola clamped a hand on his neck before he could get a word out, and Daisy quickly explained they shared a powerful bond. Then she corrected the details, saying it wasn't teacher and student, and revealed that Wrath had been teaching her all kinds of things. Shaking all over, Wrath realized her explanation sounded completely off. Pale as a ghost, Nicola stormed up to Wrath and warned him, mess with Daisy again, and he'd pay for it. Wraith swore he'd never pull something like that, and the moment Nicole felt that chill lift, she smiled like nothing happened. She swept Daisy into a big hug and planted a kiss, swearing she was heading home, while Daisy squirmed and fought off her over-the-top affection. After Nicole got eliminated, everything got left behind. Wraith had no clue where to look. He asked Daisy if she really wanted to come back next week, but Daisy stayed locked in and didn't budge, telling her she couldn't rein in Nicola's way too affectionate heart. And then she shot Ruth a thank you for the day. Next up, Wrath and Lathe headed out together, and she grilled him, asking what he was shopping for. He promised he'd buy anything that caught his eye, like decorations for the interior of his workshops, and then, laughing, she asked how the workshops were coming along. Wraith shot back that it would all fall into place. Then he yanked out a flower clip and he set it on LaFay, and her cheeks went red as she swore she couldn't pull off something that feminine. A shop owner spotted Wrath and Lathe and grilled them, asking if today was their shopping day, then offered them a discount on the spot. They hurriedly clarified that they weren't dating. Rafe started grabbing the things he wanted, while Lathe just waited on his side like, dinner could wait too, and then Rafe asked if Saltia and Lathe wanted anything they liked. Lathe claimed she didn't have any real preferences, but Sylvia absolutely loved anything sweet. When Wraith joked that the girls Sylvia's age always go wild for sweets, Lacking shot back that he sounded way too old. Wraith remembered Daisy saying the same thing, and for a moment his chest sank. Then he shook it off, and they decided to whip up dessert, heading straight to Wraith's kitchen. In the kitchen, they fired up the stove and started cooking dragon meat. Wraith lunged to help, but that tough meat fought back and wouldn't slice. Laffy told him to slice up the veggies while she dealt with the meat, because that dragon meat was so tough it practically fought back. Even with everything going wrong, they still cooked up a mouth-watering meal. The soldier's eyes lit up the moment he saw the food, and you could tell he'd already been a fan of anything dairy-infused. And they were practically vibrating with excitement to try Wraith's dessert, so they dug into dinner, chatting like it was no big deal right after. LaFay and Wrath scrubbed the dishes in the kitchen, and then LaFay leaned in, asking about Wrath's workshop. Any day now. She pictured his workshop like a treasure vault. Magical gadgets everywhere, ingredient shelves stocked to the brim, because it had to be packed with strange goodies. After cleaning, raise them up, thank them for the meal, and head back home. Then a week later, you bring them back home again. Rathmet stood there with Nikolai and Daisy, announced he'd brought in reinforcements. Sylvia. And Sylvia stepped forward like, "Hey, I'm Sylvia." Nearly crushed Nicola under the weight of her cuteness. Nicola wanted to pull her into a hug, but she swallowed the urge because this was their very first meeting. Daisy couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy when she started comparing herself to Sylvia. Sylvie told Wrath that he'd asked her to help, though she had no clue what her role was supposed to be. Nicola let out a chuckle and told Sylvia she didn't have to bust her ass. Nicola and Daisy had her back and would cover for her. Daisy stepped up to Sylvia, pouring out her hope that they'd click and crush it together. Sylvia felt Daisy's charm hit her like a tidal wave, too strong to ignore. Sylvia leaned in and quietly grilled Wrath about Daisy, basically melting over how adorable she was. Ray blurted out Daisy's real name, and then dropped the bomb that she was older than Sylvia, so Sylvia froze, panicked hard, and switched into super formal speech. With everyone gathered, Wrath leaned in and demanded to know if the preparations were ready. Nicolette shot back that her magic bag was stocked to the brim, clutching it tight in her hands. That bag swallowed space itself, stuffing way more inside than its size ever promised. An ultra-rare, priceless item that took advanced magic to forge, and you definitely won't find it sitting on any normal shelf. Nicola told me her mage friend teamed up with her and helped her power through everything together. Wraith was stunned by the thought of making something with someone else, and he had no clue what would happen next. Since he'd never tried anything like this before, he decided to seek out a mage, hoping they could team up and forge something truly jaw-dropping together. It was time to clock in, but Sylvia kept slipping off into her own thoughts, while Nicola just stood there, watching. In the workshop, Nicola yanked furniture out of her magic bag and pinned it in place with spatial magic. Wraith couldn't help but be blown away. Sylvia pushed him, asked if he was genuinely blown away, because stuff like that was basically everyday magic for mages. She said spatial magic was brutal, just as tangled and tough as her own magic. Wraith, fired up with inspiration, leaned in and asked Sylvia if she wanted to team up and forge a magic bag together. Sylvia flashed a grin and nodded right away, buzzing with excitement at the idea. Wraith practically buzzed with excitement at the idea of finally having his very own magic bag. They dove into potion making, and Nicholas snapped a magical device into place to lock the ingredients in tight. Those same ingredients only stay safe when they're stored at the exact right temperatures and humidity levels, because one wrong setting can wreck everything before the workshop even starts. The crew split up the jobs, then locked in side by side to start getting it done. Right after finishing his first job, Wraith dove into his second, then spotted Daisy and Sylvia chatting like nothing was going on. Sylvia was mid-conversation when Daisy snapped, "Hey, focus!" and pushed them to pour their magical energy straight into the skeleton's magic gem. Nicola labored alone, assembling the magical device, while Sylvia, still stuck at the mage's side, fought to charge the magic gem. Nicola felt restless and oddly pointless, so he started sketching out the workshop setup for tomorrow, like he had to prove he mattered. As they gear up to forge magical devices, Nicola leans in and demands ideas. Blurted out his idea, itching to share it right then and there. He pulled out the magic circle he'd designed, and the moment Nicola saw it, his interest lit up like fire. Daisy and Sylvia repuzzled. Sylvia stared, shocked she'd never seen a circle like that before, and Wraith snapped in. "Relax, it's not for spells, it's built for something else." Daisy, clearly fed up, demanded to know what it was even for. He explained the circle was built to forge magical devices with an alchemical pen, so once he filled it with the exact magical power he wanted, he could turn plain accessories into real spell-wielding gear. He decided to fuel the circle using energy pulled straight from a magic gem, and that same power would also turbocharge the creation of new circles. Normally, those magic circles are one and done. Once they forge a magical device, they fizzle out, and you have to draw a brand new circle for the next one. Then a rate suggested something wild. If a magic gem kept feeding the system, that circle could stay reusable, turning from a one-shot spell into a permanent one, as long as you were ready to burn through a ton of energy. Luckily, they had a skeleton's magic gem packed with an S-ranked mage's power. Nicola could feel Wrath's plan was brilliant, but he needed time to dig into that brand new circle. Daisy and Sylvia stayed baffled while Wrath and Nicola finally finished their heated talk. Wrath threw out an apology for leaving them out, then leaned in and asked Sylvia if she wanted to finally team up and craft the magic bag they'd been talking about. He begged her to enchant the bag with special magic. Following Nicholas's instructions, then his stomach sank, because he feared it might all go wrong. Rafe grabbed the essentials, veto fluid, a bag, and a brush, and set to work. He soaked the bag with a fluid laced with his magic, then traced a one-of-a-kind magic circle across its surface. And since it was his first try, every step fought him tooth and nail. Daisy and Sylvia stood by, holding their breath as they waited. Sylvia stepped in and launched spatial expansion magic straight onto the circle. She demanded everyone back and kicked off the ritual right there. When they finally wrapped it up, they just stared, half expecting it to fail. So Wraith ripped open the bag and tested what was inside. Inside, it was absolutely massive, way bigger than I expected. It sounded like success on the surface, but Wraith instantly felt something was seriously off. Suddenly, the bag burst open and liquid came pouring out everywhere. Blazing into existence, it twists and swells into a roaring, growing sphere of vortex. Daisy clamped onto Wright's foot as the sphere yanked them straight into the void. Sylvia snapped her magic into place, stopping the absorption cold and sparing everyone from serious injury. But that expanding sphere smashed the house walls and tore up everything nearby. After they finally caught their breath and steadied their legs, they all nodded and decided that the move that mattered most was hitting Nicolo up. Sylvia's magic finally worked. Then, everything crashed, because the real problem was the magic circle Nicola had drawn. Because it was his first try, he probably botched the markings ones meant to trap the space expansion inside the bag. The faulty circle backfired, and the expansion ripped outward in a violent burst. It decided to start by checking the damage. Then it chose the biggest, closest to the entrance room in the workshop, the core, packed with the magic gem and most of the magical devices. Wrath couldn't shake the dread. Other rooms probably got wrecked too, and he felt sick knowing his mess did it. Nicola finally showed up and told them their original plan was dead in the water, so he swallowed it, squared up, and swore he'd use every single one of them. He poured every last savings into building the finest workshop he could imagine. A few days later, they slammed everything back together and the damage was fully fixed. And the workshops outside looked downright jaw-dropping. Curiosity got the best of him. He stepped inside to see if Nicola had finally finished his request. As soon as he stepped in, he saw endless magic circles built to siphon power straight from the magic gem, supercharging every magical device they forged. Made of mithril, a rock-solid material that conducts magic like lightning. Nicole said they weren't finished yet. Those circles still needed their final markings, so she'd already lined up 5 small ones to keep the space from getting cluttered. Mithril's magic basically flowed through it with unmatched ease, and that's why it was perfect. Too bad it was rare and a total nightmare to work with, especially after everything went down. Daisy had said it already. Nicola's skill was downright astonishing. She told him charging straight into mithril is brutal, so she handed him a custom mithril tool for the job, then once he was done, she'd snap the circuits together and connect it to the magic gem. Wraith's gut churned with anxiety, but he refused to mess up again, so with all his hard-earned know-how, he painstakingly sketched every magic circle, line by line, like his life depended on it. When it was time for Nicola to finally link them up, she started pacing with the gem in hand, brow furrowed as she tried to crack its mystery. Rat leaned in, couldn't help asking what she was up to, and she grinned. She was shaping the circuit with magic, not just talking about it. He begged to watch, and she nodded right away. Then he leaned in and asked if she'd been an adventurer too, just like Daisy. She teased that Daisy probably dropped some love story, but he shot back that nothing like that ever happened. Nicola told me about the time she chased after Daisy, only for Daisy to flat out refuse to join a single adventuring party. Nicola fell for her the second she saw her, and when Wrath demanded why she stopped adventuring, she finally told him the truth. And that's when crafting turned into her whole focus, pushed there by one person who lit a fire in her soul. She's not just a guide, she's the one who's steering her through every wild step of the crafting journey. She looked stunning on the outside, but the real fire burned on the inside, sharp, smart, and stubbornly determined, and that's exactly who Nicola wanted to become. Wraith leaned in and demanded her name. She answered, Luria, the kingdom's legendary hero and Wraith's own mentor. Wrath, Luria's disciple, grabbed Nicola's attention and warned him not to put her on a pedestal, and it totally stunned Nicola. She'd heard Luria had a charming apprentice and pressed him for her whereabouts, but he had no idea. Even with all the pushback, Nicola swore he'd find a way to meet Luria again because nothing was stopping him. Rat saw the steel in his resolve and didn't argue. Their mission was finally done, and the moment hit like a hard-earned victory. Nicola kept the magical devices running perfectly, and Wraith tore them through testing until they passed with flying colors. She urged him to speak up any time he felt dissatisfied or needed more help. Daisy and Sylvia came rushing in, drawn by the chaos, and Wraith practically couldn't wait to tell them the magic circles were actually working. So he finally flashed the word that his workshop was done for good. Later, Luffy got the word and fired off. How'd the workshop go? Wraith grinned and said it was absolutely amazing. But Amelia cut him off. She'd been waiting to meet him, and she pressed something into his hands that looked like a letter. Then she made it clear it wasn't. The royal family didn't ask. They issued a command, straight and unshakable. Next chapter, and boom, Luria shows up. Swinging into battle with a giant monster while sipping his drink like it's no big deal. She bolted through the streets because she'd heard Wrath was in the capital. When Wrath was 7, he was hanging with Luria, and he couldn't hold back. He asked her how she became that level of impressive. She grilled him on the one thing in alchemy that matters most. And he shot back that it was all about knowledge. Then Luria leaned in and said no, there's something way more critical than knowledge. Practical experience. She shoved him right before the monster and barked, "Snatch that fruit from near its nest, right now!" Like it was an easy game for a 7-year-old while he screamed in pure terror. Wraith finally had the dream of his life. Then he jolted awake and came tumbling off his chair. His living and working space had turned into the place he barely left, and now falling asleep during his alchemy work was something he did all the time. Under his mentor's hand, life felt like a non-stop grind, but now everything was way easier. Still, that letter from the royal family had him on edge, like something big was about to hit. That letter was a straight-up summons to the royal castle. 3 days, no excuses. Wraith had zero plans to ignore the royal family, but it gnawed at him because they never said what they needed from him. That dream with his mentor left him rattled, because it was the first time he'd even managed to remember her since he arrived in the capital. He briefly panicked that his mentor might drop by, then shook it off as overthinking, finished his morning routine, and headed out to go shopping. He'd start every morning by rushing to his workshop, like he was using alchemy to force plants to grow faster. His mood shot up the moment he remembered how tiny those plants used to be. After he lined up all his tools, he strapped in and headed out to hit the shops. Ray snatched a letter from his mailbox, straight from Looms, then realized it was about to change everything. And it hit him like a shockwave. He checked again and again, pinching himself, because it had to be real. And yeah, it really was the signal coming from those looms. He bolted to Lafayette and Sylvia and shouted for an emergency meeting. Something terrible had happened. Lathe asked if this was tied to the royal family's request, but Wrath snapped back that this was way, way worse. The girls were buzzing with excitement until Wraith dropped the bombshell that his mentor was about to arrive. They burst into laughter. Lafayette left stuck in confusion, not knowing whether to plan a party or leave it be. Wraith panicked blurted that he had to run right now. She knew his address, and that terror told him his peaceful life was about to get ripped apart. LaFay snapped at him to calm down. He clocked that his mentor was definitely something else, but he still couldn't shake the question of whether she had to be so extreme just to dodge her. Wraith argued a reunion could only be truly heartwarming if mentor and disciple actually got along. Yet his mentor was awful and completely out of touch. LaFay said his mentor was dying to see him, so he could just go meet her. Wraith snapped back that when he lived with her, he had to cook every single meal, clean the whole place, handle every load of laundry, and get dragged into life-threatening chaos. So yeah, he wasn't walking back into that nightmare. Luria burst into the room out of nowhere and greeted Graith like she'd been there the whole time. Her presence hit so hard that even 2 top-rank mages couldn't ignore her. With the air turning razor thin, Wraith blurted out that he had urgent business and couldn't stay. Luria shot out, clutched his shoulder, slid right beside him, and dropped the truth. How long it had been since they'd seen each other. Spying LaFay and Sylvia, Luria leaned in and needled Wrath like, "So, are you the kind who can charm cute girls?" And if anyone thought those were his girlfriends, Wrath cut it off fast. Nope, they're just friends. He snaps at her for being rude to strangers, then laughs it off, saying that attitude of hers is the reason she's still single. Luria froze for a beat, then flashed a grin, insisting there was something on his face before he flicked his nose like he caught it. With a single flick, Wrath got blasted into the air like a feather in the wind. Luria's sheer strength left the girl completely stunned. Lade leaned in and demanded, "So, who are you, exactly?" And Luria's whole vibe snapped into place as she introduced herself. Wraith's mentor, the legendary Mimi. Lathe and Sylvia introduced themselves back to back, and Wraith grilled Sylvia on why she was in the capital, while Luria stepped in to explain in a smooth acquaintance tone what was needed of her. She yanked a letter from the royal family straight out of her clothing. Wrath couldn't believe it. Turns out she was about to find real human connections. And Luria finally admitted she had royal blood in her, yet she couldn't stand their fallen hero, the one who got that nickname, even as she kept praising Rui. Sylvia suddenly clicked, asking, "Wait, are you the Luria James who pushed back a dragon horde at the capital and helped rebuild it?" Minnie's jaw dropped when she saw that this young girl actually knew her name, because everyone knew Minnie as the greatest mage alive. Wraith leaned in and grilled Laffy, and she confirmed it without hesitation. Luria demanded compensation and insisted they get free drinks at every single place, which was wildly over the top. Wraith, seeing how little she cared about money, couldn't shake the thought that they'd picked the wrong person. Laith laid it out. Luria had demanded free drinks across the whole capital, and she sucked the life out of every bar for 3 straight days and nights, pushing the reconstruction celebrations to the back burner. Wreath instantly figured it was her. Sylvia revealed how Wreath saved her life, and Luria just smirked at him like she knew everything. Wrath told everyone he'd gotten a similar royal order before, and asked straight up if Luria would take it. She only shrugged and said it all hinged on the job, because that letter barely gave her anything to go on. It left the others side-eyeing every move, wondering why they'd hidden the details from his mentor. Then Luria swooped in, promising to teach Sylvia magic during their stay, and Sylvia's face lit up like she'd just won the lottery. Wrath wanted to stop Sylvia from getting too attached, but when he saw her lighting up, he swallowed the warning and held his tongue. He saw Sylvia's S-rank venture status and knew she could stomp right into even a dragon's nest. Luria decided to kick off her training tomorrow, and Wrath quickly slipped away, while Lefay and Sylvia had their own missions to handle. Wrath fired a question at Luria. What was she going to do next? And with zero plan in hand, she decided, fine, I'll follow you. They bolted straight to his workshop, which she absolutely adored. Daisy seethed over the delays and snapped, "So, who is Luria?" Luria stepped up and introduced herself like she owned the moment. Daisy leaned in and demanded if she was the fallen hero. Luria shot back a quick yes, but Daisy's killer stare instantly made Luria's nerves spike. Wrath leaned in and asked Daisy, "Do you have a minute?" And she revealed she'd gotten a super rare ingredient, one that was going to take forever to process. Daisy pressed Luria, demanding to know what she was there for. Luria rushed in to offer help as her apology for messing up Daisy's discipline schedule, and Daisy snapped, "Deal." He showed them a rare southern plant, one that people use to cook meals and even treat sickness. Luria leaned in and asked how Daisy's set would be used to make the medicines. Just as Luria confirmed they had enough materials, she dove into the process. She said it held heat and fought bacteria, but one tiny mistake in how it was mixed could unleash a nasty smell, enough to make the whole batch totally unsellable. Luria felt totally confident because she could run the whole thing like magic on autopilot. Daisy and Wraith were blown away. Luria even asked for magic bottles since they'd be perfect for storage, but Wraith was still busy forging them. Luria decided to use her own bottles, snapped her fingers, and sent some, then several, pouring into the room. Daisy's face lit up with shocked disbelief. She craved a little praise, but Daisy didn't do handouts. Wrath clocked how their mentor mixed alchemy with magic, clashed hard with his usual methods. Daisy froze as she watched one person juggle spatial magic and control magic at the same time, and in that moment her mind instantly lumped Wraith and Luria together. Wraith snapped back and insisted he never drank, then carried out his duties anyway. And somehow, he had more grit and practical sense than Luria ever did. Luria recognized that he could whip up elixirs with effortless ease. But Wraith throttled that. Turns out she was just making elixirs to knock out her bar tabs. Daisy watched them snap and bicker, then glanced at the bottles and realized they'd both been wildly underpricing themselves. The next chapter kicks off with Ruth glaring at the mystery. Why is Luria suddenly trailing him? Like it was perfectly normal, she snapped into place that a mentor is the one who's responsible for visiting the disciples' workshop, and Ruth finally gave in, letting her stay because she'd already finished everything for the day. Luria looked like she was about to hound him to death. He begged her to stop roaming off too far. Even though she hesitated, she still agreed. Then she pushed him to spill his plans about opening a shop, and he admitted he'd been thinking about it, but he hadn't made up his mind yet. Right as Luria stepped in, she bulldozed past his orders, wandered all over the place, and started interrogating everything, grabbing stuff, bouncing in a hammock, and firing questions at anything her eyes latched onto. Roth couldn't shake the question. Was she really planning to stay in the kingdom? She answered, yes, leaving him to realize he'd be stuck cooking, doing her laundry, and cleaning up her messes all over again. As his mood soured, Luria figured he must be thrilled to move in with his mentor again. She reached for alcohol, but Wraith shut it down fast, reminding her he was older than she thought. When he demanded to know where she'd been, she told me she was stockpiling ingredients and dropping by to visit friends, but her translocation magic, insanely powerful, would drain her dry if she used it too often. Wondering why he'd shown up in the capital, Luria leaned in as Wrath told her monsters had crawled near his old home, and when the bills crushed him, he'd been forced to sell his potions. Since he left that house, life had been brutal, and now he was getting squeezed from every side, both by his mentor's demands and the royals' orders. Wraith decided to cook, but Luria snapped that she wouldn't help, then admitted she couldn't cook at all, and Wraith nearly dropped his plans when he realized someone this good at alchemy and magic couldn't handle something as basic as cooking. Luria's one shot at cooking had Wrath doubled over with a stomachache, and that misery pretty much sealed the verdict on her cooking skills. While Wrath cooked up a storm, Luria darted through the other rooms, realizing, right in the moment, that he'd grown up way more than he thought. She stepped into a freezing room for one breath and bolted right back out. Sylvia must have enchanted it, right? Since Wraith can't use magic, so she shoved aside the worry and headed straight for the final room. The final room sat in choking darkness, damp as a grave, and it looked empty, until you really started to stare. Suspecting a thief, Luria braced herself and headed in to confront them. Wraith heard her scream and immediately tore across the room to reach her, saw her crumple into tears as time dragged on. Bugs swarmed everywhere, then he broke it down. Every single one of them was precious. Wraith pushed for crafting fresh threads that could shrug off magical upgrades, then tossed the idea of bright shoes and bags to rocket Luria's mood sky high. After dinner, he leaned in and demanded her help to tackle the project together. As they dug into their food, he brought up the task right then, warning her, "Don't talk with your mouth full," and then laid out the whole plan. He'd need to forge a magical device. Luria was stunned that Wrath couldn't build it himself. But he admitted it would take magic, and he couldn't do it solo, so she urged him to lean on his mentor with full confidence. Wrath liked her fire, but he clocked it. She didn't need to bring out her full power, because it could wipe out the capital overnight. When she pressed him about the project, he spilled the truth. They were building a bag that could stretch space itself, letting it swallow tons of items inside. And it was Luria's job to unleash the spatial magic. Wraith also prayed she'd be there to step in the moment trouble struck. He treated her mentorship like it was worth 100 helpers, and then he told me he'd found a new method to forge the bag. Those materials were stitched from threads ripped from the very bug that had spooked Luria earlier. They were tougher than mithril, drenched in magic, and nearly impossible to snap with bare hands, strong enough to hold a grown man's weight. Then he showed her the bag and revealed the magic circles he'd woven right into the threads. After making sure the bag was squeaky clean, Luria dove into the process. When she was done, Wraith demanded, who exactly had done the work? Lorien didn't just hope. He smashed that doubt out of the way, confident to the core, and proved it by slipping an item inside. With the bag working perfectly, Luria braced herself for a smug comment from him. But he's just stuck on her. That tore straight through her heart and brought her to tears. She prodded him, pushing him to join her for drinks. Wraith called him out for being underage, but the second she offered him juice, he sprinted out of excuses. Later, Sylvie finally stepped into her very first magic class beside Luria and Wraith, and the whole moment felt like it was about to change her life. Luria got asked if she wanted to make any teaching requests, and when spatial magic came up, she seriously thought about teaching Sylvia it. When Luria offered to teach Sylvia magic, Wraith rushed over out of concern, even as Sylvia practically buzzed with excitement. While Luffy was lost in thought, he fired off a question to Raph, asking if he was worried, and making it clear that his Sylvia wasn't some fragile thing. Raph admitted it was rare to get one-on-one lessons from Luria, the hero who saved the city from giant dragons, and then she sighed, regretting she couldn't be the one teaching Sylvia herself, since she was a swordsman. Wraith demanded to know if things would get bad after Sylvia got hurt, and Laith snapped, "Yeah, it'll be bad." Luria kicked off the plan by proposing they start with translocation magic, an insane level of spatial magic, so advanced it bends reality like it's nothing. She told Sylvia not to stress over how hard it was, bragging that she had the talent for it, but Sylvia still looked like she wanted to back out. Laffy said Luria picked translocation on a whim, and Wrath agreed instantly clocked her impulsive streak. Sure, she can be dependable sometimes, but Laffy basically concluded that also means she can blow hot and cold whenever she feels like it. Luria proved her translocation power by vanishing in a flash and reappearing somewhere else entirely. Sylvia clapped her hands, yet expecting her to jump in right away was pure fantasy. Celeria grabbed Sylvia's hands, tuned into the magic first, and unleashed it. Sylvia felt the power hit her instantly. Luria pushed her to just try, but Sylvia stood there, totally baffled, no clue what to do next. With a snap of your fingers, seize the edge, leaving everyone speechless, drowning in worry. Sylvia slammed back into the sky like she'd never left. Wraith reached out and caught her just as she came crashing down. Once Luria was pinned as the culprit, everything finally clicked. Wraith snapped at her, then teased her with a wink, telling her he might sneak a bug onto her pillow that night just to make her regret it. Luria leans in and asks Sylvia, "Did you feel the magic during it?" And Sylvia confirmed it, so she picked that spot to drill until she could feel it in her bones. She told them the key was staying locked on the link between her target coordinates every time she cast her magic. First, they tested it with something small, one of Reite's potions. She tossed the potion to Sylvia, who tried to shift it perfectly, and then she succeeded. right up until she accidentally fired it off. Shattered it, yet Luria grinned because the translocation still worked, even with the damage. She told Sylvia that a normal person never could have pulled it off, and that all she needed was to focus hard on the connection. With zero focus, you can wreck anything you try to move, and Sylvia couldn't stop wondering what would happen if she tried to move a person instead. Luria just shrugged and said, "Easy, we can split up." That day's magic lesson ended with only one move, one bold try, that finally landed. Lathe leaned in and demanded to know when they first met. And Luria told him how she and Wrath first collided 7 years back. Then life went wild, and by the time he hit 10, Wrath was already standing beside her as her disciple. Sylvia couldn't stop gushing. She said their meeting felt like two brilliant minds colliding in pure fireworks. Lauren dropped the bombshell. She'd known Wraith's parents already, and she'd never, ever expected them to have a child tailor-made for alchemy like Wraith. Sylvia frowned in confusion, and Wrath told her the truth. His parents were fearless adventurers who could match Luria, yet he somehow inherited zero of their fighting skills. He had zero skill for fighting, but he wasn't helpless. He possessed a rare alchemy gift, and that's why Luria stepped in and took him under her wing. He confessed that if he'd known her real personality back then, he might have never stepped into her disciple path at all. Sylvia couldn't stop gushing about how excited she was to finally meet Luria. Then Luria's friend slid up, whispered something wild, and suddenly Wrath had a grin pulled right onto his face. He demanded to know what she said, and she snapped back the truth. She'd told them that. Even after those brutal words, a tender heart still flickered behind his tough shell. She told me Rate sends her a birthday gift every single year, proof of his kindness. That night, Wrath slammed back home, and the place was already in full-blown chaos. Luria clutched a bottle of alcohol like it was her lifeline. Rafe fought to piece together what had happened earlier. Luria begged for just one bottle to wet her lips. Ray tried to brush it off as harmless, but she wouldn't let it go. She kept insisting, then reminded him how she'd helped him with his magic bag. He gave in, but the deal was brutal. Just one bottle with dinner, and that was it. Unease crawled over him, because even though Luria wasn't new to drinking, this time it felt different. He rushed to Sylvia and threw out a heartfelt apology, rushing to make things right. He charged in and started cooking up dinner right away. Then blast, some loud noise ripped through the air, and he snapped his head over to check on Luria in the room where she was downing drinks. "That's how we got here," Wraith snapped. "What happened?" And Lafferty shot back that Luria suddenly unleashed her magic. That bottle of alcohol looked untouched, but Wraith couldn't shake the feeling she'd used translocation magic to swap herself straight in front of it and drink while he was wasted. Wraith filled the tank with water magic, then told her to sit down and swore he wouldn't scold her for taking a sip. She insisted she wasn't drunk, and as Lath demanded what to do, a wind suddenly started flinging everything around the room before Wrath could even answer. Luria was casting magic even while drunk. Most mages need razor-focused concentration, but she just moved on instinct, the skill living in her bones. Risking total disaster for the house, Sylvia finally snapped her magic off, and it actually worked. And it hits her like a wall, she crumples and collapses. Wrath shoved a healing potion into her hands, but the moment she took it, he swore he'd never let her drink like that again. Luffy told Wrath to watch over her while they both rushed to get everything cleaned up. Ray shot Laffy a quick thank you, then grabbed the reins and started hauling Lur Sims in. Wrath cooked up a plan, told Sins to chill, and teamed up with Renee on his next move, only for the fruit to come out soaking wet. He'd meant to test it first, but time was running out fast. Lorraine had been stirring trouble for Lath and Sylvia, so Wrath was hoping this move would finally count as a real apology. He put his alchemy to work, and the liquid started rumbling like it had a mind of its own. Wrath watched the mixture work, and pride surged through him. He tossed in one final adjustment. This was his first time making something other than a potion, and somehow it all turned out perfectly. When he slipped back into the room, it was way cleaner, and he proudly showed off his creation, making it crystal clear this was his thank you. They demanded to know what it was, and he didn't just explain, he showed them. The lights tore apart in a flicker, and the bottle burst into a wild, glowing shine. The girls lit up the second it hit them, like they were having the time of their lives. Shiny fruit runoff spills in every color the light can catch, and Sagi, the plant that drinks magical power from the soil, starts pouring out both light and darkness. When alchemists mix them, they spark a breathtaking glow that the whole kingdom can't get enough of. They thanked Rat, but they couldn't stay because a direct request was waiting and real business was lined up for tomorrow: the Linford family. They traced their bloodline back to a legendary herbalist who sparked fear on the battlefield more than a century ago, renowned for wild magical power and shockingly elite war feats. Because of what the Linfords achieved, they rose into one of the kingdom's 4 great noble families, churning out deadly herbalists and powerful mages, keeping the land steady, while Seth Linford, the eldest son, got scolded hard. His sister Alicia was the one who accused him for sighing, claiming that every breath he let out was like chasing happiness right out of the room. Even when she pushed him to snap out of it, Seth stayed crushed and gloomy. Alicia leaned in and dared Seth to smile. He said it looked better that way, then leaned in and asked if he'd been thinking about Ada. Seth was totally thinking of him, and the silence hit him hard, leaving his heart heavy with worry. She started wondering if this all tied back to what their father had told them earlier about the royal family. Seth's silence sealed her suspicion. Alicia told him she wanted him to lead the family, but not if it meant sacrificing his joy. Seth said he had no problem taking the role, but if he stepped away, the job would land on Aura, or his younger brother, who outclassed Seth in herbalism and wizardry, convinced he could finally take over the family better than Seth, and seething with resentment toward him, until he realizes ruling isn't just about power, it's about inheriting the territory, meaning he has to prove himself in both skill and character, and even with all that talent, his ugly personality leaves him nowhere near the best pick to lead. Alicia told Seth their father was ready to name him as the successor, and said everything would finally click into place if they just played their cards right. Seth shot back that if this royal mess went one way or the other, the whole line of succession could get flipped, even the fixed one. Recently, a command straight from the royal family landed in Alicia's hands. She didn't know what the letter said, but she immediately understood one thing: 2 chosen people were being sent to carry it out. Seth promised he'd give it everything he had, but then he admitted, Otto's got skills he can't match. He said that if he could just match Otto's strength, they wouldn't be stuck dealing with this mess right now. Alicia tried to get her words out, but Seth slammed the conversation shut and told her it was all going to be okay, and that he'd figure it out somehow. Alicia just prayed nothing terrible was about to strike. Seth teased her with a mischievous grin, then hurried off to go see their father. Guilt crushed him because he dragged Alicia into all that worry. The moment he stepped into the hall, Adha greeted him with a sharp, mocking voice. And he pushed the idea that they should meet their father together. Seth couldn't refuse, so they started walking, because he had no clue what Adam would do if Seth said no. As they marched on, Auda kept pushing the point. This was their shot to prove to their dad who should truly step up and take over the family. Seth, meanwhile, shoved all that aside and locked in on his own preparations. At the same time, inside Rate's house, Luria jolted awake after tumbling down from her sleep spot. To Rot, she looked like some tiny bug. Then she skittered against him, pleading for him to take care of her. No matter what she blurted out, Raid shot her a hard, stern stare, telling her to save the complaints for later and get ready to... Because that day, they were racing straight for the royal castle. The day the royal family finally sent a direct request had arrived, and Ray was convinced he couldn't afford a single bad impression. Luria looked calm, but Wrath's smile turned ice cold, reminding her they're connected again because it's all her fault. Before he even got ready, Luria spiraled into thoughts about that nagging Wraith, and he couldn't help missing the kinder, younger version of himself. With a sharp snap of her fingers, she was ready to launch into action. She craved breakfast, but Wrath snapped that they didn't have a second to spare. And if she's hunting for someone to blame, then she'd better point the finger at herself. Luria grumbled that she was starving as they marched on. But Ray brushed her off and fired back, asking just how well she knew the royal family. Luria told them she'd already wiped out giant dragons for their sake, and that claim instantly gave her major pull. Rot said it helped, but she made it clear they didn't want her severed, because they still needed her around. She'd even fled the kingdom with Stain to handle the job, and only then did Rot realize how brutal all of it had been for her. Luria let out a giggle and sharply warned Wrath to stay on guard. Her disciple wasn't going to be careless. She said the kingdom probably saw her as a wild, free spirit, someone you couldn't easily trap into doing anyone's bidding. So now they'd shift their focus to her next. Pronto. Yeah, that's exactly what's coming. Ruth is about to get hit with a flood of requests in her seat from now on. Wrath didn't want to play errand runner for her. They finally crested the last stretch, and there it was, the castle, laid out before their eyes. Luria burst into a run, her excitement buzzing because food might be waiting at the end. Wraith tried to stop her, but it was useless. She threw herself into it like a kid, and if the food didn't get prepared, she'd flip out. When they finally hit the gate, Wrath's jaw dropped at how massive it was. Royal guards step in and halt them cold, right after they flash the royal family's letter. The soldiers snapped into action, applying fast, and rushed them inside. As they headed down the path, Luria leaned in and dropped the bombshell. The dragons were as massive as the castle itself. Ruth froze in shock. Then, out of nowhere, someone barreled straight into him. Ada snapped at them, calling them nothing but commoners. Luria flew into a rage and snapped, demanding to know what was wrong with him, especially since they didn't even know who he was. Rat couldn't stop thinking, did Otto get dragged to the castle too? Otto snapped back that it wasn't his problem, and he swore he'd already apologized. But he still shoved Wrath right on purpose. The maids rushed in and apologized for the delay, and Wraith's unease hit him like a cold wave. Inside the room, they spotted Seth and Otto waiting there already. Wraith stared in confusion because they plopped them in the same waiting area as nobles, including that guy from earlier. Luria, completely unbothered by everyone else, was laser-focused on one thing, her hunger. Seth Rose flashed them a warm grin and shoved some snacks their way. They thanked him, traded names, and pressed him for the truth. What did he want here? Wrath leaned in and said he was Mimi's disciple, sent to carry out her request. Seth clocked it instantly. Wrath was just like them, because he and his brother Otto were only doing what the royal family ordered. That set someone else off. He let out a laugh and said nobles like Seth had no business hanging around commoners because it could stain their status. Seth snapped back that it had nothing to do with him, and the words hit hard, yet he didn't even flinch. Wraith clocked the tension in their air, but all he wanted was to bolt straight back home. With everything prepped and ready, they were set to jump into action and move forward. Just then, it all went down. Seth showed up out of nowhere, apologized to them, and swore he was sorry for what his brothers had done. They stormed in, and the king's own father barked at them to finally relax. Luria greeted Wilbur with a warm grin, teasing him like, "So, did you age a little, or are you still the same?" After a quick pause, Wilbur finally confessed that time was catching up to him. Luria demanded to know why they were called in. Sure, it couldn't be for some casual chat. Wilbur clocked that the Linford folks already had the answer, but he still stepped in and spelled it out for Luria, James, and her disciple, because they had no clue. He had one job: snatch the crystal dragon and bring back the nation's emblem. For more than 300 years, this rare dragon reigned in worship, and every so often it dropped precious crystals. He pushed them to save it, because if they didn't, it was going to be gone. Those crystals that were once perfectly flawless were now turning dark and crumbling, and the dragon's body began shrinking bit by bit. Luria made it crystal clear. Her mission was simple: heal it. Even though Ruber tried to sound unsure, he still pushed forward, patiently, firmly, and the king finally believed him, certain the wound was healed. Fuming at his smug confidence, Luria told her disciple he could absolutely pull it off too. The king stared in shock at Wrath's young face, and Luria shot back that Wrath was sharper and more skilled than the other young man. Wrath leaned in and told her not to dream too big, then swore the king he'd do his utmost. Luria sharpened her focus and asked if this kind of trouble had ever happened before, and the king said, "No, never." Luria pressed for answers about the dragon's diet and routine, and he spilled the truth. This thing craved metals. Then prowled the yard or the castle, usually with his daughter right by his side. Wrath leaned in, aching to inspect it up close. The dragon looked restless to the bone, but it stayed perfectly frozen in place. Wraith studied every twitch and reaction, clocking it all with a razor-sharp focus. The king leaned in and demanded, "Did you find anything?" Wrath reckoned the dark stains were tiny metal flecks trapped inside the crystals, because the dragon should have been chewing metals to nothing. Wraith guessed the dragon's swallowing went wrong. Either it couldn't digest the metals at all, or something twisted right after it ate them, and he made it clear. Its insides were jammed with undigested metal, choking its vessels from the inside out. Normally, the dissolved metal would surge to the skin, but now thick blockages crushed the flow. So he realized the dragon's vessels had gone still, and that meant a deadly buildup was building fast. He asked if the crystal dragon had been munching metals like it always does, and the cane snapped back, no, and that told him its instincts were screaming danger, sensing that if it kept filling up with more fluid, its own vessels would burst. In human terms, this kind of pain would feel like your veins are about to burst, and Ray's heart broke for the dragon, so he swore he'd hunt down a cure no matter what. The king leaned in and demanded answers, and Wrath fired back with a fresh idea he'd just cooked up. With the king's permission in hand, Wreath charged straight at the dragon. At first, the dragon snapped away from his touch, fighting every instinct to let him near. Wrath took the leap and dragged the lawsuit forward by promising, "I'll help you." He tried to unleash transformation magic on the dragon. Unlike magic, alchemy feeds on what's already there, bending influence into action. Maybe that's how he'll pull the metals straight out of the dragon's crystal. But even this power had a breaking point. And even though the rates hit harder than Loria's, they still couldn't budge the dragon. Ray realized this was not going to be easy at all. Luria leaned in and pushed him to try a whole new approach. Wrath dropped to his knees, apologized to the king, admitted that this was all he could do for now, and vowed he'd come back later with an answer. Right before Wrath even stepped to the castle, someone grabbed his attention and warned him, "Don't you dare charge in on impulse." Seth showed up and demanded to talk about a deal with him, right there in the next chapter. Lorien snatched Seth and Wraith along to a nearby eatery. She was starving and not waiting one more minute. After they finished eating, Seth shot Wrath a quick question, begging for his help. Confused, Wrath wondered if Seth was trying to claim credit for the job, until Seth laughed it off and said he was totally fine with Wrath finishing the request. But he was dead set on stopping his brother from pulling it off. Rafe didn't care who finished the job, as long as it got done. And since this request tied to the country's symbol, Seth figured that if it came from the royal family didn't care who stepped up to do the work. But for him, it hit different. He finally confessed. He was the eldest son of a respected noble family, groomed to take the reins and lead. Luria recognized this family of legendary herbalists, but the moment she showed up, armed with alchemy that blew their work out of the water, their dislike hit hard. Because if this request went the wrong way, the families next in line could have slid right over to Seth's younger brother, something Seth was terrified of. He pushed for Rate's collaboration, determined to stop this dead in its tracks. Ray weighed the offer, then nodded, yes, and sealed the deal. Spotting this as his golden shot to pad his shop's funds, Seth, unlike Auda, kept his kindness and his pride in check. Faith couldn't stop wondering why Seth was so fiercely set on running the family. Seth straight up told him his younger sister backed his story. He didn't trust his brother to carry that kind of weight, and everyone nearby mocked Seth for his sweet intentions, throwing jabs that embarrassed him, yet Wraith insisted it was a truly noble reason. Wrath clocked that Seth was easy to talk to for someone noble, but Seth kept trying not to look distant, even as he questioned whether he should clamp down and play it more reserved. Wrath admitted he'd barely dealt with forth from great families, but he didn't care about rank. He just valued kindness and wanted to be friendly anyway. Seth clung to his noble role, even as his heart screamed otherwise, and he honestly loved meeting Wraith, because Wraith treated him like an equal. They clasped hands with Seth eager and sealed a deal to team up. Wrath kicked off the conversation, firing the first big question. "So what do you know about the Crystal Dragon, Seth?" Seth admitted that even nobles barely ever got a glimpse of the dragon, so he had 0 extra clues, just like Wraith. Rafe had 0 solid plans for the moment. Luria begged for experiments, but they couldn't do that because their hands were tied by the nation's very symbol. The real challenge was cracking which metals they were. The crystal dragon couldn't break them down at all, and the ones it managed to dissolve snapped back into their original forms the moment the magic hit. He asked Seth if there was some spot in the kingdom where they melted and processed liquid metals, because they needed one that could shift states on command. It just might match what he'd been demanding all along, so to find out for real, they had to head to the one place in the kingdom where liquid metals were kept and somehow kept moving. He tore through the rooms, searching, but she only had one thing on her mind: where to grab a drink in the city. Ray's mind raced over who could possibly handle liquid metals, and then, boom, an idea hit him. Luria leaned in and asked if he already had someone in mind. But Wraith warned that letting someone less capable into the mix could spell nothing but trouble. He started brainstorming, and it sent a wave of irritation straight through Luria. She demanded they move right now, and they took off without a second thought. Nimi charged ahead and brought them to a girl who practically burst with excitement the moment she saw Nimi. She stared in disbelief. Nicola! But at first, Luria couldn't place her face at all. Then it hit her. Nicola was the one who held her together when she was drunk years ago. Wraith's cheeks burned with embarrassment, and he was ready to bolt out the door. He told them, "We're here for one reason. Our mission demands we investigate those liquid metals." Nicola felt something off, like fate tugging at his sleeve, and there was no denying it. A noble and an alchemist tackling the very same task together didn't just seem weird, it screamed trouble. She said she knew a few places worth checking, and asked what they were really hunting for. Then he fired back, asking which metals could shift cleanly from solid to liquid. The moment his fingers brushed the dragon's crystals, a scorching warmth surged through him, like living fire running in his veins. If the surface felt that scorching, he figured the inside had to be even hotter, and Nicola had just mentioned this fresh liquid metal shipped in from the south. Wrath guessed it was silver, and he nailed it. But she shot back that almost none ever got imported, and there was none left at all. Seth said this was still a huge help, because it let him tell his family where to find what they need. Rafe didn't buy it for a second. He knew snagging silver was mostly luck, not skill. Silver only showed up in volcanic territory, locked together with a look-alike metal so identical it fooled you at first glance, because both were silver-white liquid metals under ordinary conditions, and you'd only spot the truth when the volcano finally went quiet and dormant. But silver-spilling volcanoes were packed with spirits, humming and alive inside them. Spirits hid inside natural forces, and only people with serious magic could even see them. Then they started messing with the ground, triggering volcanic chaos. Nicola apologized that she couldn't do more, but Wrath waved it off and told her she'd help plenty. Then he leaned in and ordered her to help scour the kingdom for any remaining silver. He offered to hand Lorraine over to her if she'd just give him Nicola, and Nicola practically jumped at the chance to help. Wreath told Seth to dig into his family first, or ask around to see if the royal family still had any left. 5 days later, they were still stuck. No luck, no results, nothing. Wrath demanded answers again, but their search fizzled every time, and the royal family had nothing left to show. Nicola even struck out too. Wraith decided to hunt it down straight from the source. Even with all his careful analysis, it still felt almost impossible to tell that metal apart from the similar one. He leaned in and asked Laramie to cool the silver down with magic. She figured it could work in a spirit-free zone, but she couldn't shake the fear of messing with their power. She said she'd be fine if only the spirits let her use her magic. Wraith couldn't believe she could actually talk to them. Then she told her that the spirits behind big natural forces were sometimes smart, and if you were lucky, they'd be friendly. But if not, they'd burn you to ash. Wrath went straight to the only shot, talking to the spirits. She asked if she could beat their enemies if they turned on her, and the answer hit like a gut punch. He snapped to it and knew he had to move, now. He told them that if his mentor couldn't beat those things, then they'd have to forge a magical device just to win. He wanted something that would supercharge magical power, so he set his sights on a ring meant to crank up his magical strength too. Yet Luria confessed she had no clue any magic circle existed for that goal. Ray finally spilled that he'd cooked up this brand new idea while she was gone, fully sure she'd build it with zero trouble. Luria snapped back that this insanely complex magic circle was way out of her league, and only Wrath could pull it off. Wraith took a deep breath, ready to kick off the whole process. Since he couldn't touch magic with his own hands, he leaned on Seth and Luria, counting on them to help him run the tests. He snapped open the scarlet crystal, and it wasn't some alchemical miracle meant to supercharge magic at all. As Seth started sketching the circle, unease crawled up his spine like it already knew how this would end. Right after it was done, Raph demanded who would go first, and Seth hesitated like he was about to jump off a cliff. Luria volunteered. Seth demanded to know if it was even safe, and Wraith shot back that it only fired light, totally harmless to everyone. When Miriam pressed her fingers to the circle, blazing light exploded in front of them, and their eyes snapped wide with shock. In the next chapter, Sylvia and Laughing spotted a flash from their house and burst inside at full speed. The light magic test on that magical enhancement device blasted 3 people so hard their eyes were ruined by a glare brighter than a second sun. Lathy said we were lucky we were close, and Sylvia started dinner, asking if they could move over. The second they brought up food, Luria's legs buckled. She still fought to stay on her feet. Seth brought up his earlier safety worries, and Wrath quickly apologized, but the tension still didn't vanish. They've proven firsthand that the magic circle's power is real. Seth shot back that he'd rather never have lived through it himself. Rhett's abilities looked straight up unreal, like only a legendary alchemist could pull off feats like that. Sensing Lathe and Sylvia's curious stares, he stepped up and introduced himself. Watching Lathe's face twist, Wrath said he'd run into Seth while taking on a royal family request, and their injuries came straight from an experiment linked to it. Silly couldn't help but grin. Wraith's knack for trouble was practically legendary. Wraith leaned in and begged Lafty and Sylvia for a favor, praying this wasn't something small and pointless. He beckoned them to meet him at Wulu Mulu Volcano. In the southern Delicate Mountains, a colossal volcano towers over everything. People have revered it as a spirit-haunted, sacred place since ancient times. Ray thanked them for showing up, then admitted he felt uneasy with only the three of them. Lath, grateful to him for everything, didn't even hesitate to lend a hand. Wraith totally lost his cool, stammering that it felt way safer having two ranked adventurers riding with him. LaFay quickly pivoted the conversation to the spirits that were turning the whole mountain crimson. Luria warned that if you stayed in those mountains after dark, curse fire could come for you. Then she added that spirits outclass humans, and the ones that look like people or animals pack an especially brutal punch. She could tell they'd already sniffed out the spirits, so she snapped that the salamander spirit fiercely kept outsiders at bay. Rythe Hope and the villagers were ready to sit down and hash things out, and he immediately decided to race over to the nearby village, which looked calm and totally at ease. Sylvia jolted and gasped out of nowhere. And that's what had Rafe's mind racing, terrified something was seriously wrong. But her whole face lit up. She was just crazy excited over that adorable plushie. All the other girls got pulled in by the plushies too, while Seth and Wraith just stood off to the side. The seller leaned in and said the dolls were carved from Salamander's shape, the creature that lives on the Lulu volcano, and they didn't match what Seth had imagined at all. The seller shot him a grim warning. Right now, climbing that volcano is impossible. From the village, everyone could see the red, warped world around them, Salamander's power blasting the heat so hard that the volcano became deadly, drying humans out in minutes. If they pushed to leave, they'd have to sit tight until Salamander finally curled up and fell asleep. Wraith dug into his pocket and pulled out an item like, "This might be the key. Maybe we can use it to fix everything." The seller warned them that magic tricks wouldn't save them from Salamander's wrath, but Wraith couldn't resist. He had to try it, even if it was risky. The seller broke into laughter and shot them off with a hearty "good luck" as they walked out of the shop. Meanwhile, Salamander seethed because humans had the nerve to step into his territory, and he was sure they'd buckle the moment his heat came for them. As the crew closed in on the volcano, not a drop of sweat hit the ground, and Wrath grinned because his plan was finally working. He'd handed out a ring of impact resistance to everyone, plus 3 magic strengthening rings, but each one could only be used once, so he practically begged everyone to be careful. Seth couldn't stop wondering how those devices even kept them safe when magic alone just wouldn't cut it. The whole group nodded along, trusted the plant's rates, and swore everything was totally fine. But then, right out of nowhere, a sharp voice snapped, "No, that's not okay!" Wrath snapped. Did anyone else hear that? But the room was laughing already. Sylvia blurted out how much farther they had to go, and Luria snapped back that it all depended on where the spirit was lurking. Wraith started to wonder if he could make that spirit show up just by attacking the mountain at random. To show how bold Wraith was, he cracked a joke and kicked a stone at the same time. Then boom, a monster burst out of nowhere, and Lath chewed him out for drawing monsters. But Wraith, stunned, shot back that the thing was short-tempered. Shockingly, the monster snapped back, swearing it wasn't short-tempered. Wrath heard the thing talk, and Laffy shot back, swearing monsters couldn't possibly speak. The monster exploded into a deadly spin, whipping the air around it like a storm. Lathe snapped her sword up, and right then she lunged into the attack. Lauren clocked the brutal terrain and the monster's rock-crusted back, like a warning crawling into her bones. Identifying that uncovered Billy was the weak link. With his transform ability, he locked onto Billy's form, then Lafty came in hot, slamming every weak spot. LeFay clenched her sword, sprang into the air, and slammed it into the monster's belly, bringing it down for good. She touched down safely and immediately snapped at Wrath for pulling that reckless stunt. Wraith insisted they could still smash their way to the spirit if they kept pushing this path, but Lath's glare hit like a hammer, and he backed down fast. With Lath watching his back, Wrath didn't have a choice, so he nodded and followed her lead. As they kept pushing forward, the road turned wild, full of chaos, like it wanted to throw them off the path. Luria urged them to search for a new route, but Wraith smirked and promised to carve a path himself by transforming the world around them. The second his feet hit the ground to kick things off. He heard it again, another sharp warning that told him to stay out of its territory, because it would never let him get in its way. Wraith tilted his head up and watched a colossal bird dive straight out of the twilight. He yells it at the top of his lungs so everyone scrambles to run. He leaned in and asked Lath if she could take the job. But that bird just wouldn't drop down, like it had all the time in the world. Seth clocked the emergency and slammed his ring into action. Seth struggled to control his wind magic, and every attempt made it feel harder than the last. But it suddenly buckled out of his grip, like it was seconds from exploding. In the blink of an eye, a blast detonated, and Seth got launched straight into a free fall. As he crashed down, he remembered that talk with his sister right before they set off, where he promised her that Wrath would build magical devices for them. His sister burst into laughter, gushing that it was the most wonderful thing to watch Seth soaking up every second, noting it was the happiest sheet he'd seen in ages. Seth said that chatting casually with someone from a noble family made it crazy easy to talk freely. Then his brother's command came down like a punch, full of insults and fresh humiliation, again and again. Seth fired back that this wasn't his brother's problem, and the cold in his voice hit hard. Said Seth could humiliate himself any way he wanted, and nobody was stopping him. But he better stay sharp tomorrow. His brother's sudden departure shattered Seth's peace, and now he can't stop wondering if he somehow messed up. His hope shattered, his will to live slipped away, and in his head he begged forgiveness from everyone before finally giving up to the fall. Right when it caught him by surprise, Wraith launched after him like a blur, ready to catch him before it was too late. He lunged forward and shot out his arm to clamp onto Seth's wrist. Wrath yanked Seth in tight, relying on his ring's impact resistance to touch down safely with barely a scratch. He hurried over to make sure Seth was okay. Seth straight up confirmed that he was. Then he tore into what had happened earlier, replaying every detail in his head. Seth guessed his brother would have hit him with interference magic first. Wraith shot the question back. Were ruthless attacks like that normal between siblings, or was this something darker? Seth didn't even flinch. He just shot Wrath a grateful nod for saving his life. Then he snapped, "So, how do we get out of here?" With the last rate and resistance ring powers gone, and the magic-enhancing set ripped away, the volcano erupted in monsters, so they sprinted back to rejoin LeFay and the others. From where they stood, they could link up with their allies' status. Wraith thought about waiting, but Seth cut in and shouted. He staggered out, then caught sight of a gigantic snake watching them like it was ready to strike. They bolted from the serpent, only to get slaughtered anyway. They finally broke free from its relentless pursuit. After sprinting for ages, they were totally disoriented and couldn't even find their bearings. They didn't have a clue where they were, because the moment they stepped into that volcano, relentless monsters started tearing them apart. Then Wrath snapped to it. Another voice thundered a warning. "Stay out of my territory, or you'll regret it." He cornered Seth and asked if he'd heard that muffled voice ever since he got there, but Seth swore he hadn't. Seth asked if Wrath had heard something, but Wrath swatted it away like it was nothing but his own imagination. Spotting that familiar red rock from before, Wraith pointed it out. Then Seth cut in, saying the whole area was packed with rocks just like it. For safety, Wraith quickly marked the rock. They kept pushing forward, and they hunted down that marked rock again, and that's when it hit them. They were trapped in a repeating loop. They dropped into silence, brainstorming escape routes, and Wraith snapped. Maybe the only way out was to punch straight at whoever built the loop. But getting trapped made everything feel impossible. It looked like, if spatial magic forged the loop, then certain coordinates were the real key that tied everything together. Rathgrin leaned in and claimed they could wreck those coordinates with a brutal burst of earth transformation magic. Seth caught Ginniber's intent in an instant and lunged to get inside. Rafe declared it like a battle cry. True men don't hold back, they give everything. Seth kept shouting, "Be careful," but an explosion cut him off mid-sentence. As the girls stared around, confused about where they were, Sylvia leaned in and demanded to know what was coming next. Luria felt it. Yep, they were still trapped on that volcano, and the way the magic sat in the wrong place told her one thing. Spatial magic had tangled them up. Still, if she could feel their magic, then they weren't dead. Sell the question, who else could possibly use spatial magic that advanced? Minnie flicked her eyes to her plush salamander and muttered that it probably saw them as enemies, which made negotiation a nightmare. A thunderous roar ripped through the air as the creature slammed its claim on the land, snarling that humans wouldn't be allowed to move freely anymore. A monstrous wind-shaped figure tore into view in front of them. Salamander spirits spoke in a hushed voice, insisting they just wanted to talk. But the salamander barked in order. "Leave, right now!" Luria leaned in and told Sims, in a hush, to get Sylvia ready. Her magic had to be primed the instant anything happened. Sylvie told the salamander they'd trek to the volcano to hunt a rare metal that only grows there, and she demanded he free her 2 friends, still locked up by his cruel master. The salamanders dug in their heels, refusing to budge, swearing they'd stay there forever. Lori snapped that if he didn't let him go, he'd regret it. Big time. Frustration burned in him, and the salamander lunged straight at them until an explosion ripped the moment to pieces. Confused, he froze, and Lori suddenly understood it wasn't a joke. It was real. A scream tore through the air as whatever it was crashed to the ground. It was Wrath and Seth. Seth snapped and grumbled about plummeting off deadly heights twice in one day, even though he swore he'd tried to stop it. Without that final ring of impact resistance, they were cooked for sure. Wraith brushed off Seth's grumbles, then flashed a grin, eyeing the limbs like trophies as he jabbed a finger behind him at Solomon. Both sides froze in shock the second they saw each other. Wrath grinned and said his sharp help let him rip them out with alchemy, while the salamander snorted that in his domain, nobody gets to use alchemy like it's free. Wrath laughed, totally clueless, like what he was seeing wasn't even a big deal, while Luria quietly pointed out that alchemy could be easier to pull off here than magic, even if it came with limits. She threw out the idea that Wraith could be the one exception. This sent the salamander into a furious rage. It roared again, louder than before. Luria snapped to Sylvia, "Take his magic head on," because flames were already blasting straight for them. Their ranked shield bolted into place and the salamander froze, stunned by the hit. Wraith's magic-enhancing ring supercharged Sylvia's power, amplifying it tenfold in an instant. The unchained salamander roared that it would torch every last one of them, every single one, until nothing was left. Luria tapped into her ring's power and slammed it into the salamander. After the attack, the crowd froze in disbelief when they saw the salamander gun in plain sight. Wraiths noticed a tiny hammer slipping into motion. It looked exactly like Sylvia's doll. It came charging at them, and Sylvia snatched it out of the air, grinning like she just won. A fire salamander trapped inside her chest snapped and demanded she let him out. Wrath froze in shock when he realized this thing was a salamander. He couldn't believe that was its real form. Then it calmly broke it down, like it was warning him that the only problem was how hard it kept overusing its power. Luria Eames snatched it from the air, saw it was way too flimsy to scare them, and flashed a grin. That salamander looked weird for half a second, then lunged in and snapped at her like it meant business. She lunged to strike, but the other girl snapped her move to a stop. Once the tension finally loosened, Wrath leaned in and said, "We came for one medal, and we need the salamander to lift the magic off this volcano." Still defiant, the salamander refused to bow to the invaders. No reason, no surrender. So yeah, that's the end. Noting it wouldn't budge, I calmly told the salamander, "Listen, you've got to help, and the volcano's got what we need." And then he smiled politely and asked for his help. Her eyes hit him hard, and he finally caved, telling them to get out as soon as they got what they needed. Overjoyed, she wrapped him in a tight hug and sold him a green. Ray felt completely outmatched by the salamander, and Seth instantly knew Ray hated its whole attitude. The salamander snapped the magic away and guided them straight to the silvery glow. He shot them a warning, begging them not to make any pointless moves. Ray shot him a grateful look, then they hurried off to collect the silvery. Later, Seth tore back to the Linford residence, breathless and ready for whatever waited inside. His sister burst out to greet him, and the welcome hit him like a warm punch. She asked, voice sharp with worry, if he was hurt. And he said that with everyone pitching in, they'd finally nailed the goal, but when Seth pressed her, she just looked totally confused. The otter marched right up, squared its little stance, and spoke to him with fearless confidence. So fast, if he lets that interference magic hit him, he's done for. But he snapped, denied it hard, and acted all offended like he'd been insulted. Seth leaned in and demanded an update on his request. And he told Seth, I'm making progress, so stay calm and let me handle it. Seth stiffened, ready to fire back. Then he spotted Alicia staring at him. She demanded to know what was going on, then grinned and playfully pinched his cheeks. Seth admitted this wasn't the first time he'd lost control, then swore he'd hammer out that discipline the moment he became Lord. Lucia looked at him with worry and flat out said his problem was simple. He just had to go shopping with her. Seth had no choice. He had to lock in a whole day for it. Meanwhile, Wrath prowled through town, hunting clues and staring at everything like it still felt the volcano's sting. Laith and Sylvia tore back home to kick off their next job, while Seth went to see his sister, and Lamb started pounding drinks like it was his plan all along. He jogged Seth's memory about their silver experiment, even while Seth was buried in a hectic schedule. Meanwhile, Luria was probably gone all night, so he was stuck with just one last problem to deal with. Stepping into a woman's shop like he didn't even know what was about to happen next. Nerves ate at him as the women leaned in, whispering his name like a secret everyone wanted to know. He pumped himself up, chanting that he was only here to snag gifts for Laith and Sylvia. Then a woman's voice cut in, asking if there was wrath. And the moment it happens, you instantly clock it, Amelia. She demanded to know why he was here, and he snapped his fingers. He dashed around the shop, hunting presents for Laith and Sylvia. Amelia looked totally lost, so he quickly laid out how they'd been helping him big time lately. Seeing the flash of disappointment hit her face, she pushed him and demanded, So, did you decide yet? Wraith straight up confessed he had zero clue what they'd even think was cute, then begged for her help. Amelia practically leapt at the chance to help, and when he brought up dolls as gifts, he lit up, remembering how much he loved all those cute, silly things. Which still shocked everyone, because her strength and fearless attitude could steal the spotlight from any man, and Amelia snapped at him not to say that anywhere near her. Wrath reminded everyone that LaFay had already turned down his accessory once. She was terrified the same thing would happen again with a doll. Amelia shot him a strange look, instantly thinking Laith was just too shy to take it. She tracked him down to stop the truth from reaching him, then shut her mouth and refused to explain. She let Wrath breathe as she offered to pick a doll, but then, boom, she grabbed the ugliest one in the whole store. Wraith couldn't figure out if that doll looked like a mouse, a fish, or a chimera. Amelia found it adorable, right there, and she made it happen. He held up the rabbit doll and fired off. So, what do you think? She mulled it over for a split second, then snapped that her pick was the better one, and swore Laith would be totally in love with it. Wrathover noticed everyone had their own tastes and cute finds, but that doll looked way too appealing, and it drove him crazy. Since Amelia went to the trouble to help him pick it, he couldn't just shut her down. He cooked up a slick plan to grab both dolls, then make sure the weird one never ended up in the girl's hands. The very next day, he hit Laith and Sylvia's place, showed up with their gifts, and handed them over. Laffy blushed hard, then whispered her thanks to him, like her heart just burst. Sylvie beamed with gratitude, gushing that Laithy loved all things cute, but always froze at the checkout. Then she confirmed it anyway. Laithy was bursting with joy. Wraith lit up that they loved the gifts, but then Lori popped up behind him, clearly fuming. She demanded to know what those hideous things even were. Then he confessed, I didn't want them either. And I dropped a second present into the story. To fit their wild adventure lifestyle, he pitched the idea of making weapons for them, and that plan instantly lit a fire under their curiosity. Wrath hadn't forged a single weapon since landing in the capital, but he was still absolutely sure this time would turn out great. He decided to forge the sword right away and quiz LaFay for any special requests she wanted. She told him it had to be razor sharp and built to take a beating. With Lave's insane physical strength, her weapon had to be built like a tank, strong enough to keep up with her power. If that sword could take every one of her brutal swings without snapping, Laith wouldn't have a single problem. Wraith demanded to see her current sword, and she handed it over right then. Laffy trusted her swordsmanship and raw power to the bone, and she swore her blade had to be heavy because light weapons just didn't hit with enough impact. With the sword's weight, blade thickness, grip, and reach all screaming for the right fit, Rafe and Chakum made the call. This was the best material to forge it right. Lave balked at the idea of wasting something so priceless, but Wraith waved it off and swore it was totally fine since he almost never touched the stuff himself. He crammed charcoal and orchicom into the furnace, then heated the orchicom again and again, pulling it out each time to make the process work. As the orichalcum flared to life, he slammed in material strengthening, then hammered it hard, driving the light straight from his hammer into the metal. Finally, he fired off a transformation spell and watched it cool down like it had just finished a wild blaze. While he waited, he picked up Sylvia's staff and fired off questions, demanding her preferences. She asked for a staff that felt light in her hands, something that wouldn't slow her down or get in her way. Sylvia's staff couldn't just help a mage flip their magic on, it had to crank the magical power up too. Most staffs were built with magic-conducting rods that made the whole thing feel heavy, but Rafe stared at Mithril, then decided he wanted to experiment with something else. The secret to the staff wasn't the wood, it was where the magic surged through it, and that's where everything changes. Instead of a boring magic gem, Wraith cooked up a wild new idea. He pulled materials from his own magic power and his rings, then sealed the whole staff with a splash of holy water. Sylvia couldn't believe how fast he finished it. Wrath even explained that forging a staff was way simpler than making a sword, so he knocked it out in no time. Because the sword needed more time, Wraith practically pushed Sylvia to test her staff right away. He asked Laith to hold off until tomorrow for her sword, and she nodded right away. They burst outside to hunt down slimes and pull off that urgent request. And Lefane and Sylvia suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia, because it had been way too long since they last hunted slimes together. When those slimes popped up, Wraith leaned in and demanded to know one thing. Did their bodies shrug off magic, or were physical hits the real threat? Lefane said even a lightning-fast slash could still slice them clean. But since they showed up to test the staff, the Wrath advisors. With her magic straining, Sylvia started testing her brand new staff using wind magic. Wrath remembered this one crazy trick. Some mages could whip up wind magic and cut monsters clean in half. Sylvie swung at the slimes, only to slice right through the ground instead, shocking everyone with the staff's brutal power. Wraith zeroed in on those slimes and decided to go snatch them up. The moment he heard the laughter, the whole scene suddenly felt wrong, like unease was creeping in. She admitted she still felt washed, and Wrath pressed her. "Do you feel it anymore?" Lafayette blurted that the feeling disappeared the moment she spun around and looked. Sylvia figured someone could be targeting Wrath after he picked her, but they promised him, "Don't worry, we'll keep you safe." Meanwhile, the butler burst into a report, telling him that Wrath had slipped into the forest with 2 top-ranked adventurers to go hunting slimes. The man asked if Wrath had done anything worth noting, and the butler snapped back that the adventurers were basically on top of him. One sensed his presence and instantly went on high alert. Taking any action could set everything on fire. The unnamed man told the butler to keep his eyes locked on everything and strike only if the moment showed up, until Laith and Sylvia finally left Wrath alone. Next day at Wraith's house, Lafayette and Sylvia showed up, straight in, no hesitation. Wraith groaned under the crushing weight of Laith's brand new sword. But Lefay snatched it with effortless ease and thanked him, and when Wraith asked if she wanted to test it, she shrugged it off, trusting Wrath's name meant it had to be top tier, right up until they got a request to leave, and the group. Seth and Wraith watched the group vanish into the distance, and now it was just them two. Seth even brought up the trust they'd handed him, and that comment made Wraith blush, squirm, and quickly try to change the subject. They finally snagged the silver they'd been chasing. Rare and dangerous, it demanded kid gloves care, so they cracked open the box and slid it inside. The lights died out in an instant, and then something slammed into Wraith hard. Seth instantly clocked it as a magic attack, and then he noticed the others were already there. With darkness swallowing everything, Wrath grabbed Seth and told him to drive that intruder out. No mercy, no hesitation. A hooded man lunges at Seth, whistling sharp as a blade the whole time. Seth folded to the ground after that crushing kick slammed into his stomach. The attacker let Seth live, then pivoted to Wrath, leaving him utterly baffled. Wrath clocked their plan the instant that man's hand lunged for the silver. Luria's voice cut through the air and ordered him to freeze, and she warned him that if he kept harassing her disciple, he'd better count his luck if he only limped away with a few broken bones. The man started flinging knives at Larry's voice like it was right in front of him. But so much was already chasing him, she crashed into him and slammed him hard to the ground. She warned him not to underestimate her just because she's a woman. She demanded answers from Wrath, and he finally confessed they had no clue what was going on. For now, she ripped off the hoodie and unmasked the intruder. Seth immediately clocked the man for one of Order's lackeys. Wrath leaned in and demanded, "So, what's our next move?" Seth said there wasn't much they could do, so if Otto found out his sabotage didn't work, he'd strike again. For now, they yanked the man down, bound him tight, and got back to the job. 5 days later, they marched straight into the king's presence. The king demanded to know if they'd cooked up a plan to save the crystal dragon, and Luria shot back with confidence, like she never would have shown up if she didn't. Wraith tore in at the weak in the dragon, wasting not a second. With Luria's help, they built a magical device and aimed freezing magic at the mineral, so the dragon could swallow it and turn the silver trapped in its body back into liquid. The dragon snorted, sniffed out the mineral, and swallowed it whole. Then he snapped off a transfer spell, and out of that dragon poured a jet-black substance. Luria used her extractability to snatch it up, then sealed the extracted silver away safely in a bottle. The dragon's dark markings faded into nothing, vanishing like they'd never been there. And just like that, within a minute, Wraith checked the crystal dragon and confirmed there wasn't a single sliver of silver left inside. Wraith rushed to the king and swore that the crystal dragon had no trace of silver left and was fully healed. The dragon surged to its feet, glowing back to life, leaving the king utterly stunned as he poured out his gratitude. Then they finally told Seth, and the weight in his chest lifted like a breath he'd been holding. Pleased, Wraith grilled Seth about his progress, and Seth admitted the attacker cracked after some intense pressure, so they've decided to pull back to the countryside for now. Taking the reins of his family's affairs feels unreal, like something out of a dream. Beth demanded to know his reward, and Ray shot a request to the Linford family, asking for ingredients from their stock. He killed his own greed in the moment, yet couldn't stop himself from wondering about the rates and the tensions underneath it all. Rat leaned in and confessed his wild dream, opening his own shop someday. Later, at Daisy's shop, she demanded to know why he'd come, and he told her he'd jump back into helping every day starting tomorrow, then dropped his question. He dreamed of opening a shop and begged her to walk him through every step. Then Daisy snapped, calling him an absolute fool. He got the harsh truth hammered into him. Opening a shop with zero know-how was pure naivety. He had to hunt down the perfect location, map the budget, and figure out what to actually sell. And she shut down his plan fast, too. If he only peddled potions and ingredients, he'd drown in a sea of already thriving shop. Rafe pitched the idea of magical devices, and people lit up with way more interest than his other plans, so to open his shop, he had to first score a permit from the guild. Wraith got the harsh reminder. The kingdom ran on strict rules, but with his skills and non-stop wins, he figured approval would slam in fast. Next, he had to lock in his material supplies and funding, and Wraith was told to put the guild's permit first. If he stayed determined, she'd guide him step by step after that. He thanked her. He stepped into the shop and started scanning every corner, mapping the layout in his head like it was the blueprint for his own dream. When she didn't answer, Wraith kept roaming the shop, scanning every corner like he had nowhere else to be. Deep in the forest, a carriage rattled along, pulled by two monsters. He hauled a black-haired girl and an adventurer along in the Earth Dragon-pulled carriage. Then the adventurer leaned in to ask if she was okay. She admitted this was her very first ride like this. Ariel and S-ranked adventure finally made their move and asked her out, but Lucia, the girl everyone drools over, cut him off and turned him down. Ariel brought up her plan to hook up with another S-ranked adventurer, and the way he looked, it was like he couldn't stop grinning. Back at the guild, Wraith broke into a warm greeting for Amelia. And he lets that urge burn brighter, to open a shop. They're about to congratulate me. He leaned in and told him he had to hand in merchandise samples and nail the test. Keel the examiner stomped in, and before the room could even settle, he kicked off the test by having them start judging Rate's merchandise samples. Amelia pointed Kyle out as the examiner for new business starters and said the whole thing was basically a formality, so Wrath had nothing to stress about. Then she slipped away to grab the paperwork. Wrath couldn't shake the question in her head. Why was she scrambling through documents before the exam even wrapped up? Kyle leaned in and said Amelia had nothing to worry about. He was certain Wrath would pass, and he couldn't stop complimenting how top-notch Wrath's samples were, way beyond the usual standards. Then Kyle even admitted he wanted to buy some of Wrath's goods. Kyle demanded proof that Wraith actually forged those items and could churn them out at scale, then demanded a full demonstration right there. Kayla figured a top-tier potion would take at least a full day to brew, even with speed. But Kyle was ready to wait until in just 30 minutes it was done. In just 5 minutes, Ray churned out a top-tier potion, and it was honestly shocking. She couldn't wrap her head around how he got it done so fast, muttering under her breath while Wrath threw himself into his exam. Keely blurted out that Rafe had passed an Amelie, only for it to snap back into danger, staring in awe at the sheer beauty of those potions. Slid the documents into his hands, certain he'd win, and pressed the question on her. So, does Lathe like the gift? Rafe tossed out a casual, "Yeah, you loved it," even though they were really sitting in his own house. Amelia lit up because Lafayette loved the gift, but Rady's conscience clawed at him. He just couldn't bring himself to tell the truth. He slipped out of the guild without setting Amelia off. At the next step, tension hung in the air inside Seth's house as Seth handed over the Wraith materials. Something about his behavior screamed shady, even though the ingredients looked perfectly normal. Wraith begged Seth to go along for a second, but Seth snapped back, asking if Wraith could actually carry everything. Rafe grinned, shoved the materials into his magic bag, and got ready to bolt. Lisha burst in out of nowhere, slammed the door behind her, and broke down crying. "I missed you." I couldn't shake the feeling that Wrath was secretly tangled up in a sketchy deal with some random stranger. Right when the door slammed into his face, Rate's nose erupted in a bloody mess. Then they shoved a napkin into his hands to stop the bleeding, and Lisha quickly blurted, "I'm sorry," for jumping to conclusions. But Ray finally admitted it was his own fault for loitering by the front door like that. Alicia snapped, insisting she should have eased the door open with way more care. Seth decided to bring Wraith back into the picture for his sister. Sure, she'd start spotting him around more and more. Wrath couldn't help but see her as a charming girl. Then it hit him fast. She was wise, and Seth was dead set on becoming a lord, which made Wrath grin. Seth told Wrath, "I'll cover for you while you're gone, so don't forget me." Wrath grabbed every ingredient he needed and was ready to ride out, and when Seth offered him a horse carriage, Wrath politely shook his head and declined. At home, Larry's was grumbling to Wrath, but he was slammed so hard he couldn't even spare a second to feed her. We begged her to help sort the ingredients, but Creams wouldn't lift a finger while they were starving. Ruth snapped, "If you don't work, you don't eat, and if you want food, you'd better start helping." The moment Soving started working, Wraith didn't care about anything else. He zeroed in on the shops inside and out, scanning every corner for detoxifies and those magic rings that strengthened the place. The inside was almost done, so all that was left was the outside. Outside, he stared at the house and felt the sickening normality of it, just an ordinary place. He tried to fix the sign, but it still wasn't enough. He refused to go overboard with the decorations, and then, right on cue, he caught a smile. With a flick of his power, he planted it in a pot and watched it explode into a massive, blooming flower. Right then, Lafayette and Sylvia burst into the scene. When Sylvia heard he was busy decking out the shop's exterior, she stepped in fast and offered to help. He told them the only things left were interior and exterior decorating, then asked, "Got any shop name ideas?" LaFay blinked in shock. He didn't get to use his own name like she'd assumed, and that felt wrong in his bones, so he pulled them inside and pushed the conversation to safety instead of keeping it outside. He yanked out paper and ink, ready to hear every wild idea they had. Lathe came right out with a simple idea, like alchemy, right down to the bones. Ray thought it over for a second and actually seemed to like it, so Lathe couldn't believe he said yes that fast. Ticking fast beat, drowning in thoughts, he honestly believed it was the perfect name. They needed a logo. Lathe practically panicked, admitted she couldn't draw, then just read it instead. Great waved it off like, "Yeah, it's fine. They just needed to go over his design and toss out their thoughts." And honestly, he'd been thinking about all this for ages, but only lately did he finally feel ready to open his own shop. When you unveil the finished logo to them, they both nodded in approval. Faith finally exhaled, thinking she'd just finished the hardest part, so the OAS was stunned when it wrapped up that fast. Laith grilled him, asking if he could have pulled it off alone, and he admitted their presence pushed him to finish at lightning speed. Now he had to whip up the shop's products, and LaFay slid him a bento she made and cheered, daring him to put his absolute best into it. Ruth was bursting with joy, swearing he'd cherish it forever. He brewed potion after potion, then didn't stop. He kept pushing forward. More items, because Seth handed him a mountain of ingredients. Now he's got to eat, right? Feeling hungry? Rage boiled in his veins, but he still decided to chow down on LaFay's handmade bento. Then Luria suddenly showed up, even though... He snapped her interruption aside, grabbed a few bites of the bento, then dove right back into the grind. Adventurers came hunting for Grace's legendary specialty magic rings, built to smash harder, endure longer, and resist the worst blows, so they could stock up on the shop's signature gear, while he also prepared to sell everyday items he'd tweak to make daily life way easier. Wraith built his products with one big dream: win over housewives by making everyday chores feel way easier. With one last flourish, he stamped his logo on every single item. Then he pushed harder than ever to make his shop explode with success. Wreath stood there with a swagger, proudly flashing the logos out in front for everyone to see. So tell me, how did he go from nothing to being ready to deal like he owned the place? It was still early morning, so the customers hadn't shown up yet, but he was sure the shop would explode with noise in just a couple hours. Wrath bet that his top-tier products would fly off the shelves, so when, after just a few months, they didn't, his shock hit like a punch. For 3 days, the shop sat empty as the silence crushed the air. Daisy finally swung by and clocked his gloom, then demanded, "What's got you so down?" Overwhelmed, Wrath snapped and broke into tears, cursing the fact that no customers ever showed up. Later, Daisy dashed back to Wraith's shop and grilled him, asking how business was really going. Wrath admitted he'd nailed up a sign, spruced the shop's interior, and even designed a logo, but still, not a single customer showed up, and it was wrecking his mind. Daisy snapped back that moping on the sidelines wouldn't fix a thing, and pressed him to try real moves, like pulling in customers himself or using his own reputation to advertise the shop. Wraith hadn't bothered to reach out to customers at all. For days he sat there stunned, then finally blew up about having no customers, without lifting a finger. She fired back that potion shops were everywhere in the capital, and some mystery shop with nothing special had zero chance. She dropped a hard reminder of his fame, and pushed the idea that he simply couldn't afford to waste that edge. It looked like he finally got it, so he leaned into Daisy and asked how she even pulled off opening her shop. She told him that her adventuring contacts went to the guild and spread the word for her, and that's how she built a customer base fast. Rafe loved the idea of using his social connections to boost his shop. Then he realized, yeah, this was totally doable for him. Daisy said if he landed just a handful of customers, those top-notch products would catch on by themselves and spread fast without him lifting a finger. She made it crystal clear. You don't just wait. You grind every day to pull in those first loyal patrons. Rat finally locked in on what to do next, then dove headfirst into his plan like he couldn't wait another second. Daisy shoved Wrath to keep moving, teasing him that he didn't need luck, then still sent him off with a good luck anyway. As Wrath took off, he replayed Daisy's advice in his head and vowed to track down someone who could spread the news like wildfire. Right then, a girl named Loveshe slid up to him and asked, breathless, how to get to the Adventurers Guild. Ray couldn't take his eyes off Lucia's charm, then swept her straight to the guild. He shot him a grateful nod, then barreled onward. The fox on her head chirped that the rain somehow knows the way, and now all they had to do was buy potions and rake in some cash. Lucia kept stealing glances at Wrath. Then the fox finally asked if something about the young man had caught her eye, since she almost never showed interest in anyone. Lucia guessed Wrath was an alchemist, and when the fox made that remark, it sounded like he was judging how young Lucia was, probably the same age. The Foxyonon leaned back and told Lucia, I trust you. Handle it. Then ordered, wake me up if anything happens, before crashing into a nap. While Rat's directions buzzed in her head, Lucia tried to follow them, then nodded off and got completely lost. A week later, at the Ventures Guild, Wrath kept replaying the moment in his head. Did the girl he'd helped actually make it there? And as he pictured that three-tailed fox perched on her head, he couldn't help thinking it'd be the perfect, eye-catching mascot for his shop. Austin froze, sure he didn't hear Amelia calling his name. He blurted out an apology, admitting he'd been too deep in his own thoughts and ideas, and Amelia clocked the seriousness on Wreath's face, then pressed him. "So what's running through your head?" He waved it off with a nervous giggle. No big deal, right? Then he admitted he finally opened his shop, but the sales weren't anywhere near what he'd dreamed. Amelia stumbled on this shocking twist out of nowhere. Luffy slid right into the scene and said he bet her shop would be slammed so hard he'd struggle to keep up. Ray admitted running a business was way harder than anyone makes it sound, and Lathy hit him with the question, "So, do you have any strategies in mind?" He told me Daisy hit him with some advice, making a mascot, even picking a poster girl, but he's still sitting there, stuck in his head, turning it all over like, what do I do with this? Laughing nodded, realizing the guilt was crushing him, and then Amelia burst into the room, hurrying over to Wrath to apologize for keeping him waiting. She shoved the papers into his hands and warned him to treat every sheet like it mattered because they were vital paperwork for his shop. Rates confirmed he was done and ready to walk out. Then he wished Amelia and Lath good luck, and they hit back with the same words for his shop. But Wraith couldn't escape the room no matter what he tried. Suddenly, someone stormed in yelling, "The shine is back!" The whole room erupted in stunned silence as everyone scrambled to understand what was happening amid the chaos. People spotted him and went, "Wait, where's he been?" because they hadn't seen him in ages. Wrath caught wind that he was one of the rare ranked ones, and at the same time Lath scrambled to stay out of his sight. Sylvia tried to ask what was going on, but Lath only shushed her, because Sylvia had never seen Lath this serious, even not during your volcano mission. Raph tried to crack what was wrong even as Luffy shoved Ariel into hiding, until Ariel burst in, spotted her, and blew the secret wide open. Wrath shot Ariel a sharp question. Was she the ranked one who'd burst the door open? Hario stopped Lafay in his tracks, asked how long it had been, and checked that she was doing okay. But she just smiled and admitted it had been a long while. Ariel dropped to one knee and shot her a fearless smile, asking her out right then and there. Luffy shook, reminding him over and over that she'd turned him down every single time and wanted nothing to do with him. Wrath's jaw dropped when he realized this same mess kept happening again and again. Ariel even demanded he kept confessing, saying he'd laugh every time and wouldn't quit as long as she was still single. So Wrath swore he'd keep confessing until she finally agreed. Panicked and desperate to shake him off, Lafty snapped into action. She shot a look at Wrath, then told Ariel she was already taken. And Ariel blinked in shock, asking if he really heard right and demanding to know exactly who it was. Rafe was stunned beyond belief, but he had no clue Lafayette was already someone's target. Safi shot forward, seized Wrath's arm, and yanked him in place. Ariel blurted out that Wrath was her partner. The whole room snapped into silence. Even Ariel and Wrath couldn't make a sound. Ariel froze in shock and grilled Lafayette, saying that lying wasn't right and that she'd never even seen Wraith with him. Lafayette just flashed a weird smile and insisted she couldn't always show up in public with him, then claimed she'd met Wraith while Ariel was out on requests. Ariel refused to believe it, but she still forced herself to take in the confirmation with shaking effort. Sylvia Backlaffy leaned in and said, "Yeah, we really did meet Wraith while Ariel was gone." Then she admitted she didn't know if Laffy and Wraith were actually together, but one thing was clear, Laffy wasn't lying. Ariel marched straight up to Wraith and demanded, "So you're really dating LaFay?" Wrath hesitated for a heartbeat, but when Lath clamped down on his arm, panic hit. What if she snapped it? He swallowed hard and nervously checked. "We're together, right?" Periel's heart sank. He couldn't stomach what went down while he was gone. He could barely believe it. He jabbed a finger at Wrath, barked his name out loud, and yelled at Lath not to trust him. Ariel was still reeling, so she stormed out of the room. Then the second Lath let go of Wrath's arm, Wrath crumpled, writhing in pain, and the whole crowd started whispering like something huge just happened. After Ariel stormed out, Lafayette slid in beside Wraith, muttering a real apology for what happened with. The blonde guy? She told me she and Ariel had been ranked adventurers for ages, and ever since they first met, he kept confessing his feelings to her again and again. Just like Wrath saw, she shut him down every time, but he never once backed off. And when his stubborn persistence wouldn't die down, she said she felt cornered into making up a lie. After she hooked back up with Wrath, she decided to break Ariel by calling Wrath her boyfriend. Then she begged Wrath to play along until Ariel finally threw in the towel. He flashed a grin and told Ariel, Yeah, I already dropped a hint about this. Then he nodded and went along with her plan, because she was comfortable, and that was all that mattered. Laffy blurts out another apology, thanks him for everything, and quickly asks if he's really okay with what happened. Rot said that from a guy's eyes, Ariel was downright irresistible, and the two of them would make an insane adventure duo if she wanted it. Then Ariel agreed he wasn't a bad person, but she knew his vibe just wasn't her type. Wrath straight up asked what they should do to make everyone believe they were really a couple. Red-faced, LaFay whispered that they should go on dates, like the idea made his whole world spin. The second she brought it up, he burst into a full-body blush. She made it crystal clear these would be fake dates because Ariel still didn't trust their relationship, so they had to play it safe or risk messing everything up. Wrath nodded, admitted she was right, and swore he'd do everything he could. Lathe thanked him again, straight from the heart. Meanwhile, Sylvia had no doubt. Wrath would back Lathe the moment she needed him most. Wrath just struck a deal with LaFay, and now he's ready to blast off on his journey, because the new agreement to pose as her lover is still burning in his mind. Link is in the description. As you sprinted forward, he kept moving, then his eyes snapped to a girl sprawled on the ground like time had stopped, and when he realized she'd collapsed, he rushed to her side, scooped her up, and demanded to know if she was okay. His voice shook with worry as he clutched her close, stared into her face, and then BAM! Recognition hit like a spark in his mind. He finally remembered who she was, and when he saw her chest rise and fall, relief hit hard. She was breathing. That familiar face calmed him, even as he kept scanning for any sign she was awake. Right then, the fox padded up, and Wrath demanded, "Who are you?" The fox stepped up, introduced himself as Letitia's friend, and begged, straight up pleaded, for help on her behalf. Wraith froze when he heard the fox talk. The girl struggled to get words out. He shoved closer fast and asked, "Are you okay?" She couldn't manage to ask for help. Her stomach growled as she finally admitted it. She was hungry. Wraith dashed off to get bread for her, and the fox snapped that they'd been totally swindled, wiped out of every last cent, which left. They were left starving, unable to grab a single bite of food. Even the Wraiths can't help but sympathize with what they're going through. After she devoured the bread, he leaned in and demanded her name, and she answered, "I'm low, lost in the fog." Mimi drops the bombshell. He's a spirit. Ray can't believe it, because spirits and humans rarely end up as companions. Mimi told me he'd been with her for ages, like Lo was his own daughter, and Ray couldn't wrap his head around it. How could a spirit see a human that way? Then he pressed, "So, what are we doing next?" Lo said she was hunting an alchemist named Wraith. Wraith's eyes widened in shock. He practically froze when she said she was hunting someone named Wrath, and then he admitted it was him, demanding why she wanted him in the first place, only for her to answer with one bold goal. She wanted to be his disciple. Wrath froze for a split second, then blurted his disbelief to the skies, yelling what she meant, only for her to tell him the rumors were already flying that he was some extraordinary alchemist who could brew elixirs, and she couldn't believe it, because she thought he'd be way older. Roth couldn't believe it. His name had blown up in other countries too. But now he was stuck in a brutal spot. His shop and his constant laughing kept him so busy there was zero time to train a disciple. Still, he couldn't bring himself to just turn her away, not when he saw those blushing cheeks. She boldly pressed her dream again. She wanted to learn alchemy from him. No ifs, ands, or buts. He finally figured it out and told Lucia, "I'll accept you as my disciple, just not on your terms." Then he laid down 2 rules. First, he'd give her a spot working in his shop and teach her alchemy, and second, she could walk away whenever she wanted. Whenever she wanted, he could just stay put at the shop. Latour gave him the power to keep teaching her right there. Lucia nodded and agreed to that very first condition. For his second request, he demanded the spirit become the shop's mascot. The spirit hovered above the role, unsure at first, then learned from him that a mascot just stays in the shop, where customers might chat or even try to pet it, still proud, still nervous about dealing with humans. Was still the perfect pick as a talking fox, turning that shop into something truly one of a kind. Ptacia, eyes blazing with hope, pressed the fox again, begging for an answer. Unable to resist her, the spirit gave in. Then Wrath asked how long she planned to stay in the capital. Since she hadn't figured it out yet, he slid her a spot at his shop until she found her next place to live. At home, Luria's jaw dropped when she caught Wrath standing there with a girl she'd never seen before. He shushed her, then leaned in and told her the girl would be working there from now on. As they climbed the stairs, Letitia peppered him with questions about the woman, and he leaned in to explain she was his mentor, the one who lived right there too. He swung open Letitia's door and showed her room, then immediately put her alchemy to the test with a crackling black crystal. She brought a device from her homeland that judged an alchemist's talent by how far their power could rise through sublimation. The second she touched the crystal, it erupted into a dazzling sparkle. After a skilled alchemist cleared the crystal to 70%, Letitia blew everyone away by pushing it to 90%. And curious, Wrath couldn't resist testing himself next. He'd never once tested how strong he really was. The crystal erupted in a blinding, intense glow. It ripped through him until he collapsed, choking on pure pain. Letitia hurried over to check on him, and when she looked, he was totally fine. He stared at the shattered crystal, baffled, and Letitia told him he'd probably jammed it with too much, like his first had overloaded its capacity. She begged to watch him build a magical device, and that's when Wrath's surprise hit, because She didn't expect Lucia to call for potions at all. Lucia only smirked and said sure, she could make potions, but her real specialty was magical devices. When you asked what device to build, she shrugged and handed him the decision. With the summer heat blasting him, he cooked up a cooling contraption from a giant sheet of paper, a pen, and even a necklace, then started filling it. He lifted the pen packed with white powder and started talking about what made this special pen so different. You could summon real material effects straight away, skipping the usual hassle of tracing magic circles just by using the right materials. Smash through the magic circle drawn on the paper. Place the necklace on it and finish the device below. Letitia looked unimpressed. Then, when he asked what she wanted, she shot back that she wanted a ring. He pointed it out like, I'm not getting one, he's giving it to another girl. Luria watched everything unfold, then completely misread it, and panic exploded in her chest. Rat started thinking she was in a relationship. Then he wondered if what they had looked romantic, and she basically told him, nope, you're not bold enough. Luria fired off a question, then Wrath grinned and said he was putting Letitia's alchemy to the test. They introduced themselves, and Wrath told Luria that Letitia was moving into the second floor starting today. Then he shoved Lucia forward, and she murmured a spell that enchanted the ring. Lucy breaks down the pricing rate and the magic behind it, then blurts out, Lucy explain. She constantly forged magical gadgets packed with attack magic because she was a wizard who could make spells bite. Luria thought Lucia had come to learn magic, but Wrath shut that down fast. Turns out she wasn't there for that at all. Luria just stood there, baffled, because Wrath's way of crafting magical devices was totally unlike anything she'd ever seen. Lucia cut in, begging Wraith to teach her magic circles, and when he pushed back, warning her how brutal they were, she didn't back down. She swore she'd give it everything she had. Over dinner, Wraith leaned in and demanded to know what spirits actually eat. And the fox leaned in and said, spirits don't need food, unlike puny humans. Lowry explained that spirits keep themselves alive on pure magical energy until it runs dry, and then they start losing their memories only to be reborn as brand new spirits. Lucia got pressed about where she came from, and when she finally answered, she said she hails from Wano country. Rat didn't know it at all, but Lurie had been there and painted the whole picture with her description. A lavish spread of premium alcohol and snacks, each one bursting with a truly one-of-a-kind flavor. She sensed it instantly. The whole town felt different, even in how its buildings stood there, stone and proud. The country here worshipped politeness, and that detail hooked Wrath the moment he heard about Lucia's hometown. Larry clocked Lucia's young face and fired off the question. Had she always been studying alchemy? Lucia blurted out an answer. She spilled her heart about her love for alchemy, while her parents still shoved her into a magic training school. Luria asked if Lucia's the type of ability, since schools are mostly for nobles, but Lucia dodged the question like it was a trap. Wraith changed the subject and pressed Mimi, asking how the spirit fox ever became her companion. Mimi mumbled that it wasn't simple. Lucia had formed a contract with him when she was just a kid. Luria's jaw dropped when Lucia sealed a spirit contract, spirits siphoning magical energy to unleash power that crushes regular magic by a mile. Wrath grinned and declared that starting tomorrow, Lucia would join their shop and be an absolute game changer. Then Luria teased him, like,
So, did you think she's cute?
He got them to dodge the whole thing by telling them to make flyers. Lori finally agreed, and then it was time for the next question. I'm sorry. The very next day, their shop finally threw open its doors, but Rat's excitement crashed hard, even with their mascot cheering him on, and still he refused to give up, because he knew a first day always feels rough. The shop bell jangled the moment Lafayette and Sylvia pushed inside. Yeah, there. First customers would roll in, and anyone curious could jump on a ride and go ask how the shop was coming along. Wraith swung in, greeted everyone with confidence, and then introduced Lucia like she was the next big reveal. Sylvia lit up when she saw Mimi and leaned in, grilling her for every detail about that tiny little creature. Wrath then revealed he was Lucius's contracted spirit, and that news sent a sharp, nervous sting through Sylvia. Ray III leaned in and told Sylvia to calm down and go ahead. She should pet Mimi, since they were guests. While Sylvia chatted with Mimi, Wraith leaned in and grilled Laith about why she'd come. So Laith, blushing and a little nervous, admitted she was there to talk about their little pretend relationship, where Wraith plays her partner. Ray leaned into the wall and called Laith, begging for a slow day with low traffic, because once he looked around, he already knew. Lathy checked his schedule for a beat, then boldly swept in and asked him out on a date. Her request hit Wrath like a thunderclap, stunning him so hard he could barely breathe. Next chapter, Adventure. Rick dozed off while poring over a tiny potion, then drifted back into his studies like it was mission time. His partner clocked they were closing in on the quest spot and grilled him. What are you doing? Rick admitted he was poking around an unfamiliar shop's potion, totally skeptical about the miracle effects they promised. His partner just stared in shock, couldn't believe he'd actually buy something that strong, a straight-up physical enhancement potion. Rick admitted it felt weird, but he trusted the shopkeeper's word. Then he swallowed the potion to see if it would really do what it claimed against. A massive poison spider twisting out of the way of its own venom like it's dancing through death, with an unexpectedly high leap. He scratched his head over what that potion had done to him and decided he wouldn't guess, he'd test it. He carved through two of the spider's legs like it was nothing, then planted his feet on the ground with total control. His speed, agility, and precision were on a whole new level. Stunned by what those potions did, he found his nerve and wiped out the spider all by himself, no help from his partner at all. When he wiped out the creature with zero effort, his partner blurted the first question. Who, exactly, was the potion shop's creator? Wraith stormed through the potion inventory, then shoved the fresh arrivals right to the front where everyone could see them. With everything neatly in place, he checked the clock. Opening time was creeping up. He grabbed the door handle, told Luria, "We might not get many customers today, but we'll still go all out." Luria nodded, then cracked the door open and froze cold when he saw a huge crowd packed and buzzing, all waiting for the shop to finally open. Wrath stared in pure disbelief, firing off questions in his head, sure this was some fake dream that would vanish the second the door swung wide. Then he opened it, and there was no waking up at all. Crushed under the sheer wave of customers. They grabbed so many items that the shelves were practically wiped clean way before closing time. Inside an empty store, Wrath and Lo were still catching their breath, stunned as a sudden wave of customers crashed in. A customer came storming up and demanded to know if everything was already sold out. Rafe watched a massive wave of customers wipe out their stock, then leaned in, unable to resist. Wait, do you know why everyone suddenly showed up? Genuinely shocked, he admitted he hadn't heard anything, until rumors hit over the last few days about this shop stocked with insane potions and magical gear, and everything stamped with flame marks was the one people swore by. Rafe finally got the message, then asked the big question. Did he really plan to take orders? He leaned in, swore it was true, grabbed her order, and thanked her like it mattered. Rot never expected that the logo he drew would rocket the shop's popularity so hard. He burst with joy, and since everything was rolling, he decided to crank out even more items while they still had plenty of materials. Once the shop lights went out, Lucia and Mimi looked totally wiped, and Wraith praised their hustle, then warned that tomorrow was going to hit just as hard. Even with the workload crushing them, Lucia stayed locked in, Wraith-minded on her promise, and that resolve pushed her forward. She finally swallowed her pride and reluctantly promised to give it her all. That evening, Wrath had a date with LaFay, set up just to track Ariel, and even with the act of being her boyfriend plastered on, anxiety still gnawed at him. Lafayette showed up at their meeting spot, and the moment Wraith laid eyes on her, heat rushed straight to his face. She shot him an apology for the delay, her shyness reflecting his, and it slowed them both down. Wrath couldn't look away. He asked if she picked that outfit herself, and Lefty tipped her hat to Sylvia. Meanwhile, Ariel watched from the shadows as they strolled by, and Wreath couldn't stop wondering what couples usually do on dates. LaFay bragged about how his shop was booming, and it totally stunned her that she even knew. Then she clocked it. She wasn't feeling good at all. Spotted the camp buzzing with talk of flame-marked potions, and a three-tailed fox circling somewhere nearby. Ray snapped it all together with what the customer had said earlier. Word of mouth was spreading fast, just like Daisy warned him would happen when he came to her for advice. Lucia and Mimi helped turn the shop into a magnet, winning over customers of every age and gender, and Wraith could only hope that spark never faded. Her giggling doubts vanished the moment his insanely good products proved her wrong. Ray's cheeks warmed, half flattered, half mortified, so he thanked her fast, praying the moment didn't fade. Today, Rat stormed out of the shop and landed under someone else's care. Suddenly, a kid's loud, heart-crushing sobs ripped through the air. Wraith's instincts screamed to help, but Laffy yanked him back before he could move. Moments later, Ariel burst into view, shoved a flower into the child's hands, and whispered over the crying. Just didn't fit her beautiful face at all. Even with his downfall, her tears wouldn't stop. She kept crying through it all. Wrath couldn't stop staring at how weirdly the guy dressed, convinced he'd been trailing them the whole time. Guards burst in and hauled the Ariel away. That urge to break free while the window was still open. Wrath hesitated, clocking that the man wasn't ready to let go of her just yet, so she told him she had a plan. She spilled the details of an annual festival in New York like it was the biggest event on the map. It zoomed in on the Capitol, blasting us with an unforgettable parade and a wave of one-of-a-kind shops that suddenly popped up. She told me Sylvia wouldn't let up, pestering her to hit the festival together, just the two of them. Wrath figured if Ariel kept staring at them, showing up together at the festival would make it impossible for him to think they weren't a couple, especially since he knew festivals were basically made for dates, and he was totally fine with that. Lath was totally on board with the plan. If he was doing it, they were doing it. Ray took a breath and decided to go through with it. Then it hit him. Ariel was gone, so there was no point dragging this date on, and he cut it short right there. A week later, Lucia leaned in and demanded to know if Wrath was really showing up to the festival. The festival going strong. He said it was already noon, so the crowd should finally be manageable. Lucia still felt a knot of nerves about heading in alone, but Ray stepped in, reassured her, and told her she had real confidence. On their last date, Wrath couldn't seize control, and that embarrassment burned in him, so now he vowed to crush this festival data and make it a total success. So he chose to go straight to Daisy and beg for help. Wraith shot her an apology for barging in without warning, then blurted that he needed Daisy's help, like, urgently, right now. Then he spotted Sylvia and froze mid-breath, stammering, "Why are you here?" He flashed a grin and fired a question like, "What do you think you're doing?" Daisy explained that Sylvia had come to her for help, and the request felt weirdly unclear. Wraith pitched a plan, and Sylvie cut in, reminding him of his promise. Show up at the festival with her sister, then warned him he didn't know the capital's festival at all, so he might stumble instead of leading with confidence and setting the right vibe. And Sylvie offered to step in and help calm his date, feeling the nervous tension creeping in on him. She asked if he could really handle it solo. Totally oblivious, that was exactly why he'd come to Daisy in the first place. Daisy snagged the request, but her mind spun at why they'd picked her, until Sylvie said Wraith barely knew anyone worth asking. Daisy leaned in and asked if he was dating an S-ranked adventurer, and Wraith admitted he was only pretending, dating her just to keep her away from some unwanted suitor. Daisy looked completely stumped, so Sylvia urged them to go ask Amelia, especially if Daisy really couldn't help. Ruth fought tooth and nail to keep Amelia out of it, already sure Amelia would blow up the moment she got involved. Daisy didn't see a problem with Amelia. She was an adult, after all, but Rafe begged her to step in, and that's when Daisy started wondering why he was so desperate for her help, specifically. He swore this was a make-or-break situation that only mattered to him. After Daisy kept pushing, she finally caved and agreed to help. Then Sylvia jumped at the chance and blurted out that it was time to start the festival prep. But Daisy was still on the clock, so they pushed the whole thing back. 300 years ago, when the country was born, the festival kicked off with one wild hope: the kingdom would thrive, so they created the Royal Dragon Festival to honor the Crystal Dragon. And it didn't stay small for long. It exploded across the years until today the whole capital crowds in every summer, because everyone knows this celebration, and they can't wait for it. Wraith couldn't believe how massive and unreal the whole event looked. Lothi asked if he was loving his first Royal Dragon Festival, and he lit up, saying everything he'd seen was unreal. Now he finally understood why everyone went wild for it. When he caught a glimpse of Lath in that stunning outfit, he blurted out a loud compliment before he could stop himself. Luckily, LeFay never even heard him, just like the explanation said. Even with the suspicion hanging in the air, Ariel kept her eyes locked on them. Wraith swept the crowd with his eyes, but he couldn't find them. Sylvia and the girls were hiding in plain sight. Nicola practically buzzed with joy hanging out with Daisy and Sylvia, while Daisy looked like she was 1 second away from snapping, and Luria called it out. Wraith wasn't exactly skilled with women, so getting him to act like a real boyfriend was a real uphill battle. Then she spotted Ariel and rushed up to ask, "Are you okay?" So the Eshard heard people saying he didn't need to be worried about it all, and take note, Wreath had just picked up a gift for LaFay. He slipped her the candy, then their fingers brushed, and they both went scarlet before yanking their hands back in panic. Lori and Sylvia couldn't stop grinning as Rafe and Lath traded jokes, while Niccolo, in the corner, was working up the courage to finally ask Daisy out. But Daisy didn't budge. She shut her down hard, and Nicola just found that strong spine adorable, while Daisy only cared about one thing: getting her to leave. Sylvia and Luria huddled together, brainstorming wild ideas to make Rake and a whole lot of laughter pull them closer. A pack of guys slid up to them and started flirting like they owned the moment. Sylvia snapped them with a terrifying glare, and they immediately shivered. He laughed and said they weren't hunting trouble at all, they were just chasing a good time. Since it was their first time in the capital, Laura stepped in fast, admitted they had no clue about the area, and told the men to ask someone else. Yet the men kept pushing, insisting they all explore together anyway. One snatched Daisy's shoulder, saying they'd hang out, but a menacing voice snapped, "Let go, now!" Freezing ice slammed into his hand without warning. While the girls shielded Daisy, Sylvia dug in her heels and stared those men down like she'd tear them apart. They swore they just wanted fun, but Sylvia's tone snapped. She went serious and ordered them to get out. Sylvia was laser-focused on helping her sister in wrath, no time to mess with random strangers. Then she started thinking about causing an accident to freeze them. And you tell your legs, "Hold up, just a quick request," and you make them wait. Back at the festival, Wrath and LaFay dove into the street food like it was pure heaven. Rat spotted shops crammed with goods from everywhere, and LaFay leaned in like, "Pick up those one-of-a-kind creatures, best souvenirs ever." He suddenly remembered Lucian saying she'd be at the festival, probably wandering around tasting all the food. I really hope Luria Eames was just at home, sipping drinks, because out of nowhere, the same creeps who messed with Sylvia and Laura burst in and started harassing her. Laughing, Wraith didn't clock it as flirting, because they looked terrified and kept jerking their eyes over their shoulders like something was chasing them. Lathe snapped and flat out refused to go with them, throwing them the exact same brutal stare Sylvia had. Terror hit them like a punch, and they bolted for their lives. And just like that, Laughter and everybody else stood there, utterly confused by what had just happened. Sylvia watched her carefully planned plan crumble into pure frustration. Loria, clueless about the plot, begs the heavens for Lackey's courage, while Sylvia secretly hoped this mess would finally give Wrath a chance to shield Lackey from the thugs. Lathe was remotely tough, so Sylvia snapped upright, determined to tackle Wraith head-on and protect her sister's happiness. Sylvia told Luria to pull Wrath and Luffy in close, right through physical touch. Luria couldn't stop wondering about the plan. Sylvia was going to whip up wind magic to nudge Wrathhead straight toward Lafay Supply. With the plan locked in, they link up and unleash their powers, forcing it to grow. He conjured a violent gust that shoved Reitz right toward Lafay. Wraith stumbled and slammed his face right into Lackey's chest. He blurts out a panicked apology, words tumbling out as fast as his nerve. Sylvia and Laura couldn't stop grinning. This was the moment they'd been chasing. Lafay and Ray spotted a game stall, rushed over, and Wraith nervously jumped into a ring-tossing challenge, thinking he was about to settle in. The ring slammed onto the stick at the very last second. Wraith threw himself into the attempt again and pulled it off. A crowd surged around him, but confusion hit hard. He had no idea how he even won. Sylvia and Luria had been secretly helping him behind the scenes. When Luria spotted the crowd swelling fast, he snapped that they might have gone way too far. Sylvia chimed in, saying his sister was slipping into full work mode, and then she pushed the only play they had, lure him. Wraith told them to quit worrying and enjoy the festival. Then he spotted a place to sit for the fireworks after the game, and just like that, Wraith got to actually enjoy the festival. He clocked a melee closing in fast and, worried she'd catch him, he blurted, "Let me grab some drinks." But it was already too late. Amelia flashed that grin, asked where Sylvia was, and figured they were totally alone at the festival. Latte tried to smooth things over by bringing up what happened with Ariel, and Amelia didn't deny it. She just leaned in and said it was so obvious how close they were, then added that the festival was a hot spot for couples. As she talked, Rat's eyes caught the fog rolling in, and he shot a glance down at his hand. Ritz watched the ring of magic nullification snap open out of nowhere. It felt like the magic was whispering through her thoughts, Amelia Collab, startling them both, like the ground just dropped out from under them. Wrath scanned her, checked she was okay, and found she was only asleep. Lath let out a breath of relief, but still couldn't figure out what the heck happened. Wraith threw out a wild idea. What if the fog was soaked in magic that knocks people out? Then he tested it, blinking right through the haze thanks to his ring, and when he asked Lafty, she said she felt fine. She even guessed the fog hits everyone differently, so they had to move now, before they lost the ability to move at all. Thick fog blanketed the land, like some brutal mage had unleashed it from the shadows, and Rafe couldn't help but wonder how many people in the capital were still awake and staring into it. Lath suggested they hunt for anyone else who was still awake, and since nobody knew when the fog would finally clear, they pushed out to explore the other areas. The fog kept thickening, and it felt like they were about to run into someone just as dangerous as their mentor, or even worse. Rafe had no choice. He had to act, because he'd rather handle Amelia's teasing than face this crisis head-on. As they headed down the path, they spotted everyone else crashed out in sleep. Lath's senses flared with gifts, and he called out, shining the truth before them, revealing. Ariel popped in to greet them, burst into laughter, and asked if he knew anything. Then he just admitted he didn't. He figured the folks who were still up, him and Lafay included, must have insane high magic resistance, and the proof was right there. They were ranked adventurers. Luria and Sylvia hustled Daisy and Nicola to safety, then tore off to hunt Wrath, while Lafay strained to trace his magic, only to smash into a wall where her own powers got blocked. Sylvia fought to feel her sister's magic, trying to lure him in, while two other magic sources laughed in the background and crashed the plan from the side. Sylvia went, "Wait, that other source has to be Ariel, the ranked adventurer we're trying to bait." And Sims shot back that Ariel was the one who'd fallen for Lafay. When Sylvia finally got pressed, she swore her magic was still staying strong, even in the fog. Luria decided to stay airborne as long as her magic held, and after a while she finally spotted Wraith and the others. Rafe stared in shock as they dropped out of the sky, then laughed and teased, "So, you guys drunk?" A voice suddenly cut in, and everyone snapped into position like they were about to unleash the attack. But Mimi sneered at their weakness, laughing like it was theirs to lose. So yeah, why was she there, and where in the world was Lucia? And Mimi snapped that Lucia was the one who forged the fire. Wrath froze the moment Nini said Luria. Then she quickly clarified it wasn't the usual Lucia. He asked if the quiet, blank-faced Lucia, the one who gets bothered by everything, was the real culprit, and Mimi fired back that the Lucia he knew wasn't Lucia at all. It was the light Laria. But the spell didn't come from some nobody. It was the Dark Luria, a terrifying half-human, half-vampire hybrid who wielded magic like a weapon. Vampires, an ancient magical race from over 1,000 years back, ruled the night with blood-hungry hunger and beast-level strength, but their struggles to reproduce slowly strangled their power until they faded into history. So many said Lucia still hadn't mastered her powers because when her blood runs low or she's drunk, her personality flips hard and she snaps into full berserk mode. Mimi told us Lucia was locked in her dark vampire mode right now, using her power to drown the capital in thick, choking fog. Wraith demanded to know when this mode would finally shut off, and Mimi told him it might drag on for half a day, or even spill past a full day. Lucia's hybrid power dwarfed anything a normal human could touch, and because she was Mimi's contracted spirit, Mimi couldn't step in to stop her. Wraith kept replaying what sparked her loss of control, and she told everyone it started after she'd only had a bit of alcohol, while Nimi was basically urging her to drink. Wraith leaned in and asked Luria what she had planned, and she shrugged it off, no strategy needed. They just had to stop Lucia, so everyone pleaded about the risk of injuries, but before it could slow her down, Ariel swooped in and shut them down with a confident promise that it was all under control. He promised he'd handle it. Ariel shot a sly wink and swore his potions would make everything hit harder. Then Mimi, seeing everyone set, grabbed the lead and sprinted ahead. Lathe thrust her hand toward Wrath, saying flying would be faster, while Sophia lunged in and grabbed Lathe. After one wild ride, they finally slammed down onto the ground, wheels touching like freedom. Wrath, not used to this kind of rush, felt his stomach twist and watched his whole life flash by as that spotted dark Lucia hovered over him. She lit up the moment she spotted that delicious-looking group below, grinning as she savored the sight. Her grin slammed a truth into Wrath. This wasn't the usual Lucia, even if he still thought they could talk her down, while Mimi snapped a warning to stay on guard, because Lucia might not hold back at all. Lucy brushed off caution like it was nothing. Luria politely begged Lucia to lift the fog magic, then scolded her because her little stunt was messing up the capital. Luria's voice snapped as she rejected her, and even called her an old lady, blasting her with pure outrage. Wrath halted mid-moment and demanded that Lucia explain why she'd sparked all this chaos. Lucia shot back that she didn't have a particular game in mind, she just wanted to finally have fun after being stuck and trapped for so long. She blinked into existence right in front of Wrath. Wrath blinked in shock as she lunged in with an invite, moving so fast she looked like she was about to strike the moment he hesitated. Luria lunged in with a kick at Lucia, but Lucia darted out of the way with pure agility. Then she laughed and teased that move still wouldn't catch her. But when she glanced back, it cost her. She snapped out a blast of sharp ice and trapped them cold. Still shaking from what just happened, Wrath couldn't help but wonder, did she actually just teleport? He snapped to a realization and shot them an urgent order. Bind her fast, before it's too late. But Lucius struck in the blink of an eye, then vanished without a trace. She snapped that their magic couldn't even touch her, then started circling them mid-air like a predator hunting its target. Wraith clocked it instantly. She vanished into fog to move, and Sylvia snapped into action, launching chains to trap her. But Lucius slipped out of their grip like it was nothing. Then Lucian clocked it. Sylvia wasn't aiming to hit him at all, and he demanded to know what she was really trying to do. Lucia suddenly found herself trapped in an endless sea of chains. So, it still needs to be clarified, but it wasn't her trying to hit her. She set out from the very start to trap her in a chain ball. Lucia finally clocked it. The chains weren't just shackles, they were built to trap her in a tight sphere, locking her in and stopping her from getting out. She admitted she'd underestimated Sylvia's brain power, but Lucius's power instantly turned every chain to ash, tearing them all away and freeing herself. Next, Laffy lunged in to confront her. Then everything went wrong the moment they made contact. Lucid turned her arm into a cloud of fog, and Lathe slammed straight down. As Lafaya swallowed her pride and apologized for messing up, Wraith couldn't help but stare. How in the world could she leap like that while wearing a yukata? Lackey warned him they might not be able to stop her without getting hurt. Raph pushed back hard, yelling there had to be another way, but Luria hit him with the truth. Lucio is the fog's source, shrugging off their attacks like nothing, and if they don't strike fast, this whole mess is going to spiral out of control. They hit at the exact same time, unleashing a brutal, coordinated assault. And Lucia struck back harder as the fight exploded around them. Wraith leaned on Minnie for answers, and Minnie fired back.
Vampires buckle under sunlight, crosses, running water, fire, and holy water.
Even at night, sunlight could be summoned, and Luria's crew was already mixing water and fire like it was nothing. But Lucia was immune to conjured elements, so they had to rely on the real, natural sources, leading to holy water is their ace in the hole. Wraith grips a single bottle, praying one splash will stop her if they dare to strike. Right then, Lucia burst in from behind him and snatched the bottle out of his hands. Laffy snapped a kick at her, then checked to make sure Wraith was okay, only for Wraith to explain that Lucia had grabbed the holy water. Lucia cracked open the bottle, poured it out, and said that creeping around solo made him impossible to miss. Lucy erupted in taunts and brutal insults aimed at Wraith, cackling the whole time. Wrath's body shook with fear, but he refused to answer as her blows kept landing. He swore to the girls he wasn't mad. He was just fired up to cook up a wicked plan and make her cry. The girls freaked out over his plan, but he promised it wouldn't hurt her. He just needed all three of them to back him up. Luria shut the plan down cold if it meant something awful, but Wraith swore up and down it was totally harmless. Sylvia demanded to know how she could help, and he snapped them closer, whispering the game plan while Lucia scrubbed at the mess, totally lost. He told them to bait her into the open area by Southgate so she couldn't slip away if they could manage it, and yeah, that was brutal work. Wraith kept pushing them to finish, whispering that he'd take care of everything else. Ariel exploded into a sudden attack, but Lucia slipped past it with jaw-dropping ease. Lucian needled her like an old lady, and her rage only surged hotter. Luria ripped through the air and conjured a bunch of water balls at once, and launched them at Lucia, right as Lucia's eyes got snagged on the water balls. Then Sylvia's chain snapped into view right in front of her face. Sylvia dared her to dodge or get hurt, risking everything about her beauty. And that's when Lucia finally understood. They'd been holding back the whole time. But now enjoy the challenge. Push them to go all out while they twist away from danger. They shoved her toward the spot Wrath pointed out, wherever that place was. Lucian spotted their intentions and slammed on the brakes, stopping them dead in their tracks. Ray barked orders and demanded everyone follow every detail to the letter. Then he made it clear he'd take the hit if anything went wrong. Lucia can't stop wondering who she should hit up first, Luria or Sylvia. But just when you'd expect him to hesitate, Wrath exploded into motion and attacked first. Lucia's brows knit in confusion, because Wraith wouldn't fight and couldn't use magic at all. She held her ground, suspicious of whether he could pull it off. Wrath slammed her compression power into the fountain, and it exploded into shattered pieces. Sensing the danger creeping in, Lucia bolted for her life. But Laith tore after her. She laughed, and nearly got caught doing it. Lucia cut through the fog, then Luria and Sylvia suddenly slid into view behind her. Wrath snapped at Luria to build walls and trap Lucia in that area. He didn't care how she did it. Luria snapped into confidence. Magic was her strength, and she welcomed the mission with open hands. Rat didn't try to shove Lucia into the fountain. He aimed to drag the fountain right to her. He fired off the compression power again, and the fountain exploded like a water cannon. The explosion blasted the air, then a flicker of sparks rained down, and Lucia, tumbling from the sky, started slipping out of consciousness. He snatched her mid-fall and stopped her from crashing to the ground. Wraith swept through the group to make sure everyone was safe, then froze when he saw Lucia soaked through, laughing her head off. Laith demanded, "Why are you just staring like that?" And he muttered that they were right there, then got snapped at for staring like he had all the time in the world. Wraith watched Luria's wind magic keep Luria and Sylvia bone dry, not a drop out of place. Lucia blinked back to life and snapped that Wraith had gone way beyond anything she expected. She grinned like she'd just won, amused to the core that some nobody without magic had actually beaten her. Wraith grinned, because that surprise hit her right where it mattered. As Wraith stared back, he realized those dark, luridous taunts had been messing with them in the worst way. With that mess finally handled, Lucius was about to land himself in a whole new round of trouble. Wrath and Luria tore after her, and Wrath spanked her a few sharp times. Lucia vowed with fire in her eyes that she'd never do that same mistake again. After that, Luria snapped that Wrath probably went way too far. Something bad was still right behind them, so they had no choice but to race past it and not look back. Wraith leaned in and demanded to know just how much Lucia could remember. A prize? Yeah, turns out she remembered everything, and she rushed in with a real, heartfelt apology. Mimi looked genuinely crushed and remorseful, then praised everyone, even as she pressed them to wrap it up sooner since it was 4 against 1. Wraith started getting used to her jabs as Lucia snapped back to normal, and once the fog finally lifted, people burst into tears. It felt like a dream as he finally slipped away into sleep. He launched into an aerial check to make sure the heat didn't hurt a single person, and then everyone thanked him. He admitted he'd been secretly investigating whether Wrath and Laith were actually dating. Wrath had totally blanked on the mission that he owned. Then he pounced on Ariel for the details and learned that he and LaFay were, for real, a couple. Even so, they both played dumb about the Real's investigation, but Ray clocked it instantly. This mission hit their target. Then Ariel drops a bombshell. If Wreath ever stops loving Laffy, she says he'll step in and claim what he wants himself. So he shoved Wrath to keep Laffy smiling, then vanished like he was never there. A week later, Wrath looked crushed, like his spark had just been snuffed out. Laith snapped, "So how long am I stuck like this?" Mimi was just as gloomy, and Seth, standing right there, told him to shake it off and move on. Fountains got smashed, roads tore up, magic went haywire across the whole city, the festival got wrecked, and hostile spells lit up the chaos. Were brutal crimes that almost always sent people straight to jail. Wraith got it, but the price hit like a gut punch. Too high. Lucia's face fell as she admitted they were broke. Then Sylvia stepped in and offered help, instantly lifting their spirits. Raph turned it down for spirit's sake, insisting it was just between him and Lucia, so when there was no other way out, he swallowed the cost and paid the bill himself. Lucia snapped back, but he cut her off fast, told her she had no right to argue, not after she had collapsed, broke, and helpless. Seeing her face, he straight up said, "Nothing's free here. If you want out, you'll grind at my shop until you've paid me back." She took the offer, thanked him, and he couldn't help thinking, if she'd been honest from the start, everything might have gone differently. She shot him an apology, then spilled the truth about non-human races. Like vampires in the shadows, she faced non-stop discrimination, denied service, hunted, and attacked, until fear chained her tongue. Ray III told her, "Those capital folks are genuinely kind." He told Laith that alchemists were helping roadside stragglers and backing female-ranked adventurers, too. Laith nodded and said discrimination against non-human women was finally fading as more and more of them stepped into adventuring. She welcomed Lucia back to the capital, like the city itself had been waiting for her. The real problem was what came next. Pulling in enough cash from the shop alone was going to be brutally hard. Seth thrust a stack of papers into Rate's hands. He demanded to know what was going on in his head, an application for a temporary teaching job at the Royal Magic Academy, where every spell, secret, and disaster starts. Will's radium chair took over the school, at least that's what everyone said after 7. Seth froze in disbelief. Wrath recognized him, and now curiosity clawed at him over exactly how Seth was connected. Rafe made it clear it wasn't intentional. Then Seth grilled him about the alchemy teacher spot, and yeah, the pay was straight up great. And once the temporary teacher stepped in, Rafe finally got breathing room to run his shop. Since his sister Alicia was chilling at Academy too, Rafe figured it wouldn't be that bad, with 2 familiar faces backing him. Still, he doubted himself hard, no teaching experience, and he couldn't even picture standing in front of a whole class. Mimi cheered him on, but Ray couldn't shake the feeling that she just didn't get why he was hesitating. Lara trusted him completely, but Wraith couldn't shake the worry that the students would look past him just because he was close to their age. Sylvia told him she couldn't wait to take his class. He paused to weigh the job, and if things got rough, he planned to track down Seth's sister for help. Seth let out a chuckle, realizing she was way younger than him. Wraith kept everything in check with zero panic, even though he was younger than Seth, who couldn't stay as calm. Seth grinned, teased Wraith for a moment, then headed off to get ready. They kept grinding at the shop, months piled up, and the work never stopped. Wraith and Seth burst up to the Royal Academy, ready for Wraith to meet the Wells. Right at the door, Wrath stalled, wondering if meeting Wells was really needed. But Seth wouldn't let up. Wrath would be working there, period. So they knocked, shoved the door open, and stepped into Wells's room. Will met Wrath with a polite nod, and both of them traded strained smiles like they were hiding a storm. Will said he'd been hearing non-stop stories about Wrath ever since they last crossed paths. Then Will leaned in and fired the question, why on earth did Wraith pick their academy? Wrath's jittery face snapped Will into panic, and he quickly apologized. Then Wrath couldn't help wondering if Will somehow knew about the fountain he'd wrecked. Will leaned in and told him, no matter the reason, they were beyond excited to have an alchemist of his caliber with them. He asked if Wraith had reviewed the documents, and Wraith shot back that he'd already seen the ones they handed him earlier. For now, they slotted him in as an assistant teacher for the academy classes, but they postponed all the nitty-gritty employment terms. He'd just have to follow the lead teacher's orders until the test. If he spotted something in class, he'd step up and help out. Wrath could share whatever he wanted, and he shot a question. Was he going to assist? Then he learned his teacher was Helga. Seth's nerves spiked the moment he heard that name, because Will's words reminded him that Helga was the teacher who shaped his academy days. Wrath fires off a question about health, then sizes up the person behind the personality. Will praised him as an amazing teacher, but Wraith wasn't satisfied. He wanted the real details, the kind you only get when you dig deeper, and he made it clear he wanted to know Helva as a person. He slammed into Will, who had already signed the papers, and told him to meet Helvet so he could judge for himself, because Will was dead sure Helga would come with exact class instructions. Wrath whipped his head up, shocked by Will's teasing stare, and Will laughed, saying he'd been expecting to team up the whole time before brushing them off. In the hall, Wrath tore out a heavy breath, swearing he'd dodged Will's for years. Seth thought he was overreacting, but he went along with it. Reed Will's non-stop grin was driving me crazy, and I swore I'd call him out the next time I saw him. Rafe then started racking his brain about Helga's whole vibe, and Seth told him she wasn't evil, she just kept stumbling through life. To describe him, making sure Raytate understands the moment they meet. Seth shoved him forward, steering him straight toward Helga's room. Wrath froze as he stepped into a jaw-dropping library hall packed with books, way bigger than his whole workshop. He realized too late that he'd have to get way more organized than he thought to pull off everything. When Seth demanded to know what kind of person he had pictured, he pictured Helga as a chaotic mess, just like Luria, and decided to teach her only what he knew inside out. Seth couldn't shake the weird feeling that he wasn't in his room, because back when he had Seth as his student, he was always there. Rafe started scanning the room like it might spring to life, convinced it was empty. Then Seth told him, "Hang on, just wait a little." The rate caught a strange mark on a box, and at first it looked just like stone. Like a magic gem, and he couldn't resist. He had to get a closer look. But a gruff shout cut the air, demanding to know who dared to show up. Then a bearded old man stepped in, claimed the space as his research room, and ordered them to stop acting freely. While Seth greeted Helva, who recognized him. Seth burst into a grin because it was someone he remembered. He clocked that he wasn't just good, he was a standout, shining way above the rest. Helga was nothing like Wraith had imagined, and it left him completely stumped, especially after Seth's earlier reaction. Suddenly, Helga started pacing back and forth like something was about to snap, while Wrath kept his eyes locked on him. Muttered that Wrath looked way too young for someone with that kind of presence as he'd heard it, and yeah, he even dropped Wrath's name, like he already knew him. Helga must have been hooked on Wrath, because ever since he showed up in the capital out of nowhere, he'd been racking up a wild reputation. Helga realized he was crazy gifted for his age. He brewed elixirs like a pro, and those same potions even helped him save people through some terrifying adventures. Those were the biggest things he'd ever done, and people even claimed he had a real gift for dreams. Wraith just stared, stunned that so much about him was out in the open. Right when hope started to feel real, Helga snapped that he'd better not call the shots on Rat's abilities until he'd seen them firsthand, and that he was not about to let Wrath get comfortable or too cocky. Wrath clocked how strict Helga was, then flicked his eyes over to Seth, who flashed fake smiles. As soon as Wraith showed up, Helga snapped at him again for falling behind and told him to get over there, right now. As Wrath trailed behind, he couldn't stop worrying. Was this job even going to be safe for him? He leaned in and whispered to Seth, demanding to know why they had to go anywhere at all just to talk about the job. He couldn't stop panicking. Helga looked furious, and he swore he'd messed up the second they barged into his room without an invite. Seth told him it wasn't a problem at all. He knew Helga's type, and he figured she was annoyed since Rafe was the same age as the students. Wrath was totally stunned. His age was something he couldn't twist, no matter how hard he tried. Seth let out a chuckle and told Wrath not to sweat it. Helga wasn't a bad person. Helga burst in with the news. "We're here!" Keith demanded where they were headed, and the place screamed training ground at first glance. Helga told Wraith she'd test him right there. Wraith's eyes widened in shock. Seth. He wouldn't meet Wraith's eyes, like he'd kept quiet about the test on purpose. And Wraith swore he'd never forget it. Then he waited on Helga's command. Helga told him to build a golem. Golems were dolls packed with magic gem cores, and the moment the energy flared, they started moving on their own. Rot couldn't wrap his head around it. Why was he even being tested here, when tests were normally all about potion brewing, weapon upgrades, or crafting magical devices? He couldn't stop wondering what Helga was thinking, and Helga snapped that the Gaul didn't need to be huge, he just had to move right. Helga thrust a tiny magic gem into his hands. Wraith's nerves were on fire, because he'd never built a golem before, and he knew. He swallowed his theory, but his nerves still screamed. Sweat poured down as he pushed on. Helga, stay tuned, and pressed him on whether he was actually going to do it. To the training ground, where the real grind is about to begin. Rat realized confessing he'd never built a golem with lead was basically a fast ticket to failure. He took a breath, then decided to try. Rat sucked in a deep breath, set his mind on forging the golem, and poured his focus into every tiny detail. Because in alchemy, you don't just build, you see it first, especially with golems. That magic gem would power everything, but if the body wasn't built right, the golem's moves would stutter and twist, and worst of all, the golem could go berserk, something he was fighting with everything he had to stop. He cinched the magicum down and kicked off the procedure. Seth looked sick with worry as Rafe pushed forward with the transfer. During the formation phase, Heldau couldn't believe his own eyes. His work looked absolutely breathtaking. In the blink of an eye, Wrath shaped himself into a raging wolf gorm. Helga leaned in and studied the gum up close, amazed by how real it looked and how insanely well it was crafted. After years of teaching alchemy, he'd never once run into a golem this terrifying. Nothing even came close. How many brutal tries must it have taken to finally nail a creation this perfect? Wraith admitted he was really hoping his first try wasn't a total disaster. Seeing Hell's stunned face, he panicked that he'd messed up, because Seth couldn't believe Wrath pulled it off on the very first try, yet Hell still didn't buy it. Rattling off one brutal truth, they swore no lifetime genius could have pulled off what Wrath had just made. A normal person couldn't even dream of pulling off that kind of skill, no matter how long they trained. And still, he was expected to swallow the idea that this was Wraith's very first attempt. Wraith was drowning in nerves, stuck for words, and then he blurted out an apology. In Helga's room, they sank into silence, and Helga looked absolutely crushed. Right in the middle of the test, Wraith quietly asked, "So what do we do next?" Seth snapped at him for not seeing his own talent, but then, boom, Helga declared she had zero problems with his work. For now, he decided to cram the class material and get it handled. Their first lesson zeroed in on goals and building up the plan. He broke down the whole process step by step. Laying out the steps, drilling them again and again, then pouring those gallons into sword swings and magic practice. And when Helga made the call, she said Rafe would step in to help with the prep and field every student question. Wraith also had to step up and put on live demonstrations, all while juggling his other responsibilities. Realizing what his job required, he asked permission to step out, then brought up his health and mentioned he had another task to handle. Wrath swore it was his first time crafting a golem, and honestly, that line lit a fire in everyone, so he told him to grind practice with it until class. Even then, one thing still gnawed at him. Stone Wraith had been curious about it earlier. He shot a question. "Is it a magic gem?" and clutched it in his hand. They confirmed it. Wraith flashed a grateful smile, bowed once, and then vanished out the door. From her room, Helga stared as they marched out of the academy, and her stomach knotted. Because why would he hand Wrath an unresponsive item when his own attempts to figure it out had already crashed? He finally snapped to the truth. His feelings had hijacked his judgment, and that made him feel stupid for even thinking about his age. He prayed that Wrath would finally pull off something he'd wanted with his whole heart. Back at home, Wrath paced, wrestling with what kind of mind-blowing goal he could forge into the magic gem, while Sylvia grinned, certain his creation was going to be straight-up impressive. Wraith realized Helva gave zero hints about what Gaul should look like or what it should be made of, so he was stuck. He turned to Lurie for help, and she told him to make... She teased something cool, no details at all. Fueled by inspiration, Wraith decided to whip up something jaw-dropping for the students. Lathe tossed out a goal that was totally wrong for sword or magic training, and that snapped him into the realization that he'd need special features to shut those skills down. He snapped in and agreed, and when she lit up the room with her plan, pick a humanoid form or go full monstrous, he was all in. Wrath snapped up a wild idea and locked in a clear target. Then, when Lathe asked if he felt uneasy, he spilled his plan to turn that goal into something that could transform. Even Luria looked stumped, wondering if something like that was actually possible. Luria admitted she'd never built a transforming golem, but she still figured Wrath might pull it off, while Wrath admitted he wasn't even sure how to make it work. Luria tried to leave, but he grabbed the moment and blocked her, pointing out she had no place to go. Lathe leaned in and asked, "So, do you actually have a real plan for making this?" She knew his race-level skills, but going fully original? That was going to be a beast, even for him. He swore he was clueless, but he already had a plan brewing. Because it was an experiment, they could test anything they wanted. The dummy had to be tough, flexible enough to shift shape on command, and perfectly able to channel magical energy through it so it could move. They chose Nithril, the same material Wrath had worked with before on Sylvia's projects. Chasing that thrill meant they'd have to fine-tune the golem with surgical precision. Rafe yanked a magic gem from his pocket and, like it was nothing, forged a golem that looked just like a human in an instant. It looked so real you could swear it was a living person, and Lathe was instantly hooked by that gong. Wrath told her to tap it gently, no matter what, don't you dare damage it, and then Luffy swung with one hand. But the Gulin slammed into her blade, stopping it cold. She took another shot, and this time she sliced right through it. Wraith leaned in and told Sylvia to put it to the test with a gentle magic strike. Sylvia's usual spell barely tickled the golem, no damage at all. Even with the urge clawing at her, she still held back. That golem was unreal, tough enough to tank blows from ranked adventurers like Lave and Sylvia, and that's wild for something meant for training only. Sylvia stared at Rati's creation in pure awe as Wrath tore through adjustments, and it changed on its own, and even Luria couldn't stop herself from staring in pure amazement. Soon, the human golem transformed into a wolf golem, and Wraith, bursting with pride in his masterpiece, started chasing it for fun, right as... Sylvia and Luria grilled him to figure out his playbook, and Luria straight up asked if Wraith was planning to bring that goal right into the academy. He started worrying it might become a problem, but Luria shot that fuck down fast, saying he wouldn't be able to bring it there. The Golan's power was fueled by a magic gem tucked inside it, so when that gem's energy ran dry, the Golan would shut down and stay frozen until it got recharged. Right then, the wolf hit the ground, drained of every ounce of power. Rafe quickly asked Helva if her magic could recharge it before they rushed to the academy. Gloria said yes, but warned they'd have to recharge it often, and that she couldn't always make it to the academy, so that goal would probably need to be stored right here. Wreath looked crushed, so they tried to cheer him up, but he waved it away. He said he had no choice but to swallow the truth. His run with Liquid Nikwan was finally over. On Wreath's very first day at the academy, he sprinted out of the front gates and instantly got completely lost. While wondering if that luscious, spotted thing was him, and couldn't stop wondering who he really was. Wrath tore through every corner, but still couldn't find his destination, and the students started to eye him with growing suspicion, and now he had to figure out what to do next. Alicia stormed up to him and demanded to know what he was doing. He told her he clocked in today, and she was like, "Okay, where are you headed?" He told everyone he was hunting for help in his workshop, then pointed to a list shot like it was the clue that would change everything. Wrath clocked it instantly. She looked just like Seth. He jabbed a finger at the same hair color, the same eye placement, and the same face, like the universe was daring them to deny it. She locked eyes with him and demanded his take on her brother. Wrath looked Seth in the eyes and called him a true, reliable friend, someone who always had his back when things got rough. Alicia found the answer way too strange, spun away fast, and quietly begged for it to be different. While everyone else tried to use her brother, Wrath stayed real, no tricks, no games. She steered him straight into Helga's workshop, grinning as she said she couldn't wait for their classes before walking out. Keith rapped on the door, then slipped inside. Even though he was furious, Wrath still had to sprint onto the scene because he was late on his very first day. He threw out an apology and admitted he'd gotten lost, and Helga snapped that their lessons kicked off today, starting with theory instead of practical work to ease him in. He ditched most classes so he didn't burn himself out, but the second practical lessons kicked in, Wraith went all in, no holding back, giving the others a hand. That he demanded answers about the magic gem she'd handed him. Wrath told him he'd built that energy-saving golem with it, and yeah, he figured it was neither a total win nor a total flop. Helga couldn't believe it. He somehow built a goal out of that gem. Staring back at all his past failures, Wrath froze at what he just heard, then forced himself to lock in and keep moving. We'll deal with that later. Right now, I've got bigger things to hit first. He was about to step up and introduce himself, right around the corner. They burst out of the workshop and headed for Wraith's very first class, determined to blow everyone away as the assistant teacher. Only, he's not here. He's not here. He's not here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Under those student stares, Wrath's nerves exploded. He craved escape but couldn't move, so he forced himself to breathe and calm down by tuning into Helga. But he just couldn't catch her words, until it finally clicked, and Helga stepped in like, "Congrats, you're the temporary teacher," staring at him for an answer. Shaking like a leaf, Wraith trembled and broke into a cold sweat, and Helga had to prod him again and again just to snap him out of it. He introduced himself and swore he'd share everything he knew with total dedication while he was here. Then a student shot her hand up. She grilled him, asking if he was the shady figure she'd spotted earlier that morning, because she'd just watched him with Alicia, and that connection was way too intriguing to ignore. Wraith fumbled through his explanation, saying he'd only been wandering around to learn his new students' faces, then apologized, and insisted Alicia was just an acquaintance. The whole class went even more baffled, because just moments ago he claimed a tie to one of the 4 great noble families. Helga stepped in and shot back that Wraith wasn't up to anything, he was just lost, and his shaky, hesitant vibe was the whole reason he looked suspicious. She clocked his quirks like she'd seen them before, then snapped back to the lesson. From that very first day, Wraith got stuck with a nickname, the temporary teacher who got lost, and people kept tying him to some noble family, like it was a rumor that just wouldn't die. Helvet pushed the lesson forward, hammering home that the magic gem was the heart of a Golan, its power source, and the reason it works. And if that gem shattered or ran out of energy, the whole Golan would just stop. Wraith finally breathed out. No tasks on the spot, but he knew it wasn't magic. Luria had hammered this knowledge into him through real experience, and now he was seeing it taught the proper way. Helva then whipped the class out to the training grounds for their first early practice, an exciting race right from the start. Who spotted a fresh opening and rushed in to save his awkward first impression by helping out. He told the students to pepper Wrath with questions, but they eyed his skills like they didn't trust him after that whole getting lost mess. Wrath tried to steady himself, thinking, if I answer well, I'll win them over. Yet the students clearly knew how to build Gons on their own, so he just got stuck standing there doing nothing. And thinking their opinions were set in stone, he started hunting down students who actually needed help. Rotham clocked a girl who looked totally lost. He offered help, but she shook her head and refused. He marched up to people, and either they shoved him off or told him to consult Helga. Wraith and Alicia caught on that they were dodging him, and both of them let out a tired, shared sigh. He leaned in and asked what was wrong. Then she confessed that her classmates wouldn't stop grilling her about her relationship with him. Wrath spilled regret and begged for forgiveness, but Alicia cut him off, telling him it wasn't his fault and pushing him to stop replaying it in his head. Wrath told me people were dodging him like he was trouble, and he didn't know what to do with that crushing uncertainty. Alicia snapped that they couldn't swap his image from a suspicious guy, then pushed him. Why were his skills getting doubted in the first place? Rafe finally admitted he hadn't shown them what he could do yet, and Alicia immediately invited him to come to her place for the next practical lesson. Wrath grilled her for answers about her intentions, but she waved him off and stormed away. She kept wrestling with her motives until the lesson finally wrapped up. After he finally paid Daisy's shop a visit, Daisy took one look at him and said that she... Wrath thought he was too swamped to swing by. Then he said he finally had some breathing room and decided to show up. Daisy asked if it was really okay for him to ditch the shop, and Wrath shot back that Lucia had it covered. Then she teased him hard, like, "So, what'd you mess up this time?" Annoyed to the bone, Wraith snapped at her to stop making comments that left him completely confused. Daisy leaned in and shot him the question. Did he mass-produce those elixirs? Wrath told everyone he'd just snagged a temporary teaching gig at the Magic Academy, but word on the street said he got completely turned around and was rushing in late on day 1. Daisy blurted, "Are you really this foolish?" Desperate, Wrath begged her for help to fix his reputation, but Daisy couldn't wrap her head around why he'd turned to her at all. Ruth realized that going to Loria would mean paying in favors, since she'd throw it back at him any time, while Daisy would tell him the truth on the spot, no strings attached. She pushed him to prove his worth as an alchemist, recover his reputation, or face the fallout. Wraith realized he'd have to sit tight until the next practical lesson, and that weight was killing him. Wraith then blurted out a question. "How's Daisy been?" Noting. He hadn't shown up at her shop or taught her alchemy lately. She offered to show him her progress instead, saying it would be way faster that way. They shoved into a room where Daisy grabbed Lamu and used him as she. When we first met, we brewed up a medium-quality potion together, and Wrath couldn't help wondering how much she'd improved since then. As Daisy started brewing the potion, he couldn't help noticing how effortlessly fluid her movements had become. After she finally finished, Wreath leaned in over the potion and stared. Her hard work had paid off, and she couldn't believe what she saw. That was top-tier stuff, he praised Daisy, saying it was absolutely wild that she'd run her shop solo and still level up her skills this much in under a year. Blushing hard, Daisy told Wrath she might one day beat him, and Wrath couldn't wait for that day. Back in his shop, he spotted Luria slumped there with a face full of worry. When they pressed her, Lurie snapped and said her mana flow had fallen off. Wraith asked what happened, and she shook her head. Nothing bad had shown up yet, but it still felt like a tiny bone lodged in her throat. Worried, he asked Luria to dig deeper. She warned the problem was so faint most mages would miss it, so it wouldn't be easy to pin down, and Wraith said they could just ignore it for now as long as it didn't cause any bad effects. Luria nodded along and leaned in, asking how his day at school went. Just looking at his face said everything went wrong. Then Lafayette and Sylvia showed up, stunned to see him so crushed. Luria told him she only asked about school, and right then his mood snapped and he got upset. Blackie shoved for answers, and Wraith finally cracked. Turns out the students were dodging him like the plague. He laid out a bunch of incidents that made them distrust each other, and you could tell he had no clue what he'd done wrong. Frustration flared, and he impulsively quit on the spot. As Helga's assistant, all he really had to do was support her. Worst case, that was enough. So he told himself to stop overthinking, then just rolled with whatever came next. Sylvia leaned in and promised him, "You're gonna be fine." She snapped that his mana flow had been acting weird lately. Wrath clocked that nothing bad was happening, so there was zero reason to panic. He checked in with Laith, and she told him that because of him, Ariel had finally calmed down, and the whole situation felt peaceful for once. He couldn't stop laughing, because hearing that made him feel ready to reach out the moment he needed help. He thanked her and promised, "When the time comes, I'll come for you." Right when the second day of practical lessons hit and everyone sat down, Ruth watched as the students kept snubbing him, totally ignoring him even after everything. Still, he couldn't stop himself from admiring just how wildly creative their guns were. He couldn't stop wondering if their worldview was just worlds apart from his, so he shoved all thoughts aside and headed straight for Alicia. He caught her staring at the magic gem in her hand, and when he saw the other students already hammering away at their guns, he snapped, "What's wrong, Alicia?" Sure, she'd fallen behind. She snapped, "I'm not slacking," then thrust a magic gem into his hands and demanded they prove what he can do. With a heavy inhale, she blurted out that Wraith would put on a full-on demonstration. The students couldn't wait to see what he'd pull off, even as they doubted his speed would hold up. Wraith seized the moment to flip their doubts, then leaned in and told Alicia to trust him. He told her to step back because he needed room, staring at it like he was ready to act. Hearing their brutal criticisms aimed at him, then all in the span of seconds, Wraithcraft had stepped into view as a stunning catgallum, and it left everyone in total awe. The golem looked like it might breathe. Its fur was so real it felt like the living animals were tangled in it. The students couldn't help but wonder, had the teacher been this good all along? Alicia was just as shocked as you'd expect. Her brother had told her about his rates and wild talents, but she never thought they'd be this insanely impressive. That gong didn't just sit there like a doll. It felt so alive it was like someone was stamping life into the world. Normally gallons barely moved, and that was totally fine since it had to last, until you tried building a golem with the inner structure it needed to actually move. That kind of skill was rare as lightning. One tiny flaw in a golem's body, and the whole thing would crack and shatter the moment it got pushed. So yeah, the Rates golem, it was way beyond what any regular alchemist could pull off. But when he didn't get the reaction he was praying for, shock hit him, like he'd done everything right and still fell flat. He checked with Alicia, asking if his demo was any good, and she admitted she'd totally misjudged him. Then she said she finally got where her brother was coming from. Wrath looked completely lost and begged her to explain again, but her repeated answer only deepened his confusion, so much that it left her stunned too. He didn't even put his feet into careful thought, and that's exactly why she started admiring her brother even more. Later, a student with a blazing, flushed face marched up to Wrath. Confusing him, she suddenly stammered, then snapped into focus and told him exactly what she was aiming for. His body was wrecked, and she had no idea how to fix him, until Wrath eased her worries and said it was probably just a class problem, with the real culprit being she wasn't focusing enough on compression. She urged her to focus hard on that part while crafting her golem, so she tried again, and this time the golem held together without snapping. During his demonstration for Elisha, students kept firing questions at him non-stop, and even though everyone called him sensei, it still felt weirdly awkward. Helva waved them over and said, "All right, now we're headed to the main lesson. Make golems as practice dummies," then asked if he could run the demonstration again. Wrath zeroed in and worked fast, carving a humanoid golem with his know-how from Lave and Sylvia, and all he had to do was build one that didn't need any transformation powers. He slipped a magic gem into place, and boom! He shaped a lifelike, detailed humanoid right in front of everyone. Even after all that effort, his shock at finally nailing the skills never faded, so Helva grabbed Alicia and told her to prove the goal was real by blasting it with her magic. Alicia slammed her wind magic into the gauntlet and unleashed a furious gust that made it roar. But it came out completely unscathed. The students stared in shock because the goal looked totally unscathed, like it had taken 0 hits at all. Alicia, way stronger than the rest in magic, went completely speechless because her attack just bounced off like it meant nothing. It was the first time her magic got shut down by some lowly dirt golem. Visibly fed up, Alicia snapped her glare at Wrath and grilled him, demanding to know what was so weird about the golem. Confused, Wrath told her he'd only made a normal gong. Then Alicia started chewing him out right in front of everyone, and the students instantly panicked, worried he'd expect them to craft gongs just like his. Helga overheard everything, stepped in to calm them down, and made it crystal clear she hadn't expected them to pull off work that advanced. A week later, Rat's eyes widened because the students were suddenly blasting their own gongs with magic, like they'd gone feral. The training ground felt like a war zone. He dodged the chaos and still couldn't help noticing. The gongs shattered on impact, just like that. Even though he was built out of dirt, he figured they'd use real metals, or maybe mithril, for the test. Wrath can't stop doubting. Was there really enough mithril to go around for every single student? Suddenly, Will showed up and snapped Wrath out of his thoughts. He played it icy, straight up cool, again and again. When he asked why Wills was there, Will straight up told him he was the school chairman. Will said he was going to check on his new employee and wanted to know how the rate's progress was coming along. Wraith finally confessed it had been rough as hell, exactly what Will had secretly expected, because he didn't think Wraith would be thriving. Wrath let out a shaky laugh, admitting life had thrown him a few hurdles, but he was grinding through them anyway. Will's grin lit up as soon as he heard it, then he locked onto Wraith's face for a heartbeat, still saying nothing about why. When Alicia called Wrath, he sprang up to make an excuse and slipped away. As Alicia closed in, she clocked how uneasy he looked every time he tried to talk to Will. Wrath hadn't clocked it, but the moment Alicia saw him acting calm, she knew. Something in him was making him uneasy. This Wrath's presence rattled them to the core. Alice should tell them that being part of the 4 great noble families taught her this lesson, even though she never meant to learn it. Rafe blinked in shock, because Seth had none of that kind of perception, and he couldn't stop wondering if Will clocked his discomfort too. Alicia was sure Will already knew, so Wraith refused to hide his feelings. Alicia verified that Will and Wraith truly knew each other, and then Wraith... She insisted it was just an unwanted coincidence, but Alicia didn't buy it. She knew Will wouldn't be someone you just happened to meet. Ruth shot Alicia a grateful smile, remembering her earlier request for a demonstration. That moment sealed it, earned him real respect. Alicia told him it mattered, and she truly valued his effort. She just hoped everything would run smoothly, unless trouble showed up. Wrath leaned into her wish for a calm, boring next day, one where nothing went wrong. Wraith faced the chairman's office door, heart thumping with courage as he readied himself to go in. Will met him at last, and you could feel Wraith's curiosity crashing into the room with every summons. He told Wraith to calm down, saying he only needed one favor. Then Wills asked to get help keeping the school's property safe and sound. Wraith demanded answers, and Will shot back that it was simple, just the training grounds getting wrecked from their latest alchemals. He was right, the ground was trashed after the previous day's class, and even though Wrath was hired as an alchemy assistant teacher, he couldn't believe they were dumping this extra work on him. Right when he was about to refuse, Will casually mentioned he'd be paid, and that was all it took for him to agree to the job. Will clocked how fast he was moving, and he made it clear. Every bit of effort was poured into building a real, thriving learning space for the students. He was ready to do anything, grabbing every extra bit of pay he could find to earn as much extra money as possible. So day after day, he just kept grinding, tending to the school's facilities and making sure everything stayed standing. Lately, students have been hounding him with questions and demands non-stop because the final test is about to hit in the very next practical class. The student wouldn't stop asking questions. Questions kept pouring out non-stop. Faith decided to run an after-school test prep session today to back them up. He dropped the announcement last minute, so he figured nobody would show up in any big numbers. He couldn't believe it. The classroom was packed wall-to-wall with students. He was seriously impressed, and since all he'd done so far was help with Helga's lessons, he'd barely even touched his own training, which totally spooked him. He told the students to grab a box each, then promised he'd lay out exactly what came next. Once everyone grabbed their boxes, he told them to pack the dirt into a ball because the students wouldn't manage it. It's crazy how that sounds like all of it, but he does more. He tells himself he could check everyone's work one by one, then shuts it down and makes it clear that's the only thing they're doing today. They felt unstoppable, convinced they'd wrapped it up in no time. But when they tried, nothing worked. The dirt just wouldn't budge. Rafe leaned in and basically said, "You already know this isn't plain dirt. It's been ripped all the way from the southern continent, where the magic energy gets drained dry. Some soils suck in magical energy, while others slam the door and push it right back out. That's the exact kind of soil Wrath picked. No mistake, no guesswork." He told them, "If you want to quit, go for it. Then promise to answer every question they had. Just raise your hand." So many questions stormed in at once. Alicia snapped that the dirt wouldn't budge it at all, and dared to ask if anyone could even move it. Sensing their doubts, he snapped into action, offered a bold demonstration, and demanded they all gather around. He quickly crunched the dirt into a tight ball, and Alicia leaned in, asking, "So, is there a trick?" They could cram even more magic into it, or dial it in with terrifying precision. Because the dirt fights back against magic, it won't shift the way they want unless they dump even more magical energy into it, just like he warned. He told them to zero in on every single speck of dirt. If it fought their magic and they couldn't rein it in like usual, then they'd have to get razor precise to break through. This training was all about forging their strength bone by bone. Only the ones who truly mastered the alchemy basics could pull it off. This was pure technique, and everyone else would fail. Alicia narrowed her focus and locked in with relentless determination. Finally, the ground gave just a little, but keeping it moving was brutal, and she knew they might not pull it off in a single day. At best, shaping it felt impossible, and he couldn't shake the thought that maybe he'd set the goal way too high. And Alicia nodded in agreement. Wraith grabbed the reins and told them to keep it simple. Just make the dirt move. The special session finally wrapped up, and everyone threw themselves into hard work. Late as it was, he still had to rush out and take care of the school's facilities. He snapped to attention and spotted a popper on the turning ground. He couldn't stop wondering if this came from some other lesson too, and if there were even more marks out there waiting. In the very next scene, he made the call. He was going to tail them. Wraith finally stumbled back home after a brutal workday, and right away, Laffy, Lou, Rhymes, and Sue were there to greet him. Danette was fully geared up, and everyone just sat there on edge, waiting for him to finally step in. He threw them a thanks, dug in immediately, then burst out laughing as he asked about school, and he brushed everything off as totally fine, talked up the coming test, then said he stayed late just to answer every student question. LaFay winked with a playful grin and called him a great teacher. Embarrassed and speechless, he couldn't fire back as Luria kept needling him, calling him sensitive and kicking off a loud, full-on argument. Sylvia realized the weird, electrifying feeling from the magic flow was gone. Luria paused mid-sentence and blurted, "It vanished out of nowhere!" Wraith leaned in and demanded the reason, but they shook their heads, no clue yet. Laughter tore the conversation in a whole new direction, and the question came back to the test he had mentioned earlier. He said it wasn't random, it was a mission goal and a construction test, even if he wasn't the one directly steering it. Since Wrath was only filling in as a temporary teacher, he wouldn't grade the test. He'd dive in and help the students prep for it. Luria teased him with a playful smile for how totally committed he was. Faith waved off her comments and told him she'd also started helping keep the school's facilities in shape while she worked. Lafayette lit up with pure joy, sure he was about to absolutely crush it. Test day slammed into existence. Ruth couldn't believe her luck. Today was the perfect kind of day for it. The students lined up on the training ground, and you could feel their nerves buzzing in the air. Helga double-checked that everyone was there, then slammed the exam into motion. Right then, no hesitation, just action. Locked in on one powerful goal and sprinting toward it without wasting a second. Points slipped away because they dragged their heels, while the quickest students finished their goals in just 5 minutes. Then comes the durability test. Watch them blast light magic to see if the brave construction can really take a hit. When Alice's turn finally hit, Wraith zeroed in on her like a hawk, watching her every move. She forged a powerful golem and put it to the ultimate test, pushing it to its full strength. Alish's golem snapped together in just 3 minutes, and it stood there flawlessly, like it was never meant to fail. Helga's high standards towered over everyone. Then Alicia slipped up to Wrath and demanded to know how she'd done. Confused, Wrath snapped, "Wait, say that again," because she just needed to know how she did on her test, and he leaned in and told her she was outclassing everyone. Coming from Wrath, that praise hit Valesha like a letdown, and she couldn't help herself. "That's not just what you think," she snapped, insisting it was meant as a compliment. Suddenly, Alicia felt a strange surge of magic in the air, just like the weird flow Sylvia and Luria had sensed. She told him it hadn't happened the day before. Wrath couldn't figure out what was wrong, so he guessed it had to be some kind of magical glitch. He reassured Alicia it was probably nothing, but the truth was, he didn't buy it, especially after hearing it brought up so many times. After school, while Ray was out there fixing the training ground, he spotted paw prints again. Decided to throw himself into the mystery. He kept chasing them right until they suddenly cut off without warning. It gave away nothing, no clue about the magic flow or the strange, mysterious prints. The very next day, Heldor's rage hit the roof when he discovered the students' gallons had been smashed to pieces. The students poured their souls into their creations, and that hit her rage like gasoline. Roth told Will to report it right away. In Will's office, they realized something terrifying. There weren't a single witness anywhere. The night guard saw nothing strange and no new report ever came in, so Will pushed them to tear into the broken gongs and hunt for clues. Staring at them made it look like magic had wrecked everything, and he couldn't shake the fear that mere human hands couldn't cause that kind of damage. He stared at the gems and realized every last drop of their magical energy was completely gone. Those magic gems can't just fade on their own. Something sinister drained them on purpose, burning through their power until there was nothing left. For now, Will beefed up security and kicked off training, so they hit pause on any more investigation. Later, Rafe sat down with Luria and spilled every detail about what happened. Faith swallowed his pride and admitted he didn't know much magic at all, still stunned that whatever this was seemed to demand all that magical energy just to make it work. Luria shot back that siphoning energy straight out of magic gems was a rare trick, and if you didn't have somewhere to stash it, that power had to be spent instantly. She asked if there were any clues, but he flat out told her there weren't, so Luria was clueless right along with him. Graith felt his stomach drop, because even Luria, the magic expert, had no clue either. Since golems were involved, he figured a closer look was the answer, so he went straight back to the golems he'd made earlier and started inspecting them. But the moment he burst into the storage room to take a look, he froze, because what he saw left him completely stunned. He uncovered it inside. Right after that, Raitsam and Lucia and Luria rose to his feet and shouted, "I need you to understand, this is make or break, so lean in and pay close attention to every detail." He held his composure this whole time, then panic finally crashed in, while he realized his liquid MC1 was gone. Lucia frowned in total confusion, and Luria quickly spilled the truth. This gone wraith is the one who made it. Lucia pressed, demanding to know why it disappeared and whether it just vanished on its own. That's exactly what Wraith needed to figure out, because the golem didn't even hold a shred of magic. It just... He turned it over in his mind, and then it hit him. People had been saying they felt a weird disturbance rippling through the magic flow. He grilled Luria about when the magic flow finally settled down, and she told him it happened just yesterday. Then he pressed even harder, asking when the weird irregularity first began. Luria totally caught what he was hinting at. Then Wrath said the magic flow started glitching the second he spawned Liquid MC1, and the same weird problem had already been hitting the Magic Academy since yesterday. That wild magical chaos was probably his Liquid Macoon. Somehow it overflowed and crashed right into the Magic Academy. At the Magic Academy's Golem Destruction incident, the culprit ripped every last drop of magic from the gyms and the smashed comms, so if some energy-hungry, clunky golem was pulling the strings, then... Chasing magical power to keep itself alive meant one thing: he'd be held responsible, so he snapped into action and called Lathe and the others for help. He called the girls in, laid out what was happening, and begged for their help to stop the rogue golem. Sylvia saw this as a full-on disaster, and Lathy warned that Wraith's goon scheme was going to be a brutal headache to clean up. Lucius just wanted to stay home, drop everything, and crash into rest. Rat leaned on every single one of them, then let out a gut-wrenching regret over what had happened. LaFay didn't really blame him, because nobody had ever even seen O'Gallon move on his own. Wrath prayed nobody would track that brave act back to him. Didn't report it then. At the very last moment, we're going to finally learn who you are. Thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you, seriously, thank you. He let out a laugh and shot back that its one-of-a-kind abilities would make it crystal clear after thinking it through. Even if they never use it, this could still turn out to be insanely useful. Latvia declared they were about to hit the road. Wraith snatched a book and slid right into the group, ready to chase the goal he'd forged himself. When they finally hit the academy gates, the boosted security slammed down like a locked door, so Wraith whipped up a plan to slip past the guards. Then he pitched a wild idea and begged Floria for a favor. 10 minutes later, everyone burst into academy uniforms. Wrath explained, clear as day, that this was just the only way to muscle past the main gate. Thinking he'd finally blend in like a normal student, he figured nothing could go wrong. A security guard stopped them cold, and Wrath shot back that he'd forgotten something, yet the guard still didn't buy it, because he couldn't imagine the entire group coming back just for one student's item. He figured they'd need school stuff, then pushed the idea that magical disguises could let them slip right through. Wraith clocked their uniforms like breadcrumbs, read the guards' every reaction, and somehow slipped in without a single problem, even if he couldn't fully trust what he was guessing. The moment he stepped inside, the schoolrooms just couldn't stop marveling at the sheer audacity of his plan. Ray admitted he was genuinely blown away she managed it, especially since she was already pushing into her late 20s. Lave leaned in and demanded to know what they were doing next. Rates bolted toward the broken gallon storage spot, praying the clues were still hiding there. The guard still planted himself outside the storage room, blocking it like a living wall. Laughter wondered if the school had already sniffed out the culprit, and Luria pushed for them to lead the way, before they got caught. Wraith pushed for more answers and grabbed Luria's attention, begging her to use her magic to track down the golems. Sylvie had been hunting for magic the second they stepped into the school, but all she got were dead ends. Until a weird wave of magic suddenly slammed into her, like the universe just snapped its fingers. They decided to investigate and shot straight for the backyard, only to find 0 gallons anywhere. That's what left Sylvia stunned. She was dead sure the magic energy was leaking straight from that spot. Luria checked the air and swore the presence was still out there nearby, while Rat's gut churned, terrified the prize had vanished without them. But Sylvia and Luria stayed convinced it was still close, despite the weird way the Gallon's magical energy kept sliding and shifting, like it couldn't decide where to be. If it was moving like that, they and the security guards would have caught it by now. Then Wraith's eyes widened, because the guard they'd been hunting wasn't a man at all. It was the golem. Wraith yanked the guard by the shoulder and hissed, "Don't unlock anything new. No one can notice." The man snapped his body around in a blur, as if he'd melted out of sight. Stunned to the core, they watched him shatter reality and transform into his true form, pure, liquid make-one Gallum. Lefay and the others were completely stumped, and even Wrath couldn't figure out what was going on. He threw out the idea that the Goa might be gulping up magic or hiding some wild secret, because it seemed to grow new powers out of nowhere as... They argued, jaws dropping at how it could have happened. Then the golden liquid bolted. Lafayette Chase and Swansea, two names that hit like thunder in the middle of everything, and its throat drops into a tight nest. Wraith yelled at Luria and Sylvia to unleash their magic because that Gowlon looked almost impossible to take down. But their spells bounced off, utterly useless. Wraith shot Luria a demand. Use magic to seal up the gull and everything around it. Trap it for good. Luria lunges in, scrambling to seize it before it slips away. Lathe stepped in to make sure the Golem never found a way out. Wrath snapped at Laffy to slash again with her sword. She shrugged it off even as her hit landed, and he figured he'd see what that proved. The gown snapped aside again, her blade slicing through empty air. Wraith realized they couldn't score a single physical hit, but somehow magic bounced off like it was nothing. Once Luria and the rest watched their spells fail, Wraith had no choice but to lean on Lefay. And the weird part? That nimble golem was wasting time pretending to be human. If his theory was right, Lath would nail a hit any second now. His instincts were dead on. Lefay struck the Garm. Ray figured it out. The Galms can't move without magical energy, and Liquid Micron was almost gone, so it hunted magic gems and started zeroing in on the student-made Galms. No nearby gems to recharge it, the Gollan's pace dragged, and that slowdown screamed its energy was running out. Now Laffy's hits were finally connecting, and Wrath was all in, sure they'd come out on top, because as a Golem, it couldn't run without magical energy, so they pushed the fight to drain it and bring it down. Then, boom, the Golem morphed into an armored soldier, stood up, and addressed them like it had something urgent to say. Rat stared in disbelief at the Gallant's insane skills, and Lafay urged them to try talking it down, but the Gallant shut it all down, saying talking would change nothing. Ray realized Lath could get worn out before he even reached the Golem's Manarandri. He called Laffy back out on some of the points. Luria pointed at Sylvia and ordered them to keep the distraction going with hard-hitting physical spells. Luffy barreled back in and demanded, "Wreath, what's your plan?" He wasn't convinced it would even work, but he still shared his strategy. They nodded and agreed to give it a shot, and Lathian hooked up with Sylvia and Luria right away. He stepped in like a hero to draw its attention, keeping it busy while Luria wasn't anywhere in sight. Keep your eyes peeled for a gap, then slam in with ice magic balls the second you see it. The Golem has seen its magic get completely shut down. Right then, Wrath snapped into his transformation and shoved the inside into a ball, vanishing it in plain sight. Burst forward to slash their way through, as the magic gem erupted in a blinding glow, igniting the blast that slammed into them and sent everyone tumbling to the ground. Now the Golem had grown even bigger, and it loomed over them like a living wall. Luria finally clocked it. The bizarre mana flow was being ripped apart by the Golem of... drinking in magical energy from the world around it. When Wrath asked about it, she admitted it might just refill its own magical energy. Wraith grew so restless because that was his only move. But Luria couldn't shake the fear. Could it really drink in enough mana to power everything it had to do? The Golem went hunting for the students' water bottles, smashing them open to siphon up more mana. So they had two choices: sit tight until its mana finally drained, or aim straight for its magic gem. Rafe trembled even without fighting, while Laffy slammed into the Golem again. That fight was brutal. Those Gollans getting bigger only slowed them down, and I couldn't stop laughing. Racing to keep the Golem off balance, he demanded a plan, anything at all, and got nothing. Realizing that smashing its magic gem would take more than one person, he'd need backup. Its bigger frame made every shot land easier, but one nasty problem stayed: its durability couldn't be trusted. Luria snapped orders for everyone to clear out the area as she braced herself and prepared. To a spell so powerful, it felt like it could shake the world. Wraith fretted that he'd wreck the school, but Lurie waved it off and said, "Don't worry, we'll fix it later." Even with him screaming objections, she sealed him inside a glowing magic sphere and barked, "Stay right there!" Once she finally snapped and decided she'd stop holding back to dodge trouble, after Luria's massive, Lath and Wraith prayed the gong got completely smashed to pieces, believing it couldn't survive that blast, until the smoke vanished and the gong. stood there with a broken arm, and raw power still hissed out like it couldn't be stopped. Wrath was running on empty, and Laffy couldn't shake the fear that her sword couldn't cut it anymore. Rafe figured the only way out was to jam the Golem's magic gem, touch it, and shut it down. It took real teamwork because he couldn't just rush in, not with one more mistake that would put everyone in danger. But the girls were already in, and their resolve was locked in. Rafe swallowed his fear, summoned the courage, and told them to pin down the target. Then he could rush in for the kill. Usia, then Sylvia, then Laith, and finally Luria launched their assault one after another, creating a shot for Wraith to finally reach the magic gem. And he starts slamming the whole thing down piece by piece. The gong dug in hard, draining his mana the moment it struck, making the whole task brutally hard, so hard that even Golem's creator was seething with rage. Wraith shoved back with everything he had, and then, finally, he broke through. It kept hammering the whole place until everything started to collapse, and with the mana drain ripping through him, exhaustion crushed his legs so hard he could barely stay upright. And then, they'll finally unleash it. Wills and the guards arrived, and suddenly their troubles exploded into something far worse. Ray stumbled into Helga's room and saw Helga pouring out apologies like she couldn't breathe. Wraith lunged in to interrupt and soothe Helga, but Helga wouldn't back down. The investigation laid it bare. The Gallen's rampage had been sparked by a busted magic gem Helga had handed Wrath, and if Helga hadn't noticed the flaw, it would have been shrugged off as just an accident. But Helga slipped Wraith a defective gem on purpose, banking on him failing to forge a golem. Yet her plan backfired hard. Wraith's insane alchemy skills still powered the gem into a golem, and the chaos that followed exposed Helga's jealousy and proved just how deadly his unique talent really was. Helvet finally admitted that expecting those rates to pay for the school's damage was unfair, then swore he'd take care of it himself. Rafe then swung by Will's office, and Will's notes about Helga's real remorse lit up, calling him a good person. Will reassured Wrath that the incident wouldn't be on him, then praised his insane alchemical skills like they were pure genius. When Will asked if Ruth wanted to keep teaching, Wrath glanced at his friends from the life he lived outside work, and the thought hit him hard. He smiled politely, but still turned it down. Will didn't even flinch. He just made it crystal clear. The door would always be open for him. After they locked eyes, Rafe started tearing through the cleanup like the mess was on a timer. When she asked how it all went down, he confessed that the trouble traced back to the Golan magic gem, and somehow nobody blamed him for the incident. Then he added that he'd stopped teaching for good. Luria blinked in shock and asked if he really thought he had what it takes to teach, then reminded him that having no friends at all would make it brutal to support students dealing with their problems. Wraith waved it off with a laugh, and Luria lit up with real joy, like she'd finally found good people in the capital. Wrath fired back, demanding what her comment even meant. Luria finally dropped the truth. Her time to go had come. Totally thrown off, he demanded to know where she was headed, and she shot back that she was headed out of the capital. Wrath fumed at her sudden announcements, but he knew it was just the way she was built. She teased him with a grin, asking if he'd missed her, and her smile faded into seriousness as she told him she'd watched her disciple truly grow, and now she felt the time was right to hit the road again. Wraith tossed out the idea of throwing a farewell party, which made her grin, and she teased him again. 2 weeks after the Golan chaos exploded, Mimi's farewell party kicked off as Wrath whipped up mouth-watering food and turned the whole place into a full-on celebration. Luria was handed a flute of champagne, and everyone raised their glasses to toast the final day of Rate's teaching. And right when Luria's brand new adventure kicks off, she's laughing, stuffing herself with good food, sipping drinks, and soaking up every single bit of fun.